The cold and aloof CEO wants to marry me? Let her line up. Chapter 1. Get out of my car. The woman, fair-skinned and beautiful, angrily scolded, her face full of shame. Lin Chuan was speechless. Beauty, I just saved your life. You don't even thank me, and now you tell me to get out of the car? Is this how you repay kindness with evil? Lin Chuan had just returned from abroad. While walking down the road, a red Porsche nearly hit him. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Angry, Lin Chuan was about to confront the Porsche owner when a fair-skinned, beautiful woman staggered out of the car, her face flushed and eyes dazed. As a skilled Chinese medicine practitioner, Lin Chuan immediately recognized that the woman had been poisoned by an intense aphrodisiac. If he didn't act quickly to save her, she might suffer a mental breakdown and ruin the rest of her life. Thus, Lin Chuan, newly returned to the country, spent almost an hour detoxifying the Porsche owner. Shut up. The woman, her eyes red, couldn't believe that a stranger had taken her purity away. She wanted nothing more than to rip him apart on the spot, even though he was speaking the truth. She was even more furious at herself for being betrayed by her best friend. There's 100,000 in the card. Shut your mouth. If I hear another word, I won't spare you, the woman threw a bank card at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan scratched his chin. Interesting. This is my reward for helping you. Am I now your duck? The woman sneered, is that too little? Tell me, how much do you want? She was infuriated by Lin Chuan's ordinary attire, clearly a regular man, and it enraged her even more. She was the beautiful CEO of Shington Company in Hebei, pursued by countless men, a goddess high above. The thought of someone finding out that she had done that kind of thing with a stranger in a car was unimaginable. Lin Chuan chuckled, beauty, it's not about the money. I'm a responsible man. If you don't mind, I can take responsibility for you. Before he could finish his sentence, the woman shot him a murderous glare. If looks could kill, Lin Chuan would have been torn apart. All right, I'll get out of the car. Don't worry, I won't say anything about what happened tonight, Lin Chuan said. Since she didn't want him to take responsibility, he thought of it as a one-night stand. He just didn't expect this rich beauty to still be a virgin, which made him feel a little guilty, but she had refused his offer. Watching Lin Chuan get out of the car with an indifferent attitude, the woman finally lost control and began to sob uncontrollably in the night. Hi Jing community. Shuya, I'm downstairs. Are you still at work? The password lock, okay, I'll go up and take a shower first. Lin Chuan was an orphan, adopted by Shuya's parents when he was 5. They treated him like their own child, and he and Shuya had a bond that was closer than siblings. At the age of 10, Lin Chuan was lured by an old man with a piece of candy to Kunlun Mountain. He repeatedly tried to escape, but each time he was caught and beaten by the old man. Eventually, he had no choice but to stay at Kunlun Mountain and learn various arts, particularly excelling in medicine. At the age of 15, he officially left the mountain and traveled with the old man across the country. At 23, they went abroad to make their mark. While abroad, the old man finally allowed him to contact Shuya. Now, back in the country, Lin Chuan had 2 things to do: see Shuya and break off his engagement with a woman named Chen Jingyi. His phone rang. Lin Chuan took it out and saw it was from the old man. Xiao Lin, you're back in Hebei, right? Have you seen Chen Jingyi? According to her grandfather, she's now a well-known CEO in Hebei. She might not be a match for you, but your grandfather and I arranged a betrothal when you were young. We can't break the engagement. Lin Chuan snorted. Old man, stop being shameless. That betrothal was made when I was a kid. I didn't even know about it. Don't think you can bind me with a marriage contract. I won't give up the whole forest for a single tree. The old man had saved Chen Jingyi's grandfather's life, and behind Lin Chuan's back, they had arranged this marriage. Lin Chuan was furious. This was feudal thinking. Who still arranges marriages these days? It was disrespectful to modern women, and he strongly opposed it. The old man sighed, Lin Chuan, you're getting older. Kunlun has always been short on heirs. You're the only disciple I have. If you don't start having some children, Kunlun won't have a successor. Why should I care? You're strong enough to go 5 times a night. You can have children, not me. Lin Chuan retorted. The old man exploded on the other end, you little brat, your mouth is so sharp. Listen, both I and Chen's old man are happy with this marriage. Hey, what did you say? The signal is bad, Lin Chuan interrupted and hung up. Unit 702. Lin Chuan entered the password and opened the door. It's still decorated the same as when I was a kid, Lin Chuan sighed as he looked at the furnishings in the living room. There were even certificates from his kindergarten and elementary school on the wall. Mom, Dad, don't worry. This time, I won't leave the country. I'll repay your kindness and make sure Shuyer lives a good life. On the table, there was a family photo from when he was young. Shuyer's parents had passed away in a car accident 3 years ago. Now, only Shuyer remained. I'm going to take a shower and show my best side to Shuyer, Lin Chuan thought. They had only ever video chatted, but now he was going to meet her in person. He felt a little nervous. In the bathroom, the warm water rinsed over Lin Chuan's strong body. His body was covered in scars, some of them brutal looking. The most striking one was a skull tattoo on his back, which looked eerie. Ha! Shuyer got off work early tonight. I get to shower with her again. Outside the bathroom, a woman's voice rang out. Then, with a creak, the bathroom door was pushed open. A woman in a bath towel appeared at the door, smiling and calling out, Shuyer, my darling, I'm here. She even spread her arms, exposing herself underneath the towel. The atmosphere became still. Their eyes met. The woman's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide in shock as she saw Lin Chuan in the shower. Her mind went blank. It was a man. Just as the woman was about to scream, Lin Chuan instinctively threw the soap at her, and it hit her right in the mouth. With one hand, he grabbed a towel to cover his privates, shouting, pervert. Shameless. Chapter 2, A Chaotic Private Life. The soap had filled the woman's mouth, and she had swallowed quite a bit of the soapy liquid. Phut. She spat it out, coughing and spitting the saliva out in large amounts, retreating in fury. You, what about me? Lin Chuan said, still covering his lower body with a towel, his face full of fear. Who are you? Speak up, or I'll call the police. Damn it, how unlucky. He couldn't even have a peaceful shower. Wait, this woman. Her facial features were absolutely stunning, her temperament exquisite, and her figure even better, especially those long, fair legs. You bastard, you still want to call the police. The woman was furious, her anger boiling over. You came into my house to steal and now you're audacious enough to take a shower here, doing whatever you want. The woman stormed over to the sofa, grabbing a black gun and pointing it at Lin Chuan. Tell me, who are you? Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. What the hell? She's really from the police. He knew how strictly guns were regulated in the country, and her movement with the gun was professional, suggesting she had undergone systematic training. Beauty, don't get me wrong, I'm not some thug or thief. My name is Lin Chuan, and Shuyer is my sister. Lin Chuan raised both hands in a cooperative manner. As he did, the towel around his waist slipped off and fell to the floor. Ning Ching Cheng. Her hand, still gripping the gun, began to tremble. Beauty, don't be impulsive. Firing a gun and killing someone is a crime. You're a police officer, so you know better than to break the law. You put on some clothes. Ning Ching Cheng gritted her teeth, her face flushing red. She turned her head away, but an image seemed to be seared into her mind, causing her heart to race. Lin Chuan quickly put on his clothes. Don't do anything rash. I'm calling Shuyer now. Ning Ching Cheng still didn't trust Lin Chuan. One hand kept the gun aimed at him, while the other took out her phone and dialed Shuyer's number. Shuyer, there's a man in the house, his name's Lin Chuan. It really is your brother, the little boy in the photo. Okay, I got it. No, I just got home. I thought we had a thief in the house. Ning Ching Cheng put the gun down. She glanced at the family photo on the table. Lin Chuan's face did resemble the little boy in the picture. So, your name is Lin Chuan, right? You just came back from abroad? Ning Ching Cheng asked. She was also shocked by the scars on his body. This man was definitely not ordinary. Yeah, just came back from overseas. Lin Chuan smiled. Can I sit down now? Sure, sit down. Let us talk. Lin Chuan and Ning Ching Cheng sat face to face. Ning Ching Cheng said, I don't care what your identity was abroad or what you were doing, but now that you're back in the country, you need to behave and be a good citizen. Lin Chuan immediately understood that her suspicion was caused by the scars on his body. He laughed. That's for sure. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Ning Qingcheng chuckled. She had never seen a man with so many gruesome scars, clearly a tough character. She hadn't expected him to look so carefree. The incident earlier was a misunderstanding. Let us just pretend nothing happened. Right, absolutely, Lin Chuan nodded. Although Ning Qingcheng had an amazing physique and temperament, she was a police officer, and he definitely wasn't about to make any moves. Did you come back just to see Shuya? Ning Qingcheng asked. Lin Chuan nodded. Yeah, I've been living abroad for a long time and wanted to come back and develop here. I stayed with Shuya when I was a child. She's like a real sister to me, and now I'm back to repay her. Ning Qingcheng said and seemed to believe that Lin Chuan was someone who valued loyalty. She decided to observe him for a while. Just then, the sound of the password lock unlocking came from outside. The door opened, and Shuya had returned from work. You two are sitting and chatting. I brought some late-night snacks. Let us eat together. Shuya, the epitome of the cool type of woman, was dressed in professional attire, a black suit, high heels, and flesh-colored stockings, which made her look even more alluring. Her big wavy hair flowed, and she was carrying a takeout bag with a duck-foot casserole and some skewered barbecue from a late-night food stand. Shuya, sis. Lin Chuan stood up, his face full of excitement. Shuya was even more graceful and captivating in person than in the video. And that figure was a true showstopper. Har, Sir Chuan, welcome back. Shuya put the bag down, her excitement unhidden as she rushed forward and gave Lin Chuan a tight hug. She murmured, Sir Chuan, you're back, thank goodness. You've grown so tall. When you were little, you used to follow me around like a little shadow. Time flies, and now you've grown into such a man. Lin Chuan could feel Shuya's excitement and happiness. He had expected it to be a bit awkward since they hadn't seen each other for so many years, but Shuya was as warm and free-spirited as ever. The scent of Shuya's perfume wafted over, and Lin Chuan couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, finding her utterly captivating. Cough. Ning Qingcheng cleared her throat. Excuse me, you two. I'm still here. Could you not hug so fiercely right from the start? She thought Lin Chuan was a rogue, thoroughly enjoying the embrace. Was he planning on making a move on Shuya? That wouldn't do. Shuya was like a prized cabbage, and she wasn't going to let some pig trample it. Shuya giggled, releasing Lin Chuan and pinching his cheek. Sir Chuan, you've gotten darker, stronger, and taller. Ning Qingcheng listened to Shuya's words while, for some reason, her mind flashed back to the image of Lin Chuan that she had seen earlier. Her heart suddenly raced. Shuya, you've gotten even more beautiful, Lin Chuan grinned. Shuya, Ning Qingcheng interjected, where is Lin Chuan staying now that he's back? He's staying here, Shuya replied with a smile. Qingcheng, you and I can share a room, and Xiao Chuan can sleep in my old room. Lin Chuan immediately protested, Shuya, that's not necessary. I'll just sleep on the couch. As long as there's some space, it's fine. Ning Qingcheng thought, I should just offer him money to rent a place. But would I really say that out loud? The situation was a bit awkward. There were originally just two women in the house, and now a man had suddenly appeared. It was definitely inconvenient. Shuya insisted, Xiao Chuan, it's fine. I usually sleep with Qingcheng anyway, so you can sleep in my room. Lin Chuan, slightly taken aback by her insistence, finally said, well, if you're so set on it, I'll agree. I'd be rude not to, especially since I'd be acting like I don't see you as my sister. Ning Qingcheng thought, what a shameless guy, he has already said both good and bad things. Clearly, he just wants to sleep in Shuya's room. Come on, let us eat some late-night snacks before it gets cold. Shuya handed Lin Chuan some chopsticks. Ning Qingcheng eyed the smiling Lin Chuan, her mind turning. I think I'll have to ask someone to check this guy's background overseas. Something about him feels off. Shuya, unusually happy, added, Xiao Chuan, there's some beer in the fridge. Let us drink tonight and have a good time. Lin Chuan grinned, of course, I'm a man who can drink 1,000 cups without falling. Although Lin Chuan appeared harmless now, Ning Qingcheng couldn't shake the feeling that he was dangerous. He might even be an international fugitive. She had to investigate him thoroughly before she could feel safe about letting him stay here. The next day, Shuyer and Ning Qingcheng went off to work, and Lin Chuan was woken by the sound of his phone ringing. Groggily, he answered it. "Hello, who's this?" A cold, female voice came from the other end. "It's Chen Jingyi." The moment Lin Chuan heard her name, he sat up straight, fully awake. "I didn't expect you to call me first," Lin Chuan said, still surprised. He had planned to call Chen's grandfather later that day, meet him in person, and call off the engagement. But here was Chen Jingyi calling him first. "I'm Lin Chuan, and I've told you already I'm not going to marry you." Chen Jingyi was silent for a moment. "Wait, wasn't that supposed to be my line? Why is Lin Chuan saying it first?" She chuckled, thinking he was just playing hard to get. "Are you sure you're speaking from the heart?" "Of course, your grandfather and my master arranged this engagement, and I didn't even know about it. I don't know if you're beautiful or ugly, and frankly, I don't care. Since we're both young, let us just end this engagement right here and now," Lin Chuan said, bluntly. Chen Jingyi's eyes brightened. It seemed like he really didn't know about her reputation in Haibei. Her grandfather had always spoken of Lin Chuan as a dragon among men, and marrying him would elevate the Chen family to the top of Haibei. Of course, Chen Jingyi had never believed her grandfather's words. If Lin Chuan was as straightforward as he sounded and really didn't want this engagement, then it suited her just fine. She had originally thought of using money to buy Lin Chuan off and get him to meet her grandfather. But now, it seemed like she didn't even need to spend any money. "So, where are you right now?" Chen Jingyi asked. "I'll come pick you up to meet my grandfather. I'm at Haijing Community." "Come here, but I'll tell you up front if you're ugly, I won't go with you," Lin Chuan said, teasing. "Heh." Chen Jingyi scoffed. "This guy is so shallow. Haijing Community. Isn't that where Qingcheng lives?" Chen Jingyi muttered after hanging up the phone. 10 minutes later. At Haijing Community. Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi locked eyes. "It's you? It's you?" Both of them were stunned. Chen Jingyi's expression was complex. "In the vast sea of people, she had met this man, the one who took my first time. Fate had a twisted sense of humor. He was also the person her grandfather had arranged for her to marry. Her grandfather had called him a dragon among men, but it felt more like a joke. Well, what a coincidence. "I'll get in the car then," Lin Chuan said awkwardly as he slid into the passenger seat. Chen Jingyi got in the car but didn't start it right away. "So, what's your plan now?" she asked. Lin Chuan thought for a moment before replying, "If you want me to take responsibility, I'll do that without hesitation. But if you don't want to, it's up to you." Chen Jingyi thought Lin Chuan was trying to extort her, but she was surprised by how straightforward he was. If he truly felt the same way, then perhaps the engagement could be quickly dissolved. Chen Jingyi continued, "My grandfather wants to meet you, and some of my other relatives are there too. So, try not to speak much and just follow my lead." "Got it." Lin Chuan grinned and paused for a moment before adding, "But, you might want to consider me. I'm definitely worth trusting for a lifetime." Chen Jingyi sneered. "You? We're from different worlds. Don't think you're a frog that can eat swan meat." Lin Chuan blinked. She really thinks so little of me. Now this is interesting. A few moments later, they arrived at a large manor. Chen Jingyi led Lin Chuan into the grand hall. There were about 10 members of the Chen family already seated, men and women of all ages. In the center was the head of the family, Chen Suhai, who was also Chen Jingyi's grandfather. Despite his age, he looked sharp and imposing. Lin Chuan's eyes scanned the room briefly and, under his breath, he muttered, "The Chen family's private life seems pretty messy." He could smell some strange scents in the air. Chapter 3, Actually, I'm a lesbian. Har har har, Lin Chuan, I've been waiting for you. Your master told me on the phone that you're a dragon among men, a handsome and elegant figure, truly living up to your reputation. Chen Suhai stood up, his face beaming with a hearty laugh. Quick, have a seat. On behalf of the Chen family, welcome back to the country." Lin Chuan blinked, smiling modestly. "Old Chen, you're flattering me too much. My master's words are not to be trusted. He is known for speaking nonsense. This old man is laying it on thick, so he must be after something." But his health seems perfectly fine, and there's no sign of any hidden issues. The Chen family members, seeing the elderly man personally rise to welcome a young man dressed in ordinary clothes, were shocked. Given old Chen's position and influence, even if the city's big shots came to visit, he wouldn't have shown such enthusiasm. Everyone started speculating, could this Lin Chuan be some super rich heir from a big family, or just someone who recently returned from abroad? The Chen family hadn't even heard of his name before. Meanwhile, Chen Jingyi was feeling anxious. She hadn't expected her grandfather to value Lin Chuan this much. The way old Chen looked at him, it was as if Lin Chuan were his future grandson-in-law. "Dad, who is this Lin Chuan?" The speaker was a middle-aged man named Chen Juang, old Chen's eldest son. In addition to him, old Chen had two other sons, Chen Maoxing, the second son, and Chen Zhongming, who was Chen Jingyi's father. He is the disciple of the divine doctor, Yixing. Just returned from abroad. "Lin Chuan, let me introduce you to my descendants. You'll need to get to know them better in the future." Chen Suhai proceeded to introduce his family members one by one. Lin Chuan maintained a smile throughout the introductions. Disciple of the divine Dr. Yixing? The three sons of Chen Suhai only now realized Lin Chuan's background. When old Chen was starting out in business, he had offended some rivals. To silence him, they hired the poison king of Miajiang to poison him. Had it not been for Yixing, a passing divine doctor who saved him, old Chen might have long passed away. "Grandpa, where is this divine Dr. Yixing from? I've never heard of him." Chen Suhai's eldest grandson, Chen Hao, who was in his youth, asked curiously. The Chen family owned a pharmaceutical company, so Chen Hao had heard of many famous doctors, but this Yixing was unfamiliar to him. He even suspected that Lin Chuan might be a fraud who had returned from overseas. "Chen Hao, Yixing isn't he really a divine doctor? He was once a barefoot doctor in a village. By chance, he saved your grandfather's life." Chen Juang briefly explained the story of Yixing saving old Chen. The younger generation of the Chen family now understood why their grandfather valued Lin Chuan so much. Originally, they thought Lin Chuan might be some super rich heir, but it turned out he was just the disciple of an old country doctor. Seeing how he dressed, they assumed his life abroad had been average, and they couldn't help but feel a bit dismissive of him. Bullshit. If Yixing isn't a divine doctor, then no one in the whole of China can be called one, old Chen said, glaring at the younger generation when he noticed their disrespect. "From now on, whenever you speak to Lin Chuan, you better be polite and respectful. Got it?" Old Chen pointed sternly at his grandchildren. The several trendy young men and women nodded hurriedly, clearly aware of old Chen's authority in the family. "Old Chen, please don't do this. We're all young people here," Lin Chuan quickly intervened, sensing the situation. It was normal for the younger generation to be unaware of his master's impressive background, and he wasn't offended by their ignorance. Plus, his master wasn't a conventional doctor, but rather a self-taught, unlicensed practitioner. "Lin Chuan, don't mind them. My grandchildren are sheltered like flowers in a greenhouse. They are delicate, so you'll have to keep an eye on them for me." Old Chen quickly shifted his tone, smiling warmly at Lin Chuan. He had been stern just a second ago, but now he was treating Lin Chuan as if he were the family's heir. Damn it, Grandpa values Lin Chuan so much. He won't actually want him as a future grandson-in-law, will he? Chen Jingyi was feeling more anxious than ever. The truth was, only she knew about the arranged engagement, and even her parents were unaware. That engagement had been brought up by her grandfather only last month, and she had been stunned at first, thinking he was joking. "By the way, I have a piece of good news to announce. When Yixing saved my life, we made a..." Just as Chen Suhai was about to announce the arranged marriage, Lin Chuan quickly cut him off, saying, "Old Chen, we'll talk about that later. Let us leave that for another time." Seeing how anxious Chen Jingyi looked, sweat almost forming on her brow, Lin Chuan stepped in to stop the topic. Lin Chuan actually defended me. This is unbelievable." Chen Jingyi's eyes shone with gratitude, as if she had found a lifeline. "This woman seems immune to me. Could it be? Back when I was overseas, I was the catch of countless princesses. But now, returning to my homeland, I'm being rejected." Lin Chuan muttered, feeling frustrated. Back in his overseas life, he had the pick of the most beautiful women, but now, even though he had made his move, Chen Jingyi barely seemed interested in him. He swore to himself that no matter what, he would make her submit. As a man who had been with countless women, how could he not be able to win over this little thorny rose? Dad, what good news? The younger generation of the Chen family was curious when they saw old Chen cut off his announcement midway. We'll talk about it later. Old Chen was very respectful of Lin Chuan's wishes, so if Lin Chuan didn't want to reveal something, there was clearly a reason. Let us eat. Old Chen gestured for Lin Chuan to sit by his side. Lin Chuan, I don't know if these dishes suit your taste. You've been abroad for a while, so if there is anything you like, just tell me, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. Old Chen said warmly. Lin Chuan looked at the table full of delicious food and smiled. Old Chen, you're too kind. I've eaten Chinese food abroad as well, so I'll just help myself. I'm really a bit hungry. Lin Chuan picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Good, good. Old Chen smiled in satisfaction, his face full of joy. Try this braised pork ribs. He personally picked up some food for Lin Chuan. Thank you, Old Chen. The Chen family members watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded. Many of the younger men and women displayed expressions of jealousy. As the third generation of the family, they had never received such treatment from Old Chen. Why was he treating this Lin Chuan, a mere disciple of an old country doctor, with such respect? After the lunch, Old Chen asked Lin Chuan to accompany him to the study for a conversation. Lin Chuan, Chen Jingyi quickly approached and whispered, "Don't say anything reckless. Remember, you and I aren't from the same world." Well, about what happened between us last night. Lin Chuan smirked mischievously. You shut up. Chen Jingyi's face turned red with anger. She felt like her eyes would explode. If it weren't for all the people around, she would have throttled Lin Chuan. This guy always knew exactly which button to press to make her furious. I'm just kidding. I'll remember what you said, you and I aren't from the same world. Lin Chuan smiled faintly and went to the study. You're smart for understanding. Chen Jingyi snorted coldly. 10 minutes later, Chen Suhai returned with Lin Chuan and announced to the family that from today on, Lin Chuan would be Chen Jingyi's personal bodyguard and protect her safety. No one was allowed to object. Old Chen, we'll take our leave now. Another day, I'll come find you for tea. Lin Chuan said his goodbyes. Good, you young people should communicate more. Old Chen smiled knowingly. Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi left the house. In the car, Chen Jingyi pressed for answers. What did my grandfather say to you in the study? Tell me everything. You want to know? Lin Chuan teased, glancing at her and smiling. All right, help me squeeze my thigh. Chen Jingyi nearly exploded in fury. Are you crazy? I, the CEO of the Chen family, would give you a manhwa massage? CEO, huh? Even royal princesses are eager to give me shoulder massages. Now, I'm giving you a chance. You need to take it. Lin Chuan said rudely. I've lowered my standards for you. Don't even think about touching me unless you have a net worth of 100 billion. Chen Jingyi ground her teeth in frustration. What nonsense was he spouting? Royal princesses. His arrogance was beyond belief. She was seeing someone so shameless for the first time, and it only made her dislike Lin Chuan even more. What else with the glaring? Do you have 100 billion? Lin Chuan shot back. Chen Jingyi was speechless, her anger almost reaching a breaking point. Chen Jingyi, calm down. Calm down. This isn't your usual personality. Chen Jingyi couldn't help but wonder why she was so easily agitated around Lin Chuan. What did my grandfather say to you? She asked again. Lin Chuan smirked. I won't tell you unless you help me massage my shoulders. He was determined to play a game of cat and mouse with her today and show her what a real man was like. Chen Jingyi took a deep breath and, after a long pause, said, Lin Chuan, we really aren't from the same world. I'm a lesbian. A lesbian? Lin Chuan asked, confused. He had never heard of that term. Chapter 4, You've broken the rules. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Chen Jingyi's mouth as she said, Lalar means I don't like men, I like women. Lin Chuan stood there, stunned, staring at Chen Jingyi, his eyes wide. You like women? Damn, so this is what a Lalar is. No wonder she said we're not from the same world. I misunderstood her earlier, thinking she was just being arrogant. For a moment, Lin Chuan felt a twinge of guilt, but then a bit of frustration followed. Such a beautiful woman with such a perfect body, and she likes women? Sigh. I took her first blood, what a sin. You're not lying to me, are you? Lin Chuan turned to her, asking seriously. I'm not lying to you. Look, this is my husband. I like women like this, Chen Jingyi said, showing him a picture on her phone. Lin Chuan leaned in to take a look. Damn, she really is a very androgynous woman. With a buzz cut, dressed in a black suit, casual pants, and black leather shoes, if not for her lipstick and her clearly well-endowed chest, Lin Chuan might have mistaken her for an actual man. Sorry, I really didn't expect you to like women. You even have a husband. Lin Chuan said apologetically, feeling guilty, as if he were the third party. Forget about the past. I was drugged, Chen Jingyi said with a faint smile. It seemed like Lin Chuan believed her, and that made things much easier. I respect your choice. I won't force you, Lin Chuan said. My family doesn't know I like women, especially my grandfather. You need to keep it a secret. Otherwise, he might have a heart attack. Chen Jingyi said, giving him a serious warning. No problem, I can keep it a secret, Lin Chuan nodded. Now, can you tell me what my grandfather said to you? Chen Jingyi asked. This time, Lin Chuan didn't play around. He said, did your pharmaceutical company develop a new type of cancer drug? Chen Jingyi guessed that her grandfather must have made Lin Chuan her personal bodyguard for this reason. She nodded and said, yes, my grandfather must have told you. Our Chen family pharmaceutical company has indeed developed a new cancer drug. It's still in the clinical research phase, but once it's successfully marketed, it will change the pharmaceutical industry worldwide. When that happens, the Chen family will become the biggest company in the city, maybe even the province. We might even become the leader in the pharmaceutical industry in China in the future. By the end of her statement, Chen Jingyi's beautiful face was full of ambition. The drug was still confidential in its clinical research phase, and only a few top executives knew about it. Chen Jingyi was puzzled as to how a local pharmaceutical company had somehow learned about it and expressed interest in collaborating. She rejected the cooperation offer. Afterward, she started receiving threatening phone calls, and everything pointed to the fact that the rival company was using underhanded tactics to intimidate her. Her grandfather must have been worried about her safety, which is why he asked Lin Chuan to be her personal bodyguard. But her grandfather must have been losing his mind, right? Lin Chuan looked like a carefree person, how could he be compared to a professional bodyguard? If your family really developed a cancer drug, it would indeed change the pharmaceutical landscape. But your situation is also very dangerous. Lin Chuan said. The pharmaceutical market is a huge pie. If the Chen family's pharmaceutical company truly developed such a groundbreaking cancer drug, it would shake up the existing market. Breaking the rules like that would definitely attract the attention of the major pharmaceutical companies, who would never let the Chen family's drug go unchallenged. Chapter 5, Do you understand? Chen Jingyi smiled faintly. I'm not afraid. If soldiers come, we'll fight, if water comes, we'll block. Besides, we live in a rule of law society. I don't believe those business rivals can do anything to me. Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh. This woman really was naive and out of touch with reality. A rule of law society. If the drug succeeds in getting to the market, we're talking about hundreds of billions, even trillions of wealth. A small family like the Chens can't possibly absorb such an enormous fortune. The worst case scenario? The Chen family could disappear entirely. If someone offers 100 billion to buy out the rights to the drug, would you cooperate? Lin Chuan asked. That's not possible. If they can afford 100 billion, our company's drug is worth at least 500 billion. Do you think I'm that stupid? Chen Jingyi replied. You're pretty smart. Lin Chuan said with a smile. Chen Jingyi rolled her eyes. Don't insult my intelligence. I'm the CEO of a company, do you really think I'm that naive? Lin Chuan laughed. Alright, let us get serious. Do you have any suspects within your company who might have leaked this news? Chen Jingyi thought for a moment and shook her head. No, only a few people know about the drug development. I've suspected some people before, but I didn't have any evidence. Lin Chuan smiled. Foxes always reveal their tails eventually. Just take it slow. He suspected that the incident of Chen Jingyi being drugged might be connected to this drug business. Someone wanted not just her body, but to take advantage of the Chen family's drug too. Did my grandfather ask you about our arranged marriage? Chen Jingyi asked, clearly worried about this. If he did, I told him I just returned to the country, and that we've only just met. I need 1 or 2 months to see if we're compatible. If it doesn't work out, I'll leave. In the end, your grandfather agreed. I think I've been pretty accommodating. Lin Chuan chuckled. What a pity. Such a beautiful woman, but she doesn't like men. What a shame. Chen Jingyi's eyes lit up. 1 or 2 months before I leave. That works out perfectly. By then, the cancer drug might be ready. Lin Chuan, I suddenly think you're a good person. How about this, after you leave, I'll give you 5 million as a reward. Chen Jingyi didn't treat Lin Chuan as a real bodyguard. As long as he kept her secrets, she was fine with it. 5 million as a reward. Lin Chuan grinned. Is that in US dollars? Chen Jingyi gave him a blank look. You think too much. It's 5 million yuan. Deal, I'll take it. Lin Chuan said seriously. Then it's settled. You're my personal bodyguard from now on. Remember, our relationship has to be kept secret. If you leak it, I won't let you off. She said fiercely, with a domineering look. No problem, Lin Chuan nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he added, you really won't reconsider liking men? The ancestors said yin and yang should complement each other, it's nature's law. Shut up. Chen Jingyi started the car, leaving the Chen family estate. I'm curious. When you and your husband, do it, who's the dominant one and who's the submissive? Lin Chuan asked with a grin. Do you use any props? Can I take a look? I'm just curious. Stop looking at me like that. Just because I'm curious doesn't mean it's okay. Or maybe, you could treat me like a woman, 3-way. Faced with Lin Chuan's constant teasing, Chen Jingyi fought the urge to curse. This guy was shameless, always talking nonsense, and now he even wanted to join the battle. What a pipe dream. If you don't shut up, I'll kick you out of the car. Chen Jingyi couldn't take it anymore. This guy just wouldn't stop talking, and now he was talking about role-playing. Lin Chuan noticed her chest heaving with anger and grinned. He remembered the crazy, wild moments from the car when she was drugged, how she'd been so demanding, so powerful. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed a car in the rearview mirror. There's a car following us. Chen Jingyi was startled. She looked at the rearview mirror and frowned. It's him. You know him? Lin Chuan asked. Chen Jingyi checked the license plate and immediately recognized the car. He's one of my suitors, Wei Jiadong. As they spoke, the car behind sped up and pulled ahead, signaling for them to pull over. Chen Jingyi parked the car by the side of the road. A tall, burly driver stepped out and opened the door for a young man. Lin Chuan, wait here for me. Don't get out of the car without my orders, Chen Jingyi said, turning to him. Lin Chuan protested, why? Is it that I'm unworthy to meet people? Besides, I'm your bodyguard. What if this Wei Jiadong tries to do something to you? I'm supposed to be by your side all the time, this is an order from your grandfather. You? Chen Jingyi took a deep breath. This guy was using any excuse to defy her. Fine, get out and follow me, but don't speak out. Off turn. Okay, no problem. Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi got out of the car. Jingyi, who's this guy? Wei Jiadong asked coldly, his eyes fixed on Lin Chuan. My bodyguard, Chen Jingyi explained simply. Since her family had business dealings with the Wei family, she was polite but distant. Wei Jiadong sneered, you, a young lady CEO, are giving your bodyguard a ride. Chen Jingyi hesitated for a moment, then replied, let's get to the point. I need to go back to the company. That's right, Lin Chuan is her bodyguard now, so why should she be the one driving? That was completely backwards. I've heard some rumors. Some big shots in the Chamber of Commerce are dissatisfied with your Chen family. They might expel you from the local chamber next week. Expel us? That's not possible, Chen Jingyi said, clearly shocked. From what she knew, her family hadn't offended any Chamber of Commerce leaders. I'm not making this up. Jingyi, get in my car, and we'll talk there. Lin Chuan, you drive behind us, Chen Jingyi told him, worried that if the Chen family were expelled from the business community, they would face huge financial losses. Lin Chuan replied, why should I follow you? I'm your bodyguard, not your driver. My job is to protect you, not deal with other things. Chen Jingyi was speechless. This guy really didn't show her any respect. Wei Jiadong gave the driver a look. Kid, follow us, the driver ordered as he stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on Lin Chuan's shoulder, his fingers tightening slightly. Chapter 6 Up and Down. In the driver's eyes, Lin Chuan had thin arms and legs. As long as he exerted a little force with his fingers, the other party would immediately beg for mercy with his grandson's eyes. Just the next second, the driver suddenly saw a hair-sized needle on the back of his hand on Lin Chuan's shoulder. He felt like he was bitten by an ant. Lin Chuan grinned, big and strong means people like you. It's useless to have strength. You have to rely on your brain to be a man. In ancient times, there was Xiao Li Fei Dao, and now there is Xiao Lin Feizhen. What did you do to me? The driver asked in shock. The small needle pierced the back of his hand, and his body seemed to be unable to move as if it was acupunctured. Acupuncture can save people, but it can also kill people. A small character like you is certainly not worthy of my killing. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, you are not a big beauty, don't put your hand on my shoulder casually, and don't do it again. After the words fell, Lin Chuan gently pinched 2 fingers and took back the needle. The driver suddenly became limp and collapsed on the ground, as if all his strength had been drained away. Chen Jingyi. This guy knocked down Wei Jiadong's driver and bodyguard with just a small acupuncture needle. Wei Jiadong's bodyguard was a retired Special Forces soldier. Mr. Wei, your driver and bodyguard don't seem to be very powerful. Lin Chuan smiled at Wei Jiadong. Are you a master of ancient martial arts? Wei Jiadong asked in shock. I'm not. I'm a doctor. I'm proficient in the acupuncture points on the human body. I know what reactions will occur after acupuncture points are pierced. Do you want to try it? Lin Chuan asked with a blink of his eyes. Wei Jiadong was obviously relieved when he heard Lin Chuan say that he was not a master of ancient martial arts. It turned out that he was a wild doctor. Mr. Wei, you are going to talk to Jingyi, don't you? Get in the car, you drive. Lin Chuan pointed at Chen Jingyi's car. I drive. Wei Jiadong's tone was obviously unhappy. Jingyi, this young master Wei seems to look down on you. He is so long-winded when driving. Such a suitor should be kicked out. Lin Chuan said with a serious face. Jingyi, it's not like that. This guy is talking nonsense. Wei Jiadong glared at Lin Chuan fiercely, of course I am honored to drive for you. Then what are you standing there for? Go drive. Lin Chuan urged impatiently. Wei Jiadong's mouth twitched a few times. Okay, he will remember this grudge. I wanted to spend time with Chen Jingyi alone, but I didn't expect that Lin Chuan would take over now. Then I will trouble Jiadong to drive for me. Chen Jingyi didn't expect Wei Jiadong to be so flexible to be her driver. She now looks at Lin Chuan with a new look, as if this guy has some real skills. Wei Jiadong got in the car first and started the car. Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi sat in the back seat. Lin Chuan, you are Chen Jingyi's bodyguard, you should sit in the passenger seat, don't go beyond your status. Wei Jiadong sneered. If Chen Jingyi was the only one in the car, he would definitely be in a good mood. But now there is a bodyguard man, such a low status, and he still drives himself. Wei Jiadong was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Hurry up and drive your car, stop talking nonsense, I am Jingyi's personal bodyguard. Do you know what the word close means? It means that the body is closely attached. I will demonstrate it to you once. Lin Chuan planned to have skin-to-skin contact with Chen Jingyi to anger Wei Jiadong, but who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jingyi gave a murderous look and snorted, Lin Chuan, shut up, or get out of the car. Being a bodyguard requires bodyguard rules. This guy really doesn't think he is a CEO. Okay, I'll give you face, Jingyi, and I won't say anything more. Lin Chuan said with a smile. Chen Jingyi. What do you mean you give me face? This guy is so arrogant, and his chest is bulging with anger. Chapter 7 Just don't be so beastly. It's really good, but it's a pity that she doesn't like men. Lin Chuan whispered to himself, really afraid that this woman would be too angry and her clothes would burst. This bastard is actually peeking at my chest, shameless, shameless. Chen Jingyi saw Lin Chuan staring at her chest with unconcealed eyes, and suppressed the urge to curse her mother in anger. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Wei Jiadong, if you have any inside information about the Chamber of Commerce, tell me. Chen Jingyi asked to break the silence. Wei Jiadong did not explain immediately, but turned back to look at Lin Chuan. Can he be trusted? Trustworthy. Chen Jingyi replied. Grandpa told Lin Chuan the secrets of the pharmaceutical company's drugs. What else can't be trusted? Wei Jiadong was embarrassed, but he is just a bodyguard. Lin Chuan, Mr. Wei, do you want to spend time with Jingyi alone? That's not possible. I'm with Jingyi 24 hours a day. If you don't want to talk, forget it. This stupid dog still wants to pursue Chen Jingyi, daydreaming. Chen Jingyi is just a lesbian, it's impossible for her to like men. Wei Jiadong hated Lin Chuan so much that his teeth were broken. This guy is a troublemaker. He must find a chance to kill him. It's too hateful. He smiled and said, that's not what I meant. Jingyi, did you offend Zhao Zhun before? Zhao Zhun. Chen Jingyi immediately understood that Zhao Zhun had contacted her before and planned to invest in Chen's pharmaceutical company, but she didn't agree. The Zhao family is also very powerful in the local pharmaceutical industry and is considered a leading enterprise. It is very likely that the Zhao family has already learned whether Chen's pharmaceuticals are enough and immediately researched anti-cancer drugs, so Zhao Zhun asked her to cooperate. Zhao Zhun's father is very influential in the Chamber of Commerce. If he raises his hand in the Chamber of Commerce, the other bigwigs of the Chamber of Commerce will most likely agree to expel the Chen family from the Chamber of Commerce, and then the Zhao family will join other commercial companies to suppress the Chen family's medicine. When she thought of this possibility, Chen Jingyi couldn't help but frown. This is a very tricky problem. Yes, Jingyi, where did you offend him? Wei Jiadong asked. Fortunately, Zhao Zhun is married, otherwise, Zhao Zhun will definitely pursue Chen Jingyi, and then she will have another powerful suitor. Of course, Chen Jingyi couldn't tell anyone about the medicine, and said, I don't know, maybe I offended Zhao Zhun when I said something. Wei Jiadong tried to say, how about I ask Zhao Zhun out, let's sit down and talk it out, we are all locals, we will meet each other sooner or later, paused, and said, the Zhao family is very powerful, if you can avoid offending them, try not to offend them, right? Sit down and talk. That's impossible. The Zhao family has set their sights on this piece of fat meat and will never let go. It's impossible for the Chen family to let the Zhao family participate in drug development and marketing. It's impossible for Zhao Zhun and I to sit down and talk. Thank you for your kindness. Chen Jingyi said. Wei Jiadong is not a fool. He clearly feels that Chen Jingyi seems to be hiding some secrets. It's not a good thing that Zhao Zhun has set his sights on Chen Jingyi. Of course, with Zhao Zhun's level, Wei Jiadong dare not shake him and act as a so-called middleman. Any other inside information? Chen Jingyi asked. Wei Jiadong, no more. Chen Jingyi smiled coldly and said, please stop the car at the intersection ahead. Lin Chuan and I will go to the Chen family company. You go back first. Wei Jiadong. Cow, this Chen Jingyi is just throwing herself away halfway after using herself. Although Wei Jiadong was very unhappy with Chen Jingyi, he also knew how Chen Jingyi dealt with people, so he could only nod and say angrily, okay, I'll get off in front. After thinking about it, he was really unwilling, especially when he saw that Lin Chuan, who looked like an uncle, seemed to be dozing off. He was even more angry, or, I'll go to your company. Chen Jingyi said coldly, no, I have to go to a meeting, you can go next time when you have time. Wei Jiadong looked very unhappy, parked the car on the side of the road, and got off unhappily. Lin Chuan, Lin Chuan. Chen Jingyi glanced at Lin Chuan beside her and was speechless. This guy seemed to have really fallen asleep. Well, where are we? Lin Chuan opened his sleepy eyes, sorry, the time difference is not reversed. Chen Jingyi was speechless. This guy was really sleeping. She said unhappily, go to Chen's company and drive. Lin Chuan had a strange expression, why do I drive? Chen Jingyi was immediately furious, otherwise, I, a CEO, would drive for you. You are my bodyguard. If you don't drive, who would drive? Lin Chuan said with an oh and said lightly, your grandfather just asked me to protect you closely, not to drive. If you insist on me driving for you, you can bring me water to wash my feet at night. Chen Jingyi subconsciously clenched her fists, her eyeballs were about to burst, and the veins on her forehead were bulging. This Lin Chuan really didn't think of herself as a beautiful CEO. And she made such an excessive request, bringing water to wash feet? What a joke, she has grown up so big, and she has never brought water to wash her parents' feet. Okay, you are not my Chen Jingyi's bodyguard, you are my uncle. Chen Jingyi had to go to the company for a high-level meeting, and didn't want to argue with Lin Chuan, so she got out of the car and started the car. Wei Jiadong, who was waiting for the car, saw Chen Jingyi working as a driver again, and was so angry that his body trembled. He must check what Lin Chuan's background was. Damn, he actually let his goddess kneel down to be a driver, he is not worthy. The Chen group arrived. Chen Jingyi did not get out of the car immediately, but turned back to warn Lin Chuan sternly, Lin Chuan, I warn you, there are many beauties in the group, don't mess around. Chen Jingyi was really afraid that Lin Chuan, such a gangster, would harass some beauties in the company. This guy is quite handsome and eloquent, and he can definitely seduce some female college students who have just come to work and are not experienced in the world. Chapter 8 Beauty, Shake Hands. A lot of beauties. Lin Chuan, who was originally sleepy, grinned when he heard the word beauties. He was sober and asked, is it true? Chen Jingyi saw Lin Chuan's rogue look and sneered, anyway, just don't mess around. Also, when you are in the company, don't call me Chen Jingyi, call me president. That's no problem. Lin Chuan agreed, what about when there is no one? Chen Jingyi pondered for a moment, when there is no one, call me Jingyi. You can't tell others about our childhood relationship. Lin Chuan, no problem. Chen Jingyi, Lin Chuan got off the car. Chen Jingyi said as she walked, also, as my personal bodyguard, you must know the rules. For example. Chen Jingyi stopped and glanced at Lin Chuan who was standing side by side, I am the president. As a bodyguard, should you follow me? That makes sense. When entering the elevator, did you help me press the elevator button one step ahead? Chen Jingyi said with reason. Lin Chuan smiled, okay, this woman is starting to put on airs, give her face, after all, he took her blood. As a man, you have to be more generous. To be honest, you are the first beautiful woman in my life who asked me to press the elevator button for you, Lin Chuan said arrogantly, when I was overseas, others helped me press the elevator button for me. Chen Jingyi didn't believe Lin Chuan's words at all. What overseas or not, this guy is definitely talking nonsense. Walked into the elevator. Press the 18th floor. Chen Jingyi said. Lin Chuan said, oh, this woman, okay, and pressed the 18th floor elevator again. He stood behind Chen Jingyi, less than an arm's length away. At such a close distance, he could smell the faint fragrance of the woman. Lin Chuan couldn't help but take a breath, Jingyi, your body smells very good. What perfume do you use? Chen Jingyi turned around and glared at this guy. This guy is really outspoken. Shut up. Jingyi, you are a bit stingy. I said you smell good, it's a compliment to you. Lin Chuan began to say seriously, also, you should exercise regularly, your buttocks are full of elasticity. Lin Chuan wanted to slap him hard. Chen Jingyi subconsciously clenched her fists. This guy started to criticize her, and in front of her. It's a pity that you don't like men. If you have children in the future, the first one will definitely be a boy. You can give birth with your ass. Believe me, I'm a doctor. Lin Chuan. Chen Jingyi couldn't bear it. She was so angry that she was about to explode. She turned around and grabbed Lin Chuan's collar with both hands. She was nose to nose and mouth to mouth, and gritted her teeth and said word by word, don't be too pushy. God, I'm so unlucky to meet such a top-notch man. Okay, don't be angry. If you get angry, the buttons of your clothes will be stretched out. Lin Chuan said subconsciously. Chen Jingyi looked down and saw that she was wearing a black suit with a tight shirt inside. When she was angry, her chest was shaking violently. I didn't expect Lin Chuan to pay attention to this. What a stinky hooligan. Shameless. Chen Jingyi blushed, cursed, and quickly let go of Lin Chuan's collar. Then she turned around. She thought that she would get a pair of scissors and put them in her bag when she went out in the future. Lin Chuan was depressed. Words of praise also offended people. With a ding-dong sound, we arrived at the 18th floor. Chen Jingyi adjusted her breathing and strode out without looking back. She stepped on the ground with her high heels, which was particularly powerful. She looked like a woman who was usually vigorous and resolute. Of course, it was also possible that the sound of her high heels walking was an invisible warning to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan also followed her and kept a distance of 1 meter. Morning, President. Morning, President. In the corridor, many women in professional attire stopped immediately when they saw Chen Jingyi coming, and greeted her with a warm smile. Chen Jingyi nodded calmly. Lin Chuan was not as cold as Chen Jingyi, and greeted several beauties in the company. Not long after the two of them walked out, the beauties in the company began to whisper. Who is that man? He's handsome. He's handsome, but his clothes are average. He's not rich. Oh my God, this is the first time I see the president bring a man to work. I wonder what his relationship with the president is. I guess he's a relative of the president. He came in through the back door. Office area on the 18th floor. Good morning, President. Good morning, President. Many male and female employees of the company immediately stood up and greeted Chen Jingyi after seeing her come in. Fuck, this woman really didn't lie to me. There are many beauties in the company. They all have amazing figures and wear colorful stockings. Har har, I like the working atmosphere here. Lin Chuan muttered softly, with a smile on his face. Those beauties were all in their 20s or 30s. They were beautiful, with great figures, and their bodies were curvy. Especially when they wore company suits, their attractive breasts and long legs were highlighted. Chen Jingyi subconsciously glanced at Lin Chuan behind her. This guy was drooling. She regretted it now. This Lin Chuan was a wolf among the sheep. Chen Jingyi didn't want Lin Chuan's arrival to cause the company employees to talk about it, so she took the initiative to introduce him. Everyone, this is Lin Chuan, my bodyguard. Lin Chuan? Bodyguard? This thin arm and thin leg is the president's bodyguard. For this identity background, the company employees seemed a little unconvinced. Hello everyone, I am really the president's bodyguard. In the future, please tolerate me. I am a newcomer. As he said, Lin Chuan stepped forward and shook hands directly with a big beautiful woman with wavy hair. Beauty, what's your cell phone number? The wavy-haired beauty. This guy's hands are so warm. Moreover, his smile is very warm and his eyes are very clear. Lin Chuan. Chen Jingyi almost stepped forward and kicked this guy to death. What did he say in the garage just now? Don't touch beautiful women. Everyone, this is my phone number. Contact me often. Lin Chuan reluctantly let go of the beauty's hand and wrote his cell phone number directly on the blackboard. Chen Jingyi's face was very dark and her body was almost out of control. After writing down his cell phone number, Lin Chuan said, by the way, my side job is the president's bodyguard, and my main job is a doctor. If you have any difficult and complicated diseases, come to me. I will see you for free and cure them immediately. Bodyguard? Or doctor? Many company employees were shocked again. Of course, most of them thought Lin Chuan was bragging. Bodyguard and miracle doctor. Isn't this nonsense? Lin Chuan, come in with me. Chen Jingyi said with a sullen face. Everyone, we'll see you later. Lin Chuan followed Chen Jingyi into the president's office. The office covers a large area. But there are very few furnishings. Desks, chairs, and a set of sofas. There are only a few paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall. Lin Chuan sat on the sofa without hesitation, crossed his legs, and said leisurely, Jingyi, your office is quite large, but it lacks one thing. What? Chen Jingyi asked. Lin Chuan, a big bed. Think about it, you can lie on the bed to rest when you are tired from work, otherwise, I will order a big bed for the furniture store now. Chen Jingyi didn't say anything, staring at Lin Chuan. Putting a bed in the office. What is this guy thinking? His mind is full of shameful and dirty things. Knock on the door. Come in. Chen Jingyi glanced at Lin Chuan and signaled him not to sit on the sofa. It was time to be a bodyguard. Lin Chuan stood up immediately. The door opened, and a beautiful woman with coffee came in. When Lin Chuan saw the face of this beautiful woman, he was also surprised. Chapter 9 Bathroom. Sister Shuya, the person who came was actually Shuya, which really surprised Lin Chuan. What a coincidence. President, this is your coffee. When Shuyer saw Lin Chuan, she was also surprised, but it quickly passed. Chen Jingyi, put it on the table. Shuyer put the coffee on the table, and when she saw Lin Chuan was about to greet her, she quickly blinked. Lin Chuan could only swallow his words back. Shuyer, this is Lin Chuan, my bodyguard. Chen Jingyi explained, Lin Chuan, Shuyer is my assistant. Sister Shuyer, hello. Lin Chuan blinked and was about to shake hands. Lin Chuan, you don't have to shake hands. Chen Jingyi said again, this guy is endless, isn't he, and he still wants to be a hooligan. Lin Chuan smiled. Shuyer, President, the meeting will start in 10 minutes, and the senior executives have already gone to the meeting room. Okay. Shuyer said, then I'll go out first. Chen Jingyi nodded. After Xu Huaye left, Chen Jingyi said to Lin Chuan, Xu Huaye is not only my assistant, but also my friend. Then what? Lin Chuan asked. Chen Jingyi said word by word, don't mess with my friends. Also, I'm going to a meeting now. Just sit here quietly, or lie down. Don't walk around. No problem. Lin Chuan said, pausing and then saying, forget it, I'll still follow you to the meeting room. What if someone in the meeting is bad for you? I have to ensure your safety at all times. Chen Jingyi laughed, Lin Chuan, this is my Chen family company. The senior executives in the meeting room are all my Chen family members and old employees. If I can't suppress them, then I, as the president, am too cowardly. That makes sense. What I hate most is meetings. Lin Chuan nodded, I'll sleep here. Chen Jingyi got up and left the office. She left as soon as she left, and Xu Huaye followed in. Lin Chuan, it's really you. Xu Huaye just heard that the president had a bodyguard named Lin Chuan who came to work with him. She thought that there were too many people with the same name as Lin Chuan who had just returned to China, so she didn't take it seriously. But when she brought coffee into President Chen Jingyi, she realized that this Lin Chuan was really her brother. Sister Xu Huaye, it's really me. You didn't expect it. Lin Chuan grinned. I didn't expect you to be her assistant in Chen Jingyi's company. Xu Huaye rolled her eyes at Lin Chuan, you are so bold that you dare to cheat President Chen Jingyi. Get out of here quickly. What did I cheat her about? Lin Chuan asked. Xu Huaye said, you are still talking nonsense. What kind of bodyguard are you? I don't care why you are the president's bodyguard. You have to leave as soon as possible. Lin Chuan said, oh, and then I realized that Sister Xu Huaye felt that he had cheated Chen Jingyi. Sister Shuyer, I'm really President Chen's bodyguard. Shuyer was speechless. Bodyguard? The company's security guards were taller and more powerful than Lin Chuan. They were all muscular, and many of them were retired Special Forces soldiers. They were full of momentum. How could Lin Chuan look like a bodyguard? Although Shuyer had a video chat with Lin Chuan before, she didn't know about Lin Chuan's life abroad. Of course, Shuyer felt that Lin Chuan's life should be ordinary. After all, when she first met Lin Chuan, this guy's clothes and other things were too ordinary. Sister Shuyer, don't worry, I really know some martial arts. Lin Chuan said, I'll show you some other day. Shuyer saw that Lin Chuan was still pretending, and was speechless. Okay, I'll go to the meeting room now, and I'll talk to you when I get back. Shuyer left. Don't I look like a bodyguard? Lin Chuan asked himself, maybe Sister Shuyer thinks I'm too handsome. She has never seen such a handsome bodyguard. Sister Shuyer, you are prejudiced against me. Lin Chuan was bored again lying on the sofa. Strange, didn't I just write my mobile phone contact information? Why don't those beautiful sisters and sisters outside call me? Lin Chuan was bored. Soon, he got up and planned to go out for a walk and chat with the beautiful employees. What if these beauties have any minor problems? He can treat them. After Lin Chuan left the president's office, he soon came to the public office hall. Many male and female employees of the company were working hard. Lin Chuan saw that these people didn't seem to notice his arrival, so he coughed deliberately. Soon, his cough attracted everyone's attention, but these employees lowered their heads to work again, as if ignoring Lin Chuan's arrival, and their eyes were filled with some strange colors. Damn it, I'm a handsome guy after all, but you're ignoring me. Lin Chuan glanced at the wavy-haired beauty not far away, smiled, and strode over. Lin Chuan, don't talk to me. The wavy-haired beauty said quickly. The president said that if we talk to you, we will deduct half a month's salary from us, so don't let me deduct money. Lin Chuan. Fuck, Chen Jingyi is too cruel. In order to prevent herself from chatting with beautiful women, she actually played this trick of deducting wages. The remaining beautiful employees also looked scared. Lin Chuan was speechless. After Chen Jingyi finished the meeting, he must talk to her. How could this be? Okay, I won't talk to you. Lin Chuan directly pulled a stool over and came to a fat man. Brother, President Chen, I can chat with beautiful women, but you can let me chat with men. The fat man glanced at Lin Chuan and smiled. It seems possible. That's good. Lin Chuan smiled. If the male employees didn't want to chat, he would be too bored. What's your name? Call me Xiaopang. The fat man said. Xiaopang, how long have you been in the company? Is President Chen usually so domineering? Have you ever thought of resisting? Lin Chuan asked with a smile. The fat man almost spit out a mouthful of blood. This guy is going to kill himself. He directly held a meeting with the president in public. Brother, don't hurt me, the fat man said with a bitter face. The president is a very good person. What's good about that? You look so cold. Lin Chuan said, I greeted you without smiling. This is not friendly at all, right? Fat man. Male and female employees around. Is this Lin Chuan really the president's bodyguard? How can you say this about the president in private? The president's personality is like this. Lin Chuan said, hey, you are all afraid of President Chen. It seems that you are not doing well in the company. When she comes back from the meeting, I will give her a suggestion to ask her to smile when she greets you in the future, instead of having a stern face. Many employees dare not reply to Lin Chuan's words. You are all silent. You must think I am right. Lin Chuan laughed and said, okay, I'm going to the bathroom first. Everyone, you must remember my mobile phone contact information. If you have any difficulties in the future, find me. Lin Chuan got up and went to the bathroom to urinate. This guy is so bold, daring to talk about the president behind his back. Is he sure he is the president's bodyguard? This Lin Chuan is simply the best. Many employees waited until Lin Chuan left before they began to discuss. After all, they felt that being too enthusiastic was not good for Lin Chuan's familiar personality. Besides, the president has spoken, and anyone who talks to Lin Chuan will be fined for half a month. This is no joke. Lin Chuan came to the men's restroom. Not bad, not bad, this restroom is neat and clean, worthy of being a big company. Lin Chuan expressed satisfaction and began to unzip. Just when he was about to pee, Lin Chuan subconsciously looked up, and just in time, there was a little finger-sized red spider crawling in the corner of the wall above. Fuck, how did this Miajiang spider appear in this place? Lin Chuan frowned slightly, and then his legs were like springs, and with a whoosh, he pinched the little finger-sized spider with one hand. Although you are full of poison, it is useless to me. I am immune to all poisons. Lin Chuan took out a medicine bottle from his pocket and threw the red spider directly into it. It seems that someone wants to poison Chen Jingyi. Hee, it's interesting. It's related to the Miao people. Mother and child spiders, I have caught one now, and there should be one left. After Lin Chuan finished his peeing, he walked out of the bathroom. Then, he took a deep breath. Found it. Lin Chuan had already smelled a different strange smell in the air, and then he walked into the bathroom again in 3 or 2 steps. Robe. You robe, this is the women's bathroom, hurry up, call the security guard. There was an inhuman scream from the women's bathroom. Then, Lin Chuan ran out of the bathroom with a whoosh. Catch him quickly. You son of a bitch, how dare you peek at me? Come on, catch this rascal. Chapter 10. Don't you think no one believes me? A minute later, Lin Chuan was blocked in a corner of the hall. The security guards and the company's male and female employees surrounded Lin Chuan. Woo, you rascal, I'm 50 years old, and you're still peeping at me, I'm dying. The female cleaner screamed. Oh my god, the president's bodyguard actually went to the women's restroom to peek, I'm really impressed. It's embarrassing for the president. He's so bold, how dare this guy go to the women's restroom? Some beautiful female employees who had a good impression of Lin Chuan's handsome appearance now showed contempt, disdain, and disgust. Everyone, misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding. Lin Chuan wanted to cry, but he went into the women's restroom to catch the female spider. Boy, come with us to the security room. The tall and mighty male security guard stared at Lin Chuan with a fierce look. Although he didn't know why Lin Chuan became President Chen's bodyguard, this boy turned out to be a voyeur hooligan, which was too embarrassing for a man. You really misunderstood me. Lin Chuan said helplessly, please believe in my character. Stinky boy, you look at my body, you have to be responsible for me. The cleaning lady said, ashamed and angry. Lin Chuan. Stop it, I only like beautiful women. The president is here. Everyone looked back and saw that Chen Jingyi strode over with a sullen face, followed by Xu Huaiye. When besieging Lin Chuan, some company employees had already entered the meeting room to report Chen Jingyi's situation. Chen Jingyi stopped the meeting first and rushed to the scene with Xu Huaiye. Chen Jingyi was not afraid that the company security would beat Lin Chuan to death, but that Lin Chuan's elusive acupuncture would knock the company security down. Although she didn't know how powerful Lin Chuan was, it was obvious that Lin Chuan was not as thin as he seemed from the fact that he could easily control Wei Jiadong's driver and bodyguard. President, please judge for us. This Lin Chuan went to the women's bathroom to peep at us. Several female employees in the bathroom began to reprimand Lin Chuan for being shameless. If it weren't for the president's face, they would have called the police long ago. Xu Huaiye was also surprised and unbelievable. Although Lin Chuan had just returned to China, she believed that Lin Chuan's character was not so bad as to peep. But those female employees couldn't have accused Lin Chuan for no reason. Lin Chuan, did you go to the women's bathroom? Chen Jingyi asked word by word with gritted teeth. She knew that Lin Chuan was sometimes quite a hooligan, but he shouldn't do such a despicable thing. If Lin Chuan is so mean and despicable, then Grandpa has misjudged him. Yeah, I said I went to catch a spider, do you believe it? Lin Chuan said calmly. This woman wouldn't really think she was a stinky hooligan. Spider. Not only Chen Jingyi didn't believe it, Xu Huaiye and other male and female employees didn't believe it either. How could there be a poisonous spider in the company's toilet? This is nonsense. Chen Jingyi looked disappointed and speechless. She had to find a good excuse, even if she said she accidentally broke in. Now she said she went in to catch a spider. It's really nonsense. The company's men's and women's toilets are checked by special people every day. How could there be any spiders and insects? There is really a spider. If you don't believe it, I'll show you. When Lin Chuan was about to take out the bottle to prove his innocence, Chen Jingyi laughed again. If there is really a spider, can you prove that you didn't put it in on purpose? Lin Chuan was rebuked to death. That's right, President. This guy looks so gentle on the surface, but who knows he's so mean and despicable. President, I heard that Lin Chuan is your bodyguard. That's impossible. Can someone like him be a bodyguard? The person who spoke was a security guard from the company's security department. They were all from the special forces. When they heard that Lin Chuan was the president's bodyguard, they were very dissatisfied. President, for the reputation of our company, fire this Lin Chuan. President, you must have been deceived by this guy. I also agree to fire Lin Chuan. Everyone began to speak, saying that for the company's reputation and image, Lin Chuan must be fired. There are so many beautiful female employees in the company. If one day Lin Chuan gets wild and does something stupid, the company's beautiful female employees will suffer. Lin Chuan was speechless. What's going on? Do they really not trust his character? CEO, you really don't believe me. Lin Chuan turned around and asked Chen Jingyi, a little bitter. I went into the women's restroom just to prevent you from being bitten by a poisonous spider. I am innocent. Chen Jingyi looked at Lin Chuan's sincere face and said slowly, it's not that I don't believe you, but no one in the whole company believes you. You did come out of the women's restroom. If there is anyone who speaks for you, I can consider you staying. Chen Jingyi planned to let Lin Chuan leave the company. She would go back and explain to her grandfather. She believed that her grandfather would not insist on Lin Chuan staying as her personal bodyguard. I believe in Lin Chuan's character. At this time, Xu Huaiye said something. Xu Huaiye. You believe this guy? What's going on? Sister Xu Huaiye believes in these 6 pulses. Chen Jingyi and many employees were also dumbfounded. Xu Huaiye is Chen Jingyi's senior assistant. She is also a powerful employee in the company and a favorite of the CEO. No one expected that Xu Yue would choose to believe Lin Chuan. Finally, someone believes that I am not Liu Mai. Lin Chuan was very depressed and speechless. Hearing that Sister Xu Yue stood on his side, he suddenly became energetic. Damn, his reputation was finally saved. President, you just said that no one believed me. Now, your secretary believes me. Lin Chuan said. Chen Jingyi looked back at Xu Yue, and Xu Yue just smiled slightly. Although everyone was puzzled, why did Xu Yue speak for Lin Chuan? Could it be that she fell in love with Lin Chuan at first sight? That's even more impossible. You know, Xu Yue is a beautiful woman with a good figure and a very good temperament, besides the president. Many male employees in the company are pursuers of Xu Yue, including some important backbones of some departments, but none of them can catch up with Xu Yue. Chen Jingyi is a little embarrassed now. It's true that Xu Yue believed Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan did come out of the women's bathroom. Letting Lin Chuan go like this would also make the company employees feel disappointed, and it would be too partial to Lin Chuan. At this time, Chen Jingyi's mobile phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was her grandfather who called. It was strange that her grandfather rarely called during her working hours. I'll take a call. Chen Jingyi walked aside to answer the phone. Grandpa. Jingyi, Lin Chuan encountered some problems in the company. Chen Suhai asked directly. Yes, this guy actually went to the women's restroom to peek at her and was caught red-handed. Chen Jingyi said, I don't know how to deal with it. Grandpa, how about I fire Lin Chuan and calm the anger of the company's employees? It seems that Grandpa still knows every move of the company. It's not that Lin Chuan got into trouble and called the first time. Chen Suhai asked indifferently, do you believe that Lin Chuan is such a person? Chen Jingyi didn't say anything. She didn't know whether she should believe in Lin Chuan's character. Although Lin Chuan had sex with her to save herself before, she felt a little unhappy. Lin Chuan is not such a tasteless person, Chen Suhai said, only he can protect you and protect our drugs from being listed. In the future, you will know what Grandpa said today. Grandpa, I know. Chen Jingyi nodded. Grandpa hinted so, she understood. That is to protect Lin Chuan. Grandpa also believes in Lin Chuan. As for Grandpa's words that only Lin Chuan has the ability to launch Chen's drugs on the market, she thinks Grandpa is a bit too worried. If the drugs are really developed, they will be launched on the market. Just follow the procedures. Even if there are some obstacles, what means and abilities does Lin Chuan have to help them? Listen to Lin Chuan more. He can help you avoid many detours. Chen Suhai said, if possible, have a relationship with him as soon as possible. If he can be my grandson-in-law, my Chen family will have a chance to take off. Chen Jingyi. Grandpa is getting more and more outrageous. Okay, let's do this for now. Remember what Grandpa said to you. Chen Suhai hung up the phone. Chen Jingyi returned to their crime scene again. Everyone looked at Chen Jingyi. Except for Xu Yue, most employees hoped to hear the words of expelling Lin Chuan from the president. If I protect Lin Chuan like this, my employees will be very disappointed. Chen Jingyi thought again and made a decision. Chapter 11. You guys go to the meeting. Lin Chuan, given that your behavior has indeed damaged the company's reputation and caused some harm to our company's employees, you apologize to them one by one and compensate each of them 100,000 yuan, is that okay? Chen Jingyi thought so. With Lin Chuan's personality, it would be no problem for him to apologize, but it would be impossible for him to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan. Lin Chuan would definitely borrow money from her at that time, and she could take the opportunity to make some demands to check and balance Lin Chuan, because Lin Chuan was so valued by his grandfather. 100,000 yuan per person. Lin Chuan said, thinking it was an astonishing number of words. Of course, no matter how astonishing the number of words for compensation was, he could still do it. My solution is okay, right? Chen Jingyi asked their female employees who were seen by Lin Chuan. It's also a chance for Lin Chuan. Since the president said so, we have no problem. It won't happen again. Maybe Lin Chuan got in by mistake. He just came to the company. He is the president's bodyguard. We still believe him. Several female employees also began to nod. 100,000 yuan. Not bad. Lin Chuan was actually depressed. Damn it. When he went in, he just grabbed the female spider and didn't see any beautiful scene at all. But he couldn't explain it now, so he could only admit that he was unlucky. Give me your account now, and I will transfer the money immediately. Lin Chuan said. Lin Chuan, do you have money? Chen Jingyi asked subconsciously. Her plan failed. How could this kid come up with 500,000 yuan? Why don't I have money? I look like I don't have money. Lin Chuan asked back. What's the look in this woman's eyes? You really think you are poor? Chen Jingyi laughed. That's right. It's normal for Lin Chuan to have some savings after working overseas for so many years. She regretted it now. She should have asked Lin Chuan to compensate more. Soon, several female employees sent their account numbers to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan operated on his phone for a while. The money has arrived. I didn't expect Lin Chuan to be rich. Lin Chuan, don't do it again next time. Several employees were happy to receive the money. Okay, let's start working. Chen Jingyi said. Everyone returned to their respective jobs. Chen Jingyi, Lin Chuan, follow me. Lin Chuan, yes, President. Chen Jingyi, Lin Chuan, Xu Ya, the three of them soon arrived in front of the door of the office meeting room. Chen Jingyi turned around and said to Lin Chuan, just stand here, remember, you can't move anywhere, even if you go to the toilet, you have to report. Lin Chuan nodded and said, okay, no problem. Chen Jingyi snorted coldly, I hope you can do it, and don't do anything rogue behind my back. After that, Chen Jingyi strode into the meeting room. Xu Ya didn't follow in immediately, and lowered her voice and said, boy, I will deal with you when I go back. Sister Xu Ya, I am innocent. Lin Chuan also blinked and said, just now, thank you for speaking up for justice and choosing to believe me. Xu Ya said unhappily, although we haven't met for many years and don't know your personality when you grow up, I believe you are not that kind of person. Lin Chuan was a little moved. This is his sister who believes in him unconditionally. Sister Xu Ya, come and hug me. Lin Chuan was about to hug with both hands. Stop it, this is the company, if people see it, there will be gossip. Xu Ya glared at Lin Chuan fiercely and walked into the meeting room. Sister Xu Ya's figure is also amazing. Lin Chuan looked at Xu Ya twisting her charming willow waist and smiled evilly. Bored, Lin Chuan took out his mobile phone to play games. Since he promised Chen Jingyi not to walk around, it's okay to play games here. About half an hour later, Lin Chuan heard the sound of leather shoes walking, and he turned his head to see. Two men appeared in the corridor in front, and the leader was Wei Jiadong. This guy was holding a big bouquet of flowers, and the driver and bodyguard followed him. This licker is here to lick Chen Jingyi again, what a pity, Chen Jingyi doesn't like men. Lin Chuan shook his head and focused on the mobile phone game. Oh, isn't this the famous Lin Chuan who bravely broke into the women's bathroom? I didn't expect you to be here. Are you punished to stand? Wei Jiadong came up and sneered. Lin Chuan said without raising his head, you are well informed. You just came to Chinjia Group and you know about my bravery in the women's restroom. It seems that you usually bribe company employees. Why should I bribe? Who am I, the young master of the Wei family? Wei Jiadong said arrogantly, but I admire your courage. You have done many things that men dare not do. Wei Jiadong was originally worried that Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi had some special relationship. Har, now Lin Chuan has done such a despicable hooligan. Chen Jingyi can't like him unless Chen Jingyi really doesn't intend to estimate the company's and personal image and reputation. Okay, don't make trouble here. Lin Chuan knew that this guy was very sarcastic, don't come to Chen Jingyi if you have nothing to do. She is a woman you can't catch up with. That may not be the case. Wei Jiadong said confidently, at least, I have a better chance than you, because I am not a peeping Tom. This time, Lin Chuan finally looked up at him and said, don't make trouble for no reason. If you come here to send a message to the president, put down the flowers and leave. Hey, how do you talk to Master Wei? The driver bodyguard snorted. Last time, didn't I scare you to death? Lin Chuan was speechless. He was too gentle. Boy, you caught me off guard last time. The driver bodyguard said coldly, this time, I won't give you another chance. Lin Chuan shook his head and waved his hand, okay, you two get out of here, I promised President Chen that I won't cause trouble. You don't cause trouble. Or you don't dare to cause trouble. Wei Jiadong suddenly smiled conspiratorially. I heard that you were fined a lot of money. If you cause trouble again, you will be fined again. Everyone here knows it, it's amazing. Lin Chuan said with a smile, you are well informed. Lin Chuan, now you can go. Wei Jiadong said shamelessly, I'll wait for Chen Jingyi to come out here. I want her to see me holding flowers and waiting for him here at first sight. Silly dog. Lin Chuan shook his head. There is no hope. This guy is completely hopeless. Ahui, get him away. Wei Jiadong said to the bodyguard behind him. Yes, master. Ahui learned his lesson this time, and took out a spring dagger from his pocket, saying threateningly, Lin Chuan, my master told you to get out, don't force me to do it. Lin Chuan was speechless, and he took a dagger. He used a weapon. If you had a gun or something, I would have given you some face, but you took a dagger, you are stupid. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes. Fuck. Ahui was angry, this kid was too disrespectful, so the dagger in his hand was fake. This time he was going to bleed Lin Chuan. After the words fell, Ahui's dagger swished, and he moved quickly, and instantly came to Lin Chuan's face. Lin Chuan's body shook like a tumbler, avoiding this move, and then, a dragon swung its tail on the spot. With a bang, Lin Chuan kicked Ahui's huge body into the meeting room. Fuck, I forgot that the meeting room is behind me. Lin Chuan was a little speechless. Meeting room. Many people were listening carefully to Chen Jingyi's meeting. Then, with a bang, the door was knocked open, and then a man flew in and fell to the ground, howling in pain, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Sorry. Lin Chuan coughed quickly, waved his hand and said to the confused company executives, you continue the meeting, I won't disturb you, you can rest assured. Hurry and get out with me. Lin Chuan's horrible kick just now directly kicked Ahui's internal organs to bleed. Lin Chuan came to Ahui in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed Ahui's feet with one hand, and pulled him out. Lin Chuan. Chen Jingyi stood up directly, her eyes were spitting fire. Once, twice, this guy really didn't take me seriously. Chapter 12 Some of your secrets that you should not let on. Xu Huaye was also dumbfounded. This gentle Lin Chuan was so violent. That was young Master Wei Jiadong's full-time bodyguard. What personal grudges did Lin Chuan have with Wei Jiadong? Did he beat up his bodyguard? Everyone, rest assured that we will not disturb you. President, I will handle it immediately. Lin Chuan said with a smile, forcibly pulled Ahui out, and then closed the door with his backhand, leaving Chen Jingyi on the verge of going berserk in the meeting room. Who is this? He beat up young Master Wei's bodyguard. He must be crazy. The person outside the door is Wei Jiadong, right? President, who is this? He is so bold to beat young Master Wei in broad daylight in the company. The Wei family and our company have economic cooperation. The company's senior executives immediately discussed it. He is my bodyguard, named Lin Chuan, who just came back from abroad and doesn't know much about the rules. Chen Jingyi briefly introduced him and opened the door in 2 or 3 steps. Lin Chuan, stop it. Outside the door. Lin Chuan effortlessly lifted Wei Jiadong in the air. Wei Jiadong's face flushed, and he looked like he was about to suffocate. The flowers in his hand also fell to the ground. Ahui was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. After Lin Chuan came out, he asked Wei Jiadong to apologize. Wei Jiadong kept beeping, but Lin Chuan didn't tolerate him. He stepped forward and strangled him by the neck and lifted him up. President, you are out. Are you not going to have a meeting? Lin Chuan looked back and felt depressed. It seemed that he couldn't kill Wei Jiadong. Security, call the security up. You are so brave, you dare to hit Master Wei. It's over, the Wei family is going to settle accounts with the company. The company's senior executives were also furious. Lin Chuan's beating of Wei Jiadong caused the company to lose at least 5 million in economic benefits. I just talked to Mr. Wei, I won't really kill him. Lin Chuan said immediately, still giving Chen Jingyi face and letting go of Wei Jiadong's neck. Wei Jiadong slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. For a moment just now, he really thought he was dead. Lin Chuan apologized to Wei Jiadong immediately. Chen Jingyi was furious. No matter what the reason, why did Lin Chuan hit Wei Jiadong? Lin Chuan was too violent to hit people at any time. She really didn't expect Lin Chuan to be so violent. I apologize. Lin Chuan immediately quit. Respecting and giving Chen Jingyi face was one thing, but giving face did not mean that he would listen to Chen Jingyi in everything. You hit Wei Jiadong. No matter what the reason, you have to apologize. Hitting people is wrong and it is illegal. Chen Jingyi gritted her teeth and said, she was so angry. It seems that Lin Chuan is not going to apologize. No need to apologize. Lin Chuan said lightly, if you want to apologize to him. You are so presumptuous. How can a small bodyguard talk to the president? A senior executive scolded. You, a bodyguard, dare to hit young Master Wei. You are so bold. Another senior executive also stood up to ask Lin Chuan to apologize. You can't control me. Lin Chuan turned around and said to the senior executives with a smile, Wei Jiadong is not injured. Just go back and sleep. Wei Jiadong on the ground almost spit out blood. Just go back and sleep. Okay, you don't want to apologize, right? Wei Jiadong is now hard. Chen Jingyi, look at your bodyguard, he doesn't take you seriously. If Lin Chuan doesn't apologize, the previous cooperation between our two companies can be invalidated. Jiadong, the cooperation between my Chen family and your Wei family cannot be invalidated. At this time, a man's voice sounded. Everyone looked back. The eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Jingyi's eldest cousin Chen Hao, came. Wei Jiadong saw Chen Hao and became more confident. He said coldly, this Lin Chuan is lawless. Not only did he beat my bodyguard, but he also threatened and intimidated me. If he doesn't give me an explanation today, I will call my father immediately and terminate our economic cooperation. Lin Chuan apologized to Wei Xiao immediately. Chen Hao knew that Lin Chuan was Chen Jingyi's bodyguard, and was appointed by his grandfather. But now Lin Chuan beat Wei Jiadong. This matter has become a big deal, and the loss is the economic loss of the Chen family company. Moreover, Chen Hao is the eldest son of the Chen family. Isn't it normal to ask a small bodyguard to apologize? Lin Chuan's master saved his grandfather's life, but that doesn't mean that it was Lin Chuan who saved his grandfather. Xu Huaiye also gave Lin Chuan a crazy look, indicating that Lin Chuan should apologize to Wei Jiadong. It was wrong to hit people. I don't have the habit of apologizing to men. Lin Chuan said lightly, this matter, if we want to let it go, then let it go. If not, then you can do whatever you want. You? Chen Hao was also furious. He didn't expect that his face would not work. Lin Chuan, I am now the general manager of the group and order you to apologize to Jiadong. Chen Hao stopped pretending and used his status to pressure others. It's useless for you to say that. I'm not an employee of the Chenjie group, Lin Chuan said with reason. Chen Hao. What Lin Chuan said seemed to make some sense. He was not an employee of the company, so it was useless to use his status to pressure. Chen Jingyi, please express your opinion. Chen Hao said to Chen Jingyi coldly, this is your bodyguard, arrogant and lawless. This time, how much money did you cause our company to lose? You will have to explain at the next shareholders meeting. Chen Jingyi, I caused the company to lose money. Is Lin Chuan your bodyguard? Chen Hao asked back. I. Chen Jingyi glared at Chen Hao fiercely. She was the CEO of the company, but many people in the family had always been opposed to it and were waiting to catch her handle. If it weren't for her grandfather's backing, she would have been impeached at the shareholders' meeting in the early years. Lin Chuan. Chen Jingyi asked coldly with a sullen face, why are you still standing there? Apologize to Wei Jiadong immediately. Grandpa asked Lin Chuan to protect himself, not to make trouble in the company. Didn't I just say that it's impossible to apologize? Lin Chuan said indifferently, how about this, I'll help you make this Wei Jiadong disappear. After saying this, Lin Chuan turned around and threatened Wei Jiadong over there now, I'll give you 3 seconds to leave here, otherwise, I'll make you pee your pants on the spot. When Lin Chuan said this, it also shocked everyone. They didn't expect that Lin Chuan not only didn't apologize, but also threatened Wei Jiadong. Wei Jiadong was also dumbfounded. I'll start counting. Lin Chuan said, 3, 2. Okay. You wait, you Chen family wait. Wei Jiadong was also scared. Lin Chuan said this to his face, so there must be a way to make him pee his pants. This guy must be a master of ancient martial arts. Wei Jiadong turned around and ran away. Hui also hurriedly got up from the ground. Look, this guy is gone. Lin Chuan shrugged and said, violence can solve any problem. President, don't be angry, you continue the meeting. Lin Chuan said again. Chen Jingyi was so angry that she was shaking all over. How could this be called solving the problem? Is this exacerbating the problem? It's over, she was badly hurt by Lin Chuan. You guys, drive Lin Chuan out. Chen Hao shouted immediately after seeing several security guards from the company coming up. No one can drive me out without your grandfather's permission. Lin Chuan said. Today, I will tell you on behalf of my grandfather that I have the final say in this company. Chen Hao had long disliked Lin Chuan. From the first glance, he felt that this guy came to the Chen family to ask for money because his master saved his grandfather's life. Several company security guards came forward and surrounded Lin Chuan. Do you want to go by yourself, or do we carry you out? Said a security chief. You are the security guards of the Chen family company. I will give face to Mr. Chen and will not let you bleed. After the words fell, Lin Chuan's fingers whizzed at the necks of the 5 security guards. Instantly, the 5 security guards were unable to move. The 5 security guards looked at Lin Chuan in shock. What are you doing? Get this guy away immediately. Chen Hao shouted angrily. Don't scream, I've already pressed their acupuncture points. Lin Chuan said, they can't move now. In addition to medical skills, I have also learned some ancient martial arts. The 5 company security guards tried desperately to twist their bodies, but their bodies didn't listen to their brains. Chen Hao. Just a few times, several elites who retired from the special forces couldn't move. You, don't mess with me, or you'll be miserable. Lin Chuan pointed at Chen Hao and said lightly, I know some of your shady secrets. Chapter 13. Pinch your little ears. I have nothing to hide from you, don't talk nonsense. Chen Hao shouted subconsciously. For some reason, when he saw Lin Chuan's confident look, he felt a little panicked. Hey, what secret? I won't tell you now, unless you provoke me one day, then I will tell you. Lin Chuan blinked and said, be polite to me, I am here to make your Chen family awesome. What a big mouth. This is what a bodyguard said. It really made me laugh to death. As one of the leading local companies, the Chen family is not top-notch, but it is on the list. Now they actually let a bodyguard take us on a flight. Ha 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 ha, it's really hilarious. When the company's top executives heard this, they laughed until tears came out. A bunch of idiots. Lin Chuan cursed rudely and left. Chen Jingyi, Xu Huaye and others. This guy really doesn't take them seriously. Boss, are you okay? Xu Huaye saw that Chen Jingyi's body was staggering and she was covering her heart with her hands. I'm fine, I just can't breathe. Chen Jingyi felt so stuffy in her chest that she was about to faint. This Lin Chuan is too presumptuous. Xu Huaye was also a little angry. Although Lin Chuan was her younger brother, she couldn't be so disrespectful to the president. Chen Jingyi, look at your bodyguard, he doesn't even take you seriously, har har. Chen Hao also turned around and left. As a young master, Chen Hao suffered a loss in front of Lin Chuan, and he was furious. Just now Lin Chuan said that he had a secret that he couldn't let on. How did he know that? Or was he just lying to me? The top floor of the company. You little brat, have you seen old man Chen's granddaughter? Isn't she beautiful? Did the master lie to you? The old man called Lin Chuan to ask about the progress between Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi. Old man, Chen Jingyi is very attractive and has a good figure, but her temper is not very good. What's the harm in having a bad temper? The prettier a woman is, the stronger her character is. She's like a wild horse, and you have to tame her. Lin Chuan grinned. If Chen Jingyi was a normal woman, he would definitely tame her. However, she was different and liked men. What could he do? Master, I have no problem with other women, but she has a big problem. Boy, you are known as a woman killer, and you are just giving in like that. The master began to say with contempt. Master, you don't understand. Lin Chuan was also not in a position to talk about Chen Jingyi's personal problems. Anyway, I promise you that I will leave the Chen family after helping them solve some difficult problems. That won't do. You have to marry Chen Jingyi and become the Chen family's granddaughter-in-law. The old man gave a death order. Lin Chuan was immediately upset. Old man, are you threatening me? Boy, I know you are now independent, but you must be curious about who your parents are, right? Said the master cunningly. Master, look at what you said. Without you raising me for so many years and teaching me medicine and ancient martial arts, I would have been eaten by wild wolves in the mountains long ago. Lin Chuan immediately became scared. The old man began to control his life again. I'm going to tell you right now, when I marry Chen Jingyi and have kids, I'll tell you who your parents are. Lin Chuan said, then I don't even want to know. The old man said, oh, how tragic. Your father was also a great man. After he died, his body was dug out of his coffin and hung on the city gate. Lin Chuan's eyes instantly turned red, and a terrifying murderous aura emanated from him. Who? Who killed my father? Get married and have kids first. Hey, just say half of it each time, damn. Lin Chuan was also a little overwhelmed, as he had no way to deal with his master. After the master brought him back to the mountain from the Shu family, he did not tell him who his parents were. Even after he grew up and achieved something, the master still did not tell him. Oh, it's really hard for me. It's too difficult to let a lesbian give birth to a child for me. Lin Chuan cried out to the sky. Lin Chuan, good boy, you are really here. Sister Shuyer, why are you here? Did the president come to see me? When Lin Chuan saw Shu Ya, he instantly put away all his negative emotions and put on a bright smile on his face. You little brat, you don't listen to your sister. Shu Ya walked up to Lin Chuan and grabbed his ear without thinking, just like when they were little. Sister, it hurts, it hurts. Lin Chuan bared his teeth. Let me go first, give me some face, I am an adult. You also know that you are an adult. Shu Ya said, just now, I tried my best to glare at you, but you pretended not to see it. You gave me a look, when? Lin Chuan began to play dumb and asked, Sister, I really didn't know. If I had seen it, I would have listened to you. Shu Ya snorted, boy, you actually know ancient martial arts, did you learn this abroad? Yes. Lin Chuan said, you also know that it is not safe abroad. People will shoot if they disagree with you. I must learn some ancient martial arts for self-defense. Shu Ya nodded, as if what he said made sense. Guns are not banned in foreign countries, but people just start shooting at the slightest disagreement. So it was normal for Lin Chuan to know ancient martial arts. Is there anything else? Shu Ya asked again, tell the truth. Lin Chuan nodded, I also know some medical skills, and I have a little money. I am also the ruler of some overseas islands, and I also control some well-known overseas companies. Stop. Shu Ya began to listen carefully. What he said later became more and more outrageous. The owner of an overseas island. The controlling shareholder of a well-known company. Nonsense. This guy is just working as a worker, but he is pretending? Sister, you don't believe me. Okay, let me be serious. Shu Ya certainly didn't believe what he said. The 500,000 yuan in compensation had probably cost Lin Chuan half his life. He had worked overseas for so many years, and now he had to pay 500,000 yuan in compensation. It hurt just thinking about it. Lin Chuan was depressed. Sister, I will ask someone to transfer hundreds of millions to your bank card right away, give me your account number. Shu Ya said unhappily, come on, stop talking nonsense. I came up to you to tell you that you should apologize to the president later. Apologize sincerely. No more. Lin Chuan said, oh. Apologize. Apologizing to a beautiful woman, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The president is under a lot of pressure right now, not only from within, but also from without. Shu Yarjin said in horror, as the president's bodyguard, you are trying to harm her. Lin Chuan nodded. Internal pressure. That must come from the Chen family. External pressure is probably from the Wei family. Anything else? Lin Chuan asked. That's all. Shu Ya said. She wanted Lin Chuan to apologize to Wei Jiadong, but looking at Lin Chuan's expression, it seemed impossible. Then we can only leave this matter to the president. I hope the president can withstand the pressure. I thought you were a scammer who came back from overseas and worked as the CEO's bodyguard. Now it turns out that you have some real skills. I'm very strong, except for some people I can't beat. Lin Chuan said modestly. All right, all right. Xu Huaye didn't want to hear this kid start talking nonsense again. Remember to apologize to the president, be sincere. Can you elaborate on this? Lin Chuan asked with a smile. Xu Huaye said, the president likes orchids, not roses. Go to the flower shop and buy orchids. No problem. Xu Huaye, behave well. Oh, and don't talk about our relationship. Shoo your leaves. Lin Chuan took out his cell phone and searched nearby. He immediately saw a flower shop, called the shop and asked for a bouquet of orchids. Soon, the flower shop staff called Lin Chuan and said that the flowers had arrived. Wait a moment. After Lin Chuan hung up the phone, he went downstairs. Who bought these flowers? Is it anyone's birthday today? Many male and female colleagues working in the office lobby were whispering. Soon, Lin Chuan's voice rang out, here, thank you. Take the flowers from the delivery boy. The flowers ordered by Lin Chuan. Who is this guy going to give them to? What an awesome guy. He beat up Wei Jiadong's bodyguard and threatened Wei Jiadong, yet he is still able to stay in the company. I would like to call him Lin the ruthless man. Yes, it's too cruel. There must be someone behind it. Awesome. I heard that Master Chen can't do anything to him. The male and female employees of the company looked at Lin Chuan holding the flowers and started to discuss. Of course, they were even more curious, who was Lin Chuan going to give the flowers to? Lin Chuan, which beautiful lady are you addressing this to? A man asked. Give it to the company's most beautiful lady, President. Lin Chuan said. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Giving orchids to the president? Crazy, it's going to kill you. Chapter 14, Spanking for Disobedience. What are you looking at me like? It's as if I'm going to the battlefield and never coming back. Lin Chuan also noticed the strange looks that the company's employees gave him. Brother. The fat man from before quickly ran over and lowered his voice to Lin Chuan. Everyone in the company knows that our president hates orchids the most. If you send orchids now, won't that just add fuel to the fire? The president hates orchids the most. Lin Chuan was surprised. This was impossible. Sister Xu Huaye said that Chen Jing's favorite flower was orchids. Sister Xu Huaye would definitely not lie to him. That's right. The fat man swore, in the past, a rich second generation also gave orchids as gifts, and the result was that he was scolded by the president. From then on, we knew that the president hated orchids the most. Lin Chuan smacked his chin. It didn't make sense for Sister Xu Huaye to trick him. Since Sister Xu Huaye said so, she must have her reasons. Lin Chuan believes in Sister Xu Huaye. I, Lin Chuan, can do what others can't do. Remember, I am a different man. Lin Chuan said confidently and arrogantly. Dude, you're asking for trouble. Lin Chuan said, even if the president doesn't like orchids, she will like it because I gave it to her. Brother, if you are really so awesome, I will be your little brother in the future, said the fat man. Many male and female employees also did not believe Lin Chuan's words. It was impossible for the president to like orchids. Just wait and see how I perform. Lin Chuan walked towards the president's office with a heroic and confident look. Lin Chuan is really brave. If it were someone else, he would have been fired long ago after hitting Wei Jiadong, and he is still in the company. Yes, this kid must have a backer. Maybe this guy is just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. That's right. The president warned us not to contact Lin Chuan, but it should be okay for us to contact him after get off work. The company's employees were not in the mood to work at the moment. They were all very curious and wanted to see if Lin Chuan would be kicked out of the office by the president in a while. Lin Chuan walked to the president's office in 2 or 3 steps. He straightened his clothes and then knocked on the door. I don't want to see strangers. Chen Jing's cold voice came from inside, and as if she could see through things, she saw that the person standing outside the door was Lin Chuan. In the office. In addition to Chen Jing, there is also Xu Huaye. When Xu Huaye heard what the president said, she thought, it seems that the president is still angry. I hope Lin Chuan can get through this difficult time. President, what if it's a senior executive of the company? Xu Huaye said carefully. Chen Jing laughed, as expected of a person with a high IQ, and said, do you think the company's top management will come to me at this time? Unless it's some random person who wants to apologize. Xu Huaye suddenly realized, you mean, Lin Chuan. Chen Jingyi said, who else but him, now he regrets and comes to apologize. Why didn't he do that before? It's too late now. Lin Chuan, who was outside the door, naturally heard what Chen Jingyi said and a smile appeared on his face. This woman was really awesome and she even said that she was just an outsider. He didn't rush in, but knocked on the door slowly and leisurely. 1, 2, 3 times. Shuyer, go out and tell this person that I don't want to see him. Chen Jingyi said. Today, I have to take control of Lin Chuan and let him know who has the final say in this place. Yes, President. Xu Huaye nodded and went out quickly. It's you, Lin Chuan. Xu Huaye pretended to be surprised. I'm sorry, the president doesn't want to see you, please leave. Lin Chuan said with reason, I am here to apologize with sincerity, Secretary Xu Huaye, please let me see President Chen. Xu Huaye said in a businesslike manner, sorry, this is the president's order, please leave. As she said that, Xu Huaye was about to close the door. Secretary Xu, tell President Chen that if she doesn't let me in, I will kick the door down, Lin Chuan said arrogantly, as if he meant what he said. You? Xu Huaye also stared. Was this guy serious? Let him in. Chen Jingyi, who was sitting in an office chair, had been working with her head down. When she heard Lin Chuan's words, she immediately looked up with a dark face. You are so good, Lin Chuan. You always use violence. You don't take yourself seriously at all. Lin Chuan grinned and walked in holding an orchid. Xu Huaye said, Boss, I'll go out first, you guys chat. The rest will be left to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, don't really cause any trouble. Xu Huaye warned Lin Chuan in a voice that only Lin Chuan could hear, fearing that Lin Chuan would get angry and do something stupid. Lin Chuan nodded. Xu Huaye closed the door. Boss, I heard that you like orchids, so I bought them specially for you. Lin Chuan smiled and said, I was a little violent and impulsive before, but I won't do it again. Next time I see Wei Jiadong, I will talk to him nicely. As he spoke, Lin Chuan handed the orchid to Chen Jingyi. Orchid? Har har, you don't know that what I hate the most is orchid. Throw it away. Chen Jingyi said with disgust and disdain on her face. Sister Shuyer said that this woman likes orchids, but she looks so annoying. Could she be pretending? Lin Chuan's mind raced. You can try to like it. This orchid looks very beautiful and has a unique temperament. Ordinary people are really not worthy of orchids. But you are different. You are like an orchid, with an elegant temperament. It's rare for Lin Chuan to say such cheesy love words. I told you to get out, are you deaf? Seeing that Lin Chuan was unmoved and still trying to flatter her, Chen Jingyi spoke coldly, pointing in the direction of the door. Lin Chuan smiled but was not angry. His master was right. Sometimes women were like wild horses. If one wanted to conquer a wild horse, one had to tame her well, both physically and mentally, to truly subdue her. The most important thing is to change her lesbian habits. I'm giving this to you. You have to accept it whether you like it or not. Lin Chuan suddenly changed his flattering attitude and said arrogantly. Lin Chuan, you are so bold, how outrageous. Chen Jingyi slammed the table and stood up, sparks flashing from her eyes. It was really unlucky for her to meet Lin Chuan. Not only did he take away her blood, but he also went against her in every aspect of work and life. But this guy was valued by her grandfather, and she felt powerless. She was a proud woman, how could she let Lin Chuan ride on her head and pee and shit on her? I think you are the one who is being presumptuous. Lin Chuan said leisurely, I'll put these flowers on the table, and you can take them. Lin Chuan put the bouquet of flowers on the desk. Chen Jingyi was so angry that she threw the flowers to the ground and sneered, okay, I'll take your flowers now. She held her head high, like a golden phoenix that could not be desecrated. How dare you smash my flowers, woman? I have lived for more than 20 years and women have always given me flowers. You are the first one who dares to smash the flowers I gave you. Today, I am going to teach you a lesson. You, Lin Chuan, what are you going to do? I warn you not to do anything rash. Chen Jingyi saw Lin Chuan walk around the table and come in front of her. Lin Chuan, this violent man, is not going to hit her. Shut up, today I'll show you what a real man is. Lin Chuan grabbed Chen Jingyi's hand and with a little force, Chen Jingyi's upper body fell on the table. Lin Chuan, you are crazy, what are you going to do? Chen Jingyi was so scared that her face turned pale, she felt ashamed and angry. She thought Lin Chuan was going to force herself to do something in the office. Just so you know, don't provoke me easily. Lin Chuan slapped Chen Jingyi's elastic buttocks wrapped in her skirt with his right hand. Are you? After being spanked by Lin Chuan, Chen Jingyi felt numb all over. Subconsciously, Chen Jingyi struggled to get up. Don't move, let me beat you up. Lin Chuan suddenly said in a very gentle voice, I won't use too much force. Then. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chuan's right palm kept hitting Chen Jingyi's buttocks. Lin Chuan, you bastard, I won't let you go. Stop hitting me. It hurts a little. After spanking for more than 10 times, Lin Chuan finally stopped spanking. If you don't obey me next time, I will spank you. Let's just leave it at that for today. Pick up these flowers one by one in a while. Do you understand me? Chen Jingyi looked back at Lin Chuan, her eyes filled with tears, but she still tried not to stop the tears from flowing down. She had never suffered such a humiliation, being spanked by a man in her own office. Chapter 15, Being Blocked. This woman is really not easy to tame. The look in her eyes is full of murderous intent. Har ha har ha, very good, very good. The more this happens, the more it can inspire my fighting spirit. When Lin Chuan saw Chen Jingyi's complex and murderous look, a smile appeared on his lips. You're looking at me like that, are you planning to kill me? Lin Chuan said, it's useless. Looks can't kill people. I have your grandfather's support. You can't do anything to me. You? Chen Jingyi clenched her fists tightly. Lin Chuan was right. No matter what Grandpa said, she would believe it and stand on Lin Chuan's side. Even if you call your grandfather now, he won't be angry. Instead, he will say I am very manly. Lin Chuan said proudly, they say this is a way for us young people to strengthen our relationship. Chen Jingyi took a deep breath and finally realized how shameless Lin Chuan was. How much money do you want in order to leave the Chen family? Just tell me. Name a number. Chen Jingyi suddenly said. Since she couldn't beat or scold Lin Chuan, she could only use money to make Lin Chuan get out. As long as Lin Chuan asks, even if it's a huge amount, she will lend it to Lin Chuan even if she has to borrow money. She didn't want to see this man appear in front of her at all. Do you think I came to pick up your Chen family for money? Lin Chuan said with a faint disdainful smile. As for the little property your Chen family has, I am not interested at all. The valuation of the Chen group is only about 10 billion. With his current wealth and means, it would only take a few minutes to destroy the Chen family. How much do you want? Just tell me a number. Chen Jingyi asked stubbornly. She didn't believe a single word of Lin Chuan's words. I told you I'm not interested. Lin Chuan said with a smile, remember to pick up my flowers and put them in the vase. If you don't do it, I'll spank you again tomorrow. Then, I'll go out and brag to the company employees, and I'll see where you, President Chen, will put your face. You? Chen Jingyi didn't expect Lin Chuan to be such a despicable and shameless person. I'm leaving first. Lin Chuan said, I'll say it again, I have no interest in the Chen family company. I'm really here to protect you. Lin Chuan strode out of the office. In the office, Chen Jingyi looked at the orchids that were thrown on the ground and gnashed her teeth. Lin Chuan, just wait until I take control of the Chen family. I won't let you go, you bastard. I will get back the humiliation you suffered today 100-fold. Chen Jingyi felt secretly unbridled in her heart. Her top priority now is to get the drug on the market. In this way, her grandfather will hand over the entire Chen family company to her, and no one else will object. By then, Chen Jingyi will be truly successful and famous, and then she will settle the score with Lin Chuan later. Strange, it hurt a little when this guy spanked me just now, but why do I feel a warm sensation now? Chen Jingyi subconsciously touched the place where Lin Chuan had hit her buttocks, feeling confused. No, this is my hallucination, Chen Jingyi, are you crazy? That man slept with you and still didn't give you face. What on earth are you thinking? Chen Jingyi shook her head desperately. Dude, you're awesome. Fuck, Lin Chuan, I give in. When the male employees saw Lin Chuan coming out of the office safely, they were very impressed. Lin Chuan gave orchids to the president, but he was not scolded. Didn't I just say that I am a different kind of firework? Lin Chuan said arrogantly, as long as I find the right opportunity, I can let the president take over my orchid. Lin Chuan, tell us what happened after you entered the office. Several buddies surrounded Lin Chuan and spoke curiously. I'm thirsty. Lin Chuan, drink water, drink water. Tired. Lin Chuan, please sit down, please sit down. Lin Chuan sat on a chair, drinking water, and said leisurely that after entering the president's office, the president looked at him differently, and then acted like a little bird, and also said that he was very domineering. Lin Chuan, you are just bragging. I don't believe our president is a little bird, you are talking nonsense. Several of my friends have been working in the company for many years and of course they know President Chen Jing's character. Little bird. Isn't that nonsense? Chen Jing can't be like this. Har har har, I'm just bragging. Lin Chuan blinked and stood up and said, anyway, what I can tell you is that I gave away orchids. Lin Chuan, what is your relationship with President Chen? A buddy asked curiously. This question is a secret. Lin Chuan said suspensefully, one day, when I am happy, I will announce it. Lin Chuan, no matter what your relationship with the president is, you are the first person who dared to beat up Wei Xiao in our company. You are awesome. Wei Jiadong. What kind of young master is he? He's just a piece of trash. Lin Chuan said disdainfully, if the president wasn't there, I would have beaten him to death long ago. Regarding Lin Chuan's words, everyone said that there was still some bragging in them. After all, Wei Jiadong's family background was there, so how could he be killed just like that? Oh no, Wei Jiadong and his men are blocking Lin Chuan at the company gate. At this time, an employee came in from outside and shouted. Is this true or false? Come on, let's go check the window. In an instant, male and female employees in the office area ran to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look. All I saw was no less than 20 black cars at the company's gate, each surrounded by 4 bodyguards in black suits. It's really the bodyguard brought by Wei Jiadong. Lin Chuan, you are dead this time. Lin Chuan, you are still too arrogant. Lin Chuan, I advise you to go down and apologize to young Master Wei now. Many employees asked Lin Chuan to go down and apologize to Wei Jiadong. Lin Chuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and saw Wei Jiadong's car right below. He clicked his tongue and said, awesome, this is so awesome. They blocked the company's door in broad daylight without any law. I'm going to call the police. Many employees looked at Lin Chuan again as if he were a fool. What do you mean? Is there anything wrong with me calling the police? Lin Chuan said seriously, if you have any difficulties, call the police. The fat man said, Lin Chuan, Wei Jiadong must have someone behind him to dare to do this. It's useless to call the police. Just leave through the back door. That's right, leave quickly and don't get us into trouble. Another employee said. President. At this time, Chen Jing came out of the office. Her face was calm, as if she had forgotten that Lin Chuan had spanked her severely in the office just now. Everyone get back to work. Chen Jing said lightly. Everyone immediately scattered. See. Chen Jing looked down at the vehicles and people surrounding Wei Jiadong from her company and said. I saw it. Lin Chuan said, can I call the police? You can try. Chen Jing said without any emotion. Okay, I'll try it later. Lin Chuan said with a smile, what are you looking forward to? That's right. Chen Jing said without disguising, the reason why Wei Jiadong blocked the front door of our company and didn't come out was to give me face. I guess he also sent people to block the back door of the company. This time, you can't escape. He knows that you have some skills, so he found a lot of people this time. How many people can you beat? Chen Jing didn't wait for Lin Chuan to speak, and continued, no matter how powerful you are, he can get hundreds of migrant workers from the company with just one phone call. How many people can you beat? Lin Chuan was about to say that he could call 100 people, but when he heard Chen Jing's words, he said happily, no wonder Wei Jiadong has so many people. It turns out that he can find hundreds of migrant workers with just one phone call. It's amazing, very amazing. If you apologize to me now, say something nice, and beg me, I might be able to help you. Chen Jing said. This is her purpose, to make Lin Chuan surrender. Boss, you still underestimated me. Lin Chuan said with a smile, I can apologize to you, but only if you give birth to a child for me. Chen Jing. I'm just kidding. Don't get so angry that you get sick. Many employees are watching us. The two of them were talking in low voices in front of the window. As for what they were talking about, the employees not far away could only guess. Before I returned to China, someone told me that the Chinese society is now prosperous and harmonious. I don't believe that these bandits and hooligans would beat me to death in such a fair and just world. Chapter 16, in front of the police officer, we fight one-on-one. Hey, you see, the public security in China is still better. The police car will be here soon. When Lin Chuan was about to take out his cell phone to call the police, he saw only 2 police cars appear in his field of vision. It was obvious that the police cars were heading towards Chen's company. Didn't you call the police? Chen Jingyi asked. I didn't call the police. It must be the citizens who saw these bandits blocking the door and called the police. The citizens in China have such a strong sense of justice. Lin Chuan sighed, the motherland is still great. Chen Jingyi laughed, Lin Chuan, do you really think you will be safe when the police come? You underestimate the power of the Wei family. Lin Chuan said seriously, I believe in the light of justice. Chen Jingyi, it was so unexpected to hear the word justice coming out of Lin Chuan's mouth that she even wanted to vomit. Is it her? When Lin Chuan saw the woman getting out of the first police car, he was slightly surprised. It was Ning Qingcheng. This woman was carrying a gun. Ordinary police officers might not be qualified to carry a gun. I'll go down and take a look. Lin Chuan said. We can't let Wei Jiadong bully Ning Qingcheng. Why did Ning Qingcheng appear here? Lin Chuan's mind was also thinking quickly, it must be Sister Xu Huaye who secretly called the police for him. Alas, Sister Xu Huaye does good deeds without leaving a name. She was afraid that she would be beaten to death by Wei Jiadong, so she called Ning Qingcheng immediately and asked her to bring her colleagues for support. Why is she here? Chen Jingyi was also surprised when she saw the heroic Ning Qingcheng. Chen Jingyi didn't know that Ning Qingcheng and Lin Chuan knew each other. Chen Jingyi also went downstairs quickly. The police responded really quickly. It looks like Lin Chuan has escaped this time. That's impossible. With Wei Jiadong's power, he can send these patrolmen back with just one phone call. After Chen Jingyi and Lin Chuan went downstairs, all the employees of the company ran to the French windows to eat. At the company gate, a face in a black car. Mr. Wei, the patrol is here. A bodyguard knocked on the car window and spoke in a low voice. Har har, Lin Chuan is scared and called the police? Har har har, he is scared. Wei Jiadong laughed coldly, thinking that Lin Chuan was not afraid of death, and said, tell those uniformed men to go back and say that I, Wei Jiadong, am doing the job. Yes, Master Wei. The tall and burly bodyguard immediately walked over quickly. Beauty, young Master Wei of the Wei family is doing something, you go back first. The bodyguards didn't take these men and women in uniforms seriously. There were only 8 men in uniforms. There were hundreds of them on the scene. If they took action, they could capture these 8 men and women in Sichuan uniforms in minutes. Of course, we would only touch the uniforms when we had no other choice. Ning Qingcheng, ask Wei Jiadong to come see me. Ning Qingcheng did receive Xu Huaye's call and brought people here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to know what was happening here in the first place. Young Master Wei is too busy to see you. The bodyguard said arrogantly, which police station are you from? Young Master Wei's father and the people in power in this area know about it. You should understand what I mean, right? It's just a matter of a phone call. If the policewoman in front of them doesn't give them face, then don't blame them for being rude. Wei Jiadong's father Wei Quan, right? Yes, he does know my superior. Ning Qingcheng said calmly. What she hated most was these lackeys who relied on the support of others behind them and ignored them. I'll give you 3 seconds now to inform Wei Jiadong that I want to see him. Otherwise, I'll go there myself. Har har, a mere police officer, what qualifications do you have to meet young Master Wei? This bodyguard didn't take Ning Qingcheng's threats seriously at all. Get out of here right now, and don't make me call your leader. If you offend the Wei family, you will lose your job tomorrow. You are only getting a few thousand yuan salary, so don't fight yourself, said the bodyguard. I'm not a small police officer. Look, I came out with a gun. Ning Qingcheng held her gun in her hand, glanced at the other party, and said lightly, do you believe I dare to shoot you? Ning Qingcheng pointed the gun in her hand at the bodyguard's thigh. The colleagues behind Ning Qingcheng seemed to know Ning Qingcheng's character and were not surprised at all. They knew that Ning Qingcheng was sensible in doing things. You? The bodyguard was a little confused, as if the other party was not an ordinary police officer. It was impossible for a police officer to be equipped with a gun. The bodyguard's forehead was covered with sweat. The other Wei family bodyguards were also a little dumbfounded. Why did this heroic female police officer draw her gun? Should we tell Wei Jiadong? Ning Qingcheng asked. I'll go tell Mr. Wei right away. The bodyguard was also panicked. Judging from the eyes and temperament of this policewoman, she was definitely not an ordinary character. The bodyguard quickly turned and left. Soon, Wei Jiadong got out of the car and walked in front of Ning Qingcheng in 2 or 3 steps. What's your name? Which branch are you from? Wei Jiadong asked as soon as he came up. It was unexpected that the other party had a gun. This is my ID photo. Ning Qingcheng took out her police officer ID and handed it to Wei Jiadong. Wei Jiadong took a look at it, then turned around and said a few words to the bodyguard. The bodyguard then stepped aside to make a phone call. Officer Ning, is there something wrong? Wei Jiadong returned the police officer's ID to Ning Qingcheng with an amazed look in his eyes. This woman looked so heroic in her police uniform, especially between her eyebrows, which showed a kind of coldness and pride. One could tell at a glance that this woman was a decisive and resolute person. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble and disrupt social security, what do you think? Ning Qingcheng asked in a businesslike manner. Officer Ning, you misunderstood. I definitely didn't gather a crowd to cause trouble. I brought these friends with me to wait for a friend of mine to get off work. Is that okay? Wei Jiadong said, don't worry. I, Wei Jiadong, am also a well-known person. It's impossible for me to gather a crowd to cause trouble in broad daylight. That would be a disgrace to my Wei family, don't you think? Ning Qingcheng was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Wei Jiadong was so well-spoken. If it were other rich second generations, they would start to compete with each other and be very arrogant. Are you here to wait for someone? Who? Ning Qingcheng asked deliberately. You've mobilized so many people that the citizens of Jiangbei are a little panicked. I'm sorry for making such a fuss. Wei Jiadong shrugged and said, my Wei family pays so much tax every year, so we must be law-abiding citizens, don't worry. Har har, Master Wei, I didn't expect you to bring so many people to wait for me to get off work. I'm so touched. Lin Chuan walked towards this side with big strides. Several bodyguards immediately blocked Lin Chuan's way. Let him come. Wei Jiadong waved his hand. Several bodyguards immediately stepped back to make way. Not far behind Lin Chuan was Chen Jingyi, who also came down with a dozen company security guards. Yes, I'm going to wait for him. He's my friend, Wei Jiadong lied with his eyes wide open. Officer Ning, the person is here now. I'll take him away right away. Lin Chuan, Mr. Wei, you and I are not familiar with each other, let alone friends. Please stop talking nonsense. Officer Ning, please arrest him quickly. This guy was brought here to block me. I request the police to send someone to protect me 24 hours a day. Ning Qingcheng sneered. Send the police to protect this guy 24 hours a day? This Lin Chuan is really shameless. Is he an ordinary person who can snatch a gun from his hand with bare hands? She has not yet investigated Lin Chuan's true background. Ning Qingcheng, I don't care what grudges or conflicts you two have. If someone breaks the law, I will arrest him no matter who he is or what his identity is. Yes, that makes sense. I especially admire Officer Ning's justice. Lin Chuan said with reason, some second-generation rich people rely on their money to bring hundreds of people to block me in broad daylight. If someone from abroad sees us, it will be a joke. This will have a great impact on Jiangbei's image. Ning Qingcheng. Wei Jiadong. Chen Jingyi was also completely speechless after hearing Lin Chuan's shameless words. Foreign friend. Is he a foreign friend? Officer Ning, I'm not kidding. When I returned to China this time, many of my foreign friends wanted to know what China is like now. If the security is good, they might come here to invest and open factories. Lin Chuan said as if it was the truth. Although I have a Chinese passport now, I know a lot of wealthy foreign friends. Chen Jingyi laughed in her heart. You know the foreign friend who washes the basins? This guy is really good at bragging. He talks nonsense all the time. Officer Lin, I'm Chen Jingyi, the president of the company. Chen Jingyi and Ning Qingcheng knew each other, but they deliberately kept their relationship secret. Hello. Ning Qingcheng nodded calmly. There must have been a misunderstanding between Mr. Wei and Lin Chuan. Sorry to bother you to come over. Chen Jingyi stepped forward and said a few polite words. After Chen Jingyi and Ning Qingcheng finished speaking, Lin Chuan said, President Chen, this is not right. Young Master Wei brought people to block me. It's time to get off work now. I want to go back in the police car. As he said that, Lin Chuan was about to get into the police car. Lin Chuan, you can't escape the fate of a catastrophe. This time, Officer Ning will help you, but next time, that may not be the case. Wei Jiadong said sarcastically, if you are smart, get in my car and go for a ride with you. He could give Chen Jingyi face and not attack Lin Chuan here. Moreover, from Chen Jingyi's tone just now, it seemed that she wanted Lin Chuan to apologize as well. This is strange. The two seemed to be in the same boat before, but after not seeing each other for a while, their relationship has become distant. Okay, then let's solve this matter. Lin Chuan suddenly pointed at Wei Jiadong with a smirk on his face, and said, there are so many people here now, especially Officer Ning, let's fight it out with force. Whoever disagrees is a grandson. No matter who wins or loses, all our previous grudges will be wiped out. Chapter 17, You're overthinking it by using money to hit me in the face. Shameless. Chen Jingyi cursed fiercely in her heart when she heard Lin Chuan's words. Single challenge? Lin Chuan was so shameless to say it out loud. If Wei Jiadong went up to challenge Lin Chuan, Wei Jiadong would definitely beat him to death. Wei Jiadong was no match for Lin Chuan at all. This guy is really smart. Ning Qingcheng thought so in her heart. Only in this way could Lin Chuan resolve the grudge with Wei Jiadong at one time. However, Ning Qingcheng felt that Lin Chuan was too naive. The reason why Wei Jiadong brought so many people over was simply because he was afraid that Lin Chuan was good at fighting and wanted to challenge Wei Jiadong in a duel. It was a pity that he said that. This guy can snatch a gun with his bare hands. I'm afraid that ordinary masters are no match for him. If Wei Jiadong fights with Lin Chuan, he will be beaten in minutes. The muscles at the corners of Wei Jiadong's mouth twitched fiercely. One-on-one. One-on-one, damn, that's why I called so many people here. Master Wei, are you scared? Do you want to be a grandson? We are all adults. If we want to do something, just do it. Don't hesitate. Lin Chuan said with an impatient look on his face. Officer Ning, do you think he is my grandson? We had a one-on-one fight on the spot, but he didn't say a word. Lin Chuan turned around and asked Ning Qingcheng. Ning Qingcheng laughed and said nothing, although she also felt that Lin Chuan was shameless. If it weren't for Xu Yue, she really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Master Wei, if you don't want to fight me in a one-on-one duel, then I'll leave. Lin Chuan said, don't come and cause trouble again in the future. Sir, the master wants to talk to you. At this time, the bodyguard handed the phone to Wei Jiadong. Wei Jiadong took the phone. Over there was a call from my father. Bring people back and don't cause trouble. Dad, I brought so many people here, and if we go back like this, it will be embarrassing not only for me but also for you. Wei Jiadong thought that his father had dealt with Ning Qingcheng's superiors over there. The Chen family will pay a corresponding price. The city is currently holding an investment promotion event. If you do this, it will be too conspicuous. As for the man named Lin Chuan, take your time, he can't get away. I have already joined forces with the Chamber of Commerce to put pressure on the Chen family. The Chen family will definitely force Lin Chuan to come and apologize to you. Although Wei Jiadong was very unhappy, he also knew that if he really took action at this time, it would have a huge impact. My father was right, Lin Chuan couldn't escape, so this time, he would be let off. Okay, I got it. Wei Jiadong nodded and hung up the phone. Let's go. Wei Jiadong led his men away without looking back. The Zhao family has always been unhappy with the Chen family and has been secretly putting pressure on them. Now, with my father joining forces with other chambers of commerce to put more pressure on them, Har har, the Chen family will suffer a heavy loss this time. Just leaving like that. Lin Chuan was a little depressed. He thought he could fight with Wei Jiadong for a few rounds, but who knew he just left after receiving a phone call. Ning Qingcheng was speechless. This guy really was not afraid of trouble. He was really not afraid of Wei Jiadong. Lin Chuan, you can go home now. You don't have to follow me. Chen Jingyi said to Lin Chuan that although Wei Jiadong took his men away, the sinister look in his eyes when he left clearly showed that he did not want to let Lin Chuan go. Moreover, Chen Jingyi didn't want to see this guy's vicious face now, so she just wanted to be alone. Boss, if you are tired, go back and have some sleep. Lin Chuan said with concern, don't force yourself. Your health is the capital of revolution. Chen Jingyi smiled coldly and left. Lin Chuan, get in the car. Ning Qingcheng suddenly said that she wanted to talk to Lin Chuan. Get in the police car. I've never missed a police car in my life. Lin Chuan grinned, I'll try it today. Lin Chuan got on the car first. He and I will leave first, you guys call someone to pick us up. The colleague nodded. Ning Qingcheng got in the car, started the car and left. As soon as I got in the car, Shuyer called. Sister Shuyer, don't worry, he's safe. Yes, he's in my car now. I'll talk to him. Sister Shuyer, what are you talking about? We are good sisters. I will definitely help if I can. Ning Qingcheng hung up the phone. Hey, it was really Shuyer who called you. I knew it would be so quick to call the police. Lin Chuan said, Sister Shuyer is kind and generous, and she is also a single beauty. I must take good care of her. Shut up, I'm warning you, Lin Chuan, don't mess with Shu Ya. Ning Qingcheng turned around and glared at Lin Chuan fiercely, Sister Shu Ya just doesn't know your identity now. This woman knows my identity? Impossible, she has such great authority, Lin Chuan said in his heart, she was definitely trying to trick him. Lin Chuan asked back, what is my identity? You know it yourself. When Lin Chuan heard this, he knew that his guess was correct. This woman had not yet figured out his true identity. I washed dishes overseas. Har har. Ning Qingcheng thought the other party was very funny. He had such beautiful kung fu while washing dishes and could even snatch a blade with his bare hands. Even 3 or 5 thugs couldn't rely on their own bodies, but Lin Chuan did it easily. Are you so good at washing dishes? Do you believe it? Ning Qingcheng asked back. I believe it. Lin Chuan blinked. Ning Qingcheng laughed and said, Lin Chuan, I don't care what you do overseas or what your identity is. Once you return to China, you must abide by the laws of our country. If I find that you have committed a crime, I will not let you go because of Shu Ya. I will definitely abide by the law. Fortunately, you don't treat me as a spy. Lin Chuan said subconsciously. Ning Qingcheng didn't say anything. In fact, she had also thought that Lin Chuan might be a spy sent by an enemy country, or a commercial spy, otherwise why would he go to the Chen group? If you don't say anything, you won't really think of me as a spy, will you? Lin Chuan was helpless. If he had known earlier, he would not have snatched the pistol with his bare hands. Let this woman always be concerned about her identity. Sister Shuyer told me a lot about your childhood. She really treats you as a brother and a relative. I hope you won't make Sister Shuyer sad and disappointed. Ning Qingcheng persuaded him with emotion and reason. What is your purpose for returning to China this time? You can tell me, and I will keep it a secret for you. It's just to repay Sister Shuyer's kindness to me. I want to buy her a villa, a luxury car, a yacht, and a plane. Whatever she likes, I will buy it. Lin Chuan said seriously. Ning Qingcheng listened more and more outrageous, and laughed, why don't you buy missiles? If she really wants it, that's fine. I can get it. Lin Chuan said proudly. That's enough, Lin Chuan. You don't have to smile so frivolously in front of me. I'm telling you, sooner or later I will find out your identity. You still don't believe me. My life is so difficult. Lin Chuan said. He felt overwhelmed at the thought of living under the same roof with this woman. Ning Qingcheng dropped Lin Chuan off at the intersection ahead. Send me home. Lin Chuan said depressedly. How could he lose himself halfway? Ning Qingcheng, I still have to go back to the bureau, you can take a taxi back by yourself. Lin Chuan didn't get out of the car right away, and said leisurely, "Give me the money and I'll take it back." Ning Ching, shameless, coming back from abroad and not even having a car? "I like to spend women's money, especially beautiful women's," Lin Chuan said with a smile. Ning Ching looked at Lin Chuan's harmless smile and even suspected that she was careless before, and that was why Lin Chuan took away her gun. "You can go now." Ning Ching threw 100 yuan into Lin Chuan's hand. "Thanks. It makes sense to ask the police if you have any trouble. Officer Ning, please be safe. Call me if you need anything." Lin Chuan got out of the car happily. Disguise, this bastard must be in disguise. I can't be fooled by his superficial words. The enemy is very cunning. Ning Ching drove the car away. Lin Chuan took a taxi back to Seaview Community. "Take out the key and open the door." "Hey, someone has been to our house and has found their way here." Lin Chuan smelled a subtle masculine scent in the air. The furnishings in the house looked tidy again. It doesn't look like a thief. Lin Chuan quickly found a miniature monitoring device on the hanging lamp in the living room. Lin Chuan just took a look and left the eavesdropper on. "Sister Shuyer, are you coming back to eat after get off work?" "Eat in the company cafeteria, that's fine, I'll just make some instant noodles." Lin Chuan took the instant noodles and soaked them in boiling water. A strange phone call. "It's me. Jinny's father." A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Oh, Uncle Chen, hello, is there something?" Lin Chuan asked with a smile. He suddenly called him, so it must be something very important. 5 million, leave Jinny, leave the Chen family, this money is enough for you to live a carefree life for the rest of your life, find a small city to live in. Chapter 18. Dad, you forced me to do this. While eating instant noodles, Lin Chuan said leisurely, "I will give you 10 million, let your daughter marry me, and have a few more children. Each child will be 100 million. Please consider it." Chen Zhongming on the other side was dumbfounded and couldn't say a word. "Uncle Chen, please say something, please." Lin Chuan asked. Was his reward too amazing? Only 100 million for a child, it was nothing. "Uncle Chen, if you think 100 million is too little, I will give it to a Fortune 500 company. What do you think?" "Lin Chuan, you are so insolent." Chen Mingjong slammed the table. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was ashen. Lin Chuan's nonsense made him furious. "I'll give you 1 day. If you don't leave Jiangbei, don't blame our Chen family for not protecting you when you die." "What does that mean? Who wants to kill me?" Lin Chuan asked. Chen Mingjong laughed. He thought Lin Chuan was playing dumb. "Lin Chuan, you have offended the Wei family. Do you think the Wei family will let you go?" "Oh, you mean Wei Jiadong?" Lin Chuan said with a disdainful smile, "I thought he was a very powerful person. As for the Wei family, if they really provoke me, I will uproot the Wei family. Uncle Chen, you don't have to worry about my safety. I can take good care of myself." Chen Mingjong did not expect that Lin Chuan would not give him face. He snorted coldly and said, "I have said what I want to say. If you insist on staying in Jiangbei, you will die." After saying that, he hung up the phone. "Hey, Uncle Chen seems to look down on me." Lin Chuan was leisurely eating instant noodles again. Those 2 poisonous spiders were brought by the Miao people. "Jiangbei is so big, where can I find these Miao people?" Lin Chuan muttered to himself. Now the Miao people are in the dark, while he and Chen Jingyi are in the light. This time he dealt with the Miao poisonous spider silently. The other party should have known that the poisonous spider has no effect. What poisonous insect should he use next time? We still have to find a few friends from overseas. The enemy is powerful and invisible. We have to fight a protracted war. Lin Chuan glanced at the miniature eavesdropping device above the living room and smiled slightly. Then, he took out his mobile phone, walked to the balcony, and made a direct call to overseas. After Lin Chuan finished the call, his mind raced. Was it a group of people who did this the last time Chen Jingyi was poisoned by love? If Chen Jingyi was poisoned by love, she would definitely need a man to detoxify her, so this man came for the drug. What a pity, what a pity. If that mysterious man hadn't seen me helping to detoxify him, he would have had sex with Chen Jingyi by now. This is what we call plans failing to keep up with changes. As for who placed the eavesdropping device, He waited for his overseas friends to come over and set up a dragnet to expose the mystery behind it. Chen family study. Chen Suhai is listening to the strong advice of his 3 sons. Dad, this Lin Chuan wants to drag our Chen family down with him. We must cut off all ties with him. Dad, Lin Chuan doesn't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. He doesn't take the Wei family seriously at all. Although our Chen family is not afraid of the Wei family, we don't need to offend the Wei family for a little Lin Chuan. Our Chen family and the Wei family still have a lot of business dealings. I learned from the Chamber of Commerce that someone seems to be against us. Is that all? Chen Suhai looked at his 3 indignant sons and said calmly, Lin Chuan's master is my savior. This time the Chen family is developing some drugs and will definitely be targeted. Lin Chuan can help our Chen family, so you don't have to worry about it. The 3 sons simply did not believe that Lin Chuan had any powerful abilities or means. They all thought that the old man had been brainwashed by Lin Chuan's master, and that he was old and had stubborn ideas. As long as I am here, Lin Chuan will be a member of our Chen family. Chen Suhai said word by word. The 3 sons looked at each other and felt that the old man really valued Lin Chuan too much. Could it be that Lin Chuan had some leverage over the old man? Boss, stay here. Everyone else, go out. Chen Maixing and Chen Zhongming left the study. Dad, is there anything else you want to tell me? Chen Juang asked carefully. Chen Suhai said, how did the news about the drug developed by the Chen family leak out? Do you have any suspicious candidates? Chen Juang said, Dad, you said there is a traitor in our family company. Of course there is a traitor, otherwise why would the Zhao family pretend to invest? Do you really think that I, Chen Suhai, have Alzheimer's disease and can't guess this? Chen Juang immediately expressed his position, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely find the traitor who dared to sell out our Chen family's economic information. If I catch him, I will never let him go. Chen Suhai glanced at Chen Juang, as if with some disappointment, and said, Juang, the logistics and new energy businesses you are in charge of have been stagnant in recent years. Maybe you are getting old. How about this, you give up your power and retire? Dad, who should I delegate power to? Chen Hao? That kid is too young now and needs more experience. I will delegate power to him after he turns 30. Chen Juang didn't know why his father suddenly told him this. I plan to let Jingyi serve as CEO of both the logistics and new energy companies. What do you think? Chen Juang was shocked and frowned, saying, Dad, you are a little too partial. Jingyi is now the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. Although she is capable and has means, she is too young. Chen Suhai sighed. His words were so obvious, but his eldest son really didn't know or was just being stubborn. Chen Suhai opened the drawer, took out a few photos and threw them at Chen Diwang's feet. Chen Juang bent down to pick them up and looked at the photos. He broke out in cold sweat. Those photos were photos of him and the head of the Zhao family. Dad, you don't suspect that I am colluding with the head of the Zhao family to sell out our Chen family's medicine, do you? Chen Juang said with a grim face. Whether it is or not, you know it yourself, I don't want to say too much. Chen Suhai said, I have made up my mind. I will hold a shareholders meeting of the group next week to announce this matter, and from now on, let Jingyi handle the logistics and new energy work. Dad, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Chen Juang knelt on the ground with a plop. I was bewitched and bribed by the head of the Zhao family. I will correct myself. Dad, please forgive me this time because I'm your son. Chen Juang now understood why the master sent his other 2 brothers away. Hey, you've always been like this, too impatient and ambitious. Chen Suhai shook his head and walked in front of Chen Juang. Get up, don't kneel down, you're almost 50, and I have 1 foot in the coffin now. Fortunately, Lin Chuan came back to help this time. Dad, do you really want me to give up my power? Humph, you did such a thing that ruined our family's reputation. I didn't ask you to settle the score. I asked you to give up your power. I was already doing my utmost to be kind and righteous. If it weren't for the fact that you are my son, I would have made you spend the rest of your life in prison. Dad, you forced me to do this. A hint of ferocity flashed across Chen Diwang's face. Chapter 19, No Poison, No Man. The next second, Chen Suhai felt a sharp cold pain in his stomach and he lowered his head to look. The dagger in Chen Diwang's hand had already stabbed into his stomach. You? Chen Suhai looked shocked, incredulous, disappointed and mixed. Dad, go with peace of mind. In the past, Li Shimin forced his father to abdicate. Today, I, Chen Juang, will send you to hell. Dad, I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted that Jingyi take over my power, so don't blame me for being cruel. Chen Juang pulled out the bloody dagger and stabbed Chen Suhai several times until his clothes and chest were covered in blood. Chen Suhai kept staring at the boss. Dad, rest in peace. A man without cruelty is not a hero. Don't blame me. Chen Juang killed his father with his own hands, his voice still trembling. Har har har, the old immortal is dead. From now on, I have the final say in the Chen family. I am the head of the Chen family. Chen Juang couldn't help laughing proudly. He looked at Chen Suhai, who died with his eyes open, and walked forward to help him close his eyes. Chen Juang pondered for a moment and made a phone call. Then he helped Chen Suhai up and moved him back to the chair. Knock knock, knock on the door. Come in. The door opened and in came my second brother Chen Mashing. Brother, Dad. Before Chen Mashing returned home, he received a call from his elder brother, who said that there was something very important and they were going to discuss it in the study. Mao Xing, Dad is dead. Chen Juang said. Chen Mashing. This is impossible. Chen Mashing asked in shock. The old man was in good spirits when he left just now. Moreover, he didn't have any high blood pressure, high blood sugar or high blood pressure and was in good health. How could he suddenly die? Chen Juang's next words made Chen Mashing break out in a cold sweat. I killed him. Chen Mashing took a breath and said, Brother, why are you doing this? The old guy asked me to step down. Har har, he should be planning to let Chen Jingyi take over. I had no choice but to take action first. Chen Juang said, Mao Xing, between you and Chen Zhongming, our relationship is the best, am I right? Chen Mashing didn't know why his eldest brother said these words. Moreover, his eldest brother called him over and said that he had killed his father. What should he do? Yes, I have had the best relationship with my eldest brother since I was a child. Chen Juang said, it's good that you think so. Once the old man dies, the Chen family will need a new person in power. I hope you will stand on my side. Chen Mashing immediately understood what Chen Juang wanted to say, and joined forces to deal with his third brother Chen Zhongming. Now, Chen Jingyi is in charge of the pharmaceutical company. Once our drug is successfully launched on the market, she will be the one who makes the greatest contribution. By then, no one will be able to suppress her. Once she secures her position, she will definitely kick us out of the board of directors. So we have to get rid of her before the drug is developed. Chen Mashing, that's no problem, but, brother, I really didn't expect you to be so cruel. There's no need to kill my father. Chen Juang smiled grimly and said, Mao Xing, I don't want to kill the old man either, but he found out something about me and Patriarch Zhao. I have teamed up with Patriarch Zhao, and we will jointly develop drugs in the future. Chen Mashing's heart skipped a beat. So that's what happened. His eldest brother was killed because the old man discovered that he had betrayed the family company. I plan to let your son Chen Bin take over Chen Jingyi's position. What do you think? Chen Mashing said gratefully, thank you, brother, for your cultivation of my son. Don't be so polite, we are all family. Chen Juang said calmly, from now on, you and I will work together, and Jiangbei will belong to our Chen family. Chen Mashing nodded. Brother, since the old man is dead, let's take advantage of him. Chen Mashing put forward an astonishing plan. Har har har, good, Lao you are really ruthless. Your plan is good. Chen Diwang's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that the old guy would be so useful after his death. Chen Mashing said, if you are not vicious, you are not a real man. Chen Juang said, then, let's watch the show and take care of Chen Zhongming in one go. Chen Juang and Chen Mashing left the study. 10 minutes later. Chen Zhongming's car drove to the mansion again. After getting off the car, Chen Zhongming went straight to the study. He had just received a call from the housekeeper, saying that the old man had something important to discuss with him. Chen Zhongming thought that the old man might have agreed to let Lin Chuan go, so he looked very happy. After arriving at the study, Chen Zhongming knocked on the door. Dad. Hearing no sound coming from inside, Chen Zhongming called out again. Dad, I'm going in. Chen Zhongming pushed open the door of the study. He saw his father sitting on a chair with his back to him. Chen Zhongming closed the door. Dad, are you looking for me? Chen Zhongming asked. The old man didn't respond. That's strange, the old man fell asleep. This is quite rare. Chen Zhongming walked to the desk in 2 or 3 steps. The next second, he was horrified. Dad, you. He saw a dagger stuck in his father's lower abdomen. He subconsciously stepped forward to take the dagger, and took out his mobile phone to call the doctor. Just as I took out my cell phone, the door opened with a bang and Chen Juang and Chen Maixing walked in. Our third brother, you killed the old man, you are crazy. Chen Deqiang shouted in surprise. Brother, I didn't kill him, I didn't kill him. Dad was like this when I came in. Chen Zhongming was dumbfounded. His eldest and second brothers misunderstood him. Chen Zhongming, you are so cruel. You even killed my father. You will be cut into pieces. Chen Maixing was furious. Come here, catch Chen Zhongming, he killed the old man. Soon, several bodyguards from the Chen family's mansion also came in. Quickly capture Chen Zhongming and call the hospital. Chen Juang ordered. Chen Zhongming was pinned to the ground and unable to move, but he kept shouting that he didn't kill the old man, he was framed. Chen Maixing also took out his cell phone and called the police station. A moment later, more than a dozen police officers arrived at the crime scene. I didn't kill him. I was wronged. I didn't kill him. Chen Zhongming said angrily. The police officers took him away directly. Soon, Chen Suhai's full-time doctor also arrived at the scene. After examining him, he shook his head. Immediately, Chen Juang and Chen Maixing burst into tears. Half an hour later, a Porsche car sped towards the Chen family's mansion. Chen Jingyi got out of the car quickly with a sad face. Ms. Jingyi, you can't go in. At the gate of the mansion, bodyguards from 2 families stopped Chen Jingyi. Chen Jingyi looked at the 2 of them and asked with a sullen face, why? My grandfather was brutally murdered by my father. She didn't believe it at all. Why? Because your murderer father killed grandpa. As his daughter, what qualifications do you have to enter the mansion? You want to see grandpa? Do you have the qualifications? Chapter 20. You are really patient. The person who spoke was Chen Hao, who was in high spirits at the moment. His grandfather had passed away, and his father would have the final say in the family from now on. Although he was the eldest grandson, when the old man was alive, the person he loved the most was Chen Jingyi. Moreover, Chen Jingyi was also the only one in the 3rd generation who could become the CEO of a subsidiary. This time, his grandfather's sudden death made him feel that his status in the family would also rise. My father is not a murderer, and he has no reason to kill grandpa. Chen Jingyi defended with an angry face. After she got the news, she rushed home to see her grandfather. Her father had been detained in the police station, and she went to the police station to visit her father later. The law requires evidence. The dagger that killed grandpa has Uncle San's fingerprints on it, Chen Hao said with a chuckle. Are you comparing yourself to professionals? Chen Jingyi didn't want to say any nonsense here, and said, I want to go in and see grandpa. I'm sorry, but you don't have the final say here. I have the final say. Chen Hao said calmly, if you insist on going in, it's not impossible. If you beg me, I might be able to make a break and let you go in to see your grandfather. Chen Jingyi stared at Chen Hao and took a deep breath. She didn't expect that the Chen family would fall apart as soon as her grandfather left. She felt heartbroken and helpless. I remember there doesn't seem to be any big grudge between us. Why do you have to be so aggressive to me? Chen Jingyi said. There is no big grudge, I admit that. Chen Hao said truthfully, it's just that I'm unhappy and jealous of you. People say that boys are favored over girls, but grandpa is not like that. He favors girls over boys. Chen Hao made it clear that Chen Jingyi knew why he was unhappy and jealous of her. Now that his grandfather was gone, Chen Hao did not hide his thoughts and said them all out. I can become the president because of my own ability and talent. If I don't have this ability, even if my grandfather supports me to take the position, I will be driven down. Chen Jingyi said word by word. Oh, you are showing off your superiority to me. Yes, that is your ability. I admit that your business talent is much better than mine. Unfortunately, that was in the past. Now, I have the final say here. Chen Hao did not give Chen Jingyi face, you decide for yourself. Chen Jingyi's face turned pale. She didn't expect that her eldest cousin Chen Hao was so jealous and unhappy with her. She pondered for a moment and finally lowered her head. Eldest cousin, please let me in to see Grandpa. You can be more gentle in your tone. Chen Hao laughed and said, don't be so tense. You are the one begging me now, not me begging you. Put away your superior face and be sincere. Although Chen Jingyi was extremely unhappy, she could only force out a smile in order to get in, and said, cousin, please let me in. Wait a moment, I'll record a video and share it with my family members later. Chen Hao took out his phone and started talking to Chen Jingyi, come on, start. Be sincere and pass it in one go. Chen Jingyi smiled again, cousin, please let me in to see Grandpa. Okay, you are a woman indeed, you have a talent for acting. Chen Hao snapped his fingers and rolled his eyes. Originally, I could have let you in, but I still feel that you are not sincere enough. Chen Jingyi resisted the urge to kill and asked, brother, what do you want me to do? Get down on your knees, is that okay? Chen Jingyi knelt down without hesitation. Now, is it okay? You really deserve your grandfather's love for you. He's already passed away, and you still want to go in and see him. I'm a little touched. Chen Hao said, okay, I can let you in, but you have to kneel here for half an hour. If you kneel for 1 minute less, you can't go in. You too, keep an eye on her and watch the time. If she can't stand it anymore, let her go. Yes, master. Chen Hao laughed and turned away. Ms. Jingyi, we also obey the orders of the young master. This is our job, said a bodyguard. Chen Jingyi didn't say a word and just knelt straight on the ground. A few minutes later, the phone in the bag rang. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was Lin Chuan calling, so she rejected the call. After rejecting the call, Lin Chuan called again soon. Rejected again. Lin Chuan hit again. Finally, after the 10th time, Chen Jingyi couldn't help it anymore and took over. What's the matter? Her voice was still calm, because she told herself that she couldn't shed tears easily in front of outsiders. Chen Jingyi, where are you now? Lin Chuan asked. Just now, Sister Shuyer called him and said that something big seemed to have happened in the Chen family. As for what it was, Shuyer didn't understand for a moment. She only said that after Chen Jingyi received the call, her face turned pale and tears came out on the spot. So, Lin Chuan immediately called Chen Jingyi and asked what had happened. Chen Jingyi asked mechanically, just tell me if you have something to say. Fuck, are you deaf? Lin Chuan was a little annoyed. This woman really deserved a beating. After all, I am your personal bodyguard. Is it okay for me to ask about your whereabouts? You are fired by me now. You are free. Leave Jiangbei. Chen Jingyi said. Now that his grandfather is gone, Lin Chuan is free. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Chuan to reply. Is there something wrong with this woman's mind? She dares to go against her grandfather's words. Lin Chuan was puzzled, and he called Chen Suhai back. But no one answered the call. It's strange. Grandpa Chen didn't answer the call I made. It's too abnormal. Lin Chuan frowned. Something might have really happened to the Chen family. No, we have to go to the Chen family's old house. 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan took a taxi to the Chen family mansion. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Chen Jingyi kneeling at the gate. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Something really happened. Could it be President Chen? Since there were outsiders present, Lin Chuan did not call them by their names. Chen Jingyi heard Lin Chuan's voice, turned around and asked, why are you here? There is nothing for you to do here, go back. Her body was staggering and she felt extreme pain in her knees, but there were still more than 10 minutes left before half an hour. She must hold on, grit her teeth, and hold on tightly. Otherwise, all her efforts will be wasted. Who told you to kneel down? You get up first. Lin Chuan's face looked a little ugly. Although the relationship between Chen Jingyi and him is rather complicated, after all, he is the man who has taken her first blood. Even though this woman doesn't like men, Lin Chuan always feels that he has to be responsible for Chen Jingyi. I told you not to interfere, leave Jiangbei immediately. Chen Jingyi said almost in an ordering tone. Now without the protection of her grandfather, the Wei family had nothing to fear. Wei Jiadong would definitely kill Lin Chuan. Although she was a little unhappy with Lin Chuan's carelessness and nonsense, she had been taken away by him for the first time, and she didn't want to see Lin Chuan die here. Okay, you woman are just being stubborn. If you don't tell me anything when I ask you, I'll ask someone else. You two, who made President Chen kneel here? Lin Chuan was asking the two bodyguards at the door. It's me, the eldest young master of the Chen family. Chen Hao came out again. Chen Jingyi, that's great. I didn't expect you to kneel for so long. I admire you a lot. In order to see her grandfather, Chen Jingyi is really patient. What's the reason? Lin Chuan asked. Who are you to talk to me? Chen Hao laughed. My grandfather respected you, but that was in the past. It's different now. When Lin Chuan heard this, he frowned. Could it be that old man Chen Suhai really passed away? Is your grandfather gone? Lin Chuan was asking about Chen Jingyi. Chen Jingyi nodded woodenly. Impossible, he didn't have any serious illness, how could he die? I talked to him on the phone this morning. Lin Chuan frowned. I want to go in and take a look. There is no way he died of illness. That is an unnatural cause. You can't just walk into the Chen family gate whenever you want, Chen Hao shouted angrily. What kind of place do you think this is, where any cat or dog can just come in casually? I really want to go in today. Lin Chuan's face was indifferent. Let alone a small Chen family, he could walk in even to the White House, the most heavily guarded place in the West. Lin Chuan. At this time, Chen Jingyi turned around and said word by word, don't cause trouble, give me some face. Lin Chuan looked at Chen Jingyi's almost begging expression, and suppressed his anger, saying, okay, I'll listen to you. Thanks. Chen Hao said sarcastically, Chen Jingyi, it seems that your relationship with this personal bodyguard is a little different. No way, are you so low-minded that you like a poor boy? Chen Jingyi said nothing, as if she hadn't heard anything. She just wanted time to pass quickly. After waiting for half an hour, she could go in to see her grandfather. It's really shameful. The eldest daughter of the Chen family falls in love with a poor foreign boy who washes dishes. It's really unexpected. Chen Hao still laughed and said, if you tell anyone, my Chen family will be embarrassed. This guy is really good at fighting, I want to beat him to death, Lin Chuan thought. Finally, half an hour passed. Chen Jingyi endured the severe pain in her knee and slowly stood up. I can go in now, right? Chen Hao gave a thumbs up and said sarcastically, you are indeed a strong woman. I admire you. Okay, I will keep my word. You can go in. As soon as Chen Jingyi raised her foot, she felt a sharp pain in her knee and was about to fall down. Lin Chuan stepped forward and supported her body. I'll rub it for you, it will be fine soon. Lin Chuan said. The woman's knees were bruised and almost bleeding. No need, it's no big deal. Chen Jingyi declined Lin Chuan's kindness. Lin Chuan thought to himself, this woman is really stubborn and has a very stubborn personality. If you keep walking like this, your knee will be in trouble. Wait a moment, I'll take care of it right away. Lin Chuan said, taking out 2 acupuncture needles, quickly piercing Chen Jingyi's knees, and then gently twisting them with his fingers. After just a few times, he took back the needles. It's okay. Chen Hao said with a sigh, I am a little moved by what I see. Cousin Jingyi, if it really doesn't work out, you can just marry this poor boy. He has a skill and he won't starve to death. Chapter 21 I have a way to control. Chen Jingyi looked at Chen Hao with a sarcastic look on his face and was very angry, but she also knew that this was a special period and if she really offended Chen Hao, she would forget about going in to see her grandfather. Chen Jingyi strode in without saying a word. As for Lin Chuan, of course he was not qualified to enter. Lin Chuan, I have a question for you. Your acupuncture skills are amazing. How much do you want to come and help me? Chen Hao asked. Before, Chen Hao thought that Lin Chuan was only a half-baked Chinese medicine practitioner, but he didn't expect it to be so magical. He just used the acupuncture needle to turn Chen Jingyi's black and bloody knee a few times, and the surface skin returned to normal. At least, this guy has some real skills. You want to recruit me to work for you? Lin Chuan smiled. Chen Hao said, that's right, everyone has a price, you tell me the number. If Lin Chuan is poached here, it will definitely be of great help in the future medical field. Although Chen Hao is a little arrogant, he still has good judgment of people. Of course, in his eyes, Lin Chuan did have skills, but Lin Chuan came from a grassroots background, and that was the gap. In today's society, anyone who wants to climb up does not need a backer or a background. No matter how talented and capable you are as a grassroots person, if you don't have someone to help you, your life will be like that. Lin Chuan smiled and said, Chen Hao, my price is very high. I'm afraid you can't afford it. You'd better not ask. No, just name a price. I value talent. As the saying goes, there are many good horses but few good horse trainers. Chen Hao said. This number. Seeing Chen Hao's extremely serious look, Lin Chuan stretched out 5 fingers. 500,000. No big deal. Chen Hao thought Lin Chuan was asking for a huge sum of money, but it turned out to be just a small amount of money. His car cost millions, so 500,000 was just a drop in the bucket. Lin Chuan shook his head. 5 million. Chen Hao raised his voice a little. Although he felt a little unhappy, 5 million is 5 million. Lin Chuan's expertise in acupuncture will definitely be of great use in the future. Lin Chuan still shook his head. Lin Chuan, you're asking for too much, you want 50 million. Chen Hao laughed. Lin Chuan was really pushing his nose and said, let me tell you, without me paving the way for you and building a medical platform, your so-called acupuncture is useless. It's not 50 million, you got it wrong. Try again. Lin Chuan said seriously. This guy has a bad vision. He only wants to go there to help with some work for 50 million. He has a low vision. When Chen Hao heard Lin Chuan's words, his face darkened. He was talking to Lin Chuan in a nice way, but he didn't expect that he would be rejected. If it's not 50 million, then could it be 500 million? What a joke, Lin Chuan's acupuncture is worth 50 million. You are such a frivolous person, Lin Chuan said with some disappointment, at least 50 billion, in US dollars. You know how much it will cost in RMB. Do the math yourself. Chen Hao, 50 billion. Or US dollars. Chen Hao even thought he was hallucinating. But now Lin Chuan is very serious. I'm not kidding. Someone once offered me $100 million to go overseas to treat his illness, but I didn't have time to respond. Lin Chuan began to brag about his past. Money, to me, is just a bunch of words. Chen Hao stared at Lin Chuan with a gloomy face. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth and spat a bag of saliva on the ground. Shame on you. Turn around and leave. Hey, why can't you be this good? I'm serious, I'm not lying to you. As long as you give me 50 billion, I'll reluctantly help you. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, Chen Hao still didn't turn around. Hey, if my master hadn't told me when I returned to China that I shouldn't use the legendary 9 returning needle that had been lost for 1,000 years unless it was absolutely necessary, I would have killed you first and then revived you. If he could get to the front of the recently deceased old man Chen Suhai as soon as possible, perhaps he could extend Mr. Chen's life by at least 3 days. It's too late now. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lin Chuan saw Chen Jingyi walking out of the mansion. She was obviously trying hard to suppress her grief, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Chuan wanted to go up and say a few words of comfort, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. The two got on the car one after the other. As soon as Lin Chuan sat down, Chen Jingyi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly burst into tears, like a child abandoned by the whole world. This was also the first time that Lin Chuan saw a woman crying so heartbrokenly. Jingyi, don't be too sad. I will help you find the murderer who killed your grandfather. Lin Chuan patted Chen Jingyi's back gently. Chen Jingyi turned to look at Lin Chuan without saying anything. Lin Chuan was a little confused. Why was this woman staring at him? Was there anything wrong with what he said? Even though he rarely comforts people, isn't that how it's usually played out in TV and movies? Suddenly, Chen Jingyi grabbed Lin Chuan's hand and bit his wrist. The next second, Lin Chuan gasped and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, this woman is a dog. Lin Chuan grimaced in pain. Chen Jingyi grabbed Lin Chuan's wrist and bit it, while looking at Lin Chuan with eyes full of tears. Lin Chuan looked at that beautiful face with tears in the eyes and his heart seemed to be touched. For a moment, the pain in my wrist was forgotten. After a few seconds, Chen Jingyi finally let go and said, I feel much better. Lin Chuan. There were 2 rows of clearly visible teeth marks on his wrist, and blood was coming out. You are so cruel. Lin Chuan covered the wound on his wrist with his other hand. Don't do this next time. Chen Jingyi seemed to have really vented her inner grief, and her mood was much better. She said, go to the municipal bureau. My father was arrested on the spot as a suspect. Lin Chuan started the car. Soon, the car drove into the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. I'm sorry, Miss Chen, given your father's special status and his unusual relationship with the deceased, you are not allowed to visit at the moment. Please go back. A police officer spoke with reason. I want to see your leader. Chen Jingyi said, taking out her cell phone, either you go and report, or I call him now. The police officer said in embarrassment, Ms. Chen, it's no use calling our boss. This is the rule. Please go back. Chen Jingyi stopped talking and dialed the number of a leader in the municipal bureau with her cell phone, but there was a constant beeping sound and no one answered. Chen Jingyi's face looked a little ugly. Needless to say, the city bureau leader deliberately didn't answer the phone. She must see her father and ask him some questions in person. I estimate that there are only about 50 police officers in this police station. How about I help you solve all the problems and then you can go in and see Uncle Chen? Lin Chuan suddenly lowered his voice and spoke to Chen Jingyi. Lin Chuan, this is not the place for you to make trouble, so don't cause any trouble. Chen Jingyi glared at Lin Chuan fiercely. Looking at Lin Chuan's relaxed expression, it was as if the 50 police officers were under his control at any moment. Lin Chuan said, but you have no way to visit Uncle Chen right now. It is estimated that those so-called friends in the past have now drawn a line between themselves and Chen Jingyi. The tea has gone cold just after old man Chen Suhai left. Chen Jingyi took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and said, I have another person. I'll try calling him. Chapter 22 Cold. I'm going to make a call, please wait a moment. Chen Jingyi said to the police officer, and then walked aside to make a phone call. Who is she calling? So mysterious. Her husband. Lin Chuan began to imagine. He has a manly hairstyle, a very heroic look on his face, and of course, he has an excellent figure. Soon, Chen Jingyi came back. Jingyi, how are you? Lin Chuan asked. Chen Jingyi said, no problem, wait for their leader to come out. As soon as Chen Jingyi finished speaking, a fat and big-eared leader strode out. Before he arrived, laughter could be heard. Har har har, Miss Jingyi, I was in a meeting just now and my phone is turned off. Sorry. The fat and big-eared leader said with a smile. You're too polite, leader. Chen Jingyi also pretended to be polite and directly stated her purpose. The leader pondered for a moment and said, according to the rules, you are not allowed to visit. But I still have to give face to you, Chen Jingyi. However, I have to be on the scene. Chen Jingyi laughed. Give me face. You're wrong. I don't have that much face. Chen Jingyi said, no problem. Yes, please. The leader gestured for invitation and asked as he walked, Ms. Jingyi, who is this? The first time I saw Lin Chuan, a man who could follow Chen Jingyi must be of an important identity. His name is Lin Chuan, and I'm a bodyguard. Chen Jingyi said. When the leader heard Lin Chuan's identity, he immediately lost interest. The leader led Chen Jingyi and Lin Chuan to the place where Chen Zhongming was detained. Jingyi, my good daughter, you are finally here. Chen Zhongming was also excited when he saw Chen Jingyi appear. Dad, are you okay? Chen Jingyi asked. It's okay, I'm fine. Chen Zhongming shook his head. He never thought that there would be a day when he would sit on that cold bench as a suspect. Uncle Chen, please tell me in detail how Grandpa Chen died. Lin Chuan asked. Get out, you jinx. It's you who has brought disaster to our Chen family. You are the culprit. Chen Zhongming suddenly started to curse at Lin Chuan. Me? Lin Chuan's face turned black. Is Uncle Chen mentally ill? What does this have to do with him? If you hadn't come to our Chen family, this kind of thing would never have happened in the Chen family, and my father would not have died. All this happened because of you coming to the Chen family. Chen Zhongming became more and more excited as he spoke, and he wished he could go up and beat Lin Chuan to death. Dad, what you said is a bit too much. What does Lin Chuan have to do with Grandpa's death? Chen Jingyi knew that her father was venting his emotions and taking his anger out on Lin Chuan. Jinny, tell him to get out. This guy is a jinx and a disaster. Don't follow him. Chen Zhongming pointed at Lin Chuan and said bluntly. Lin Chuan felt overwhelmed and a little angry, but he forced himself to hold it back. Dad, tell me what's going on. Chen Jinny calmed her father's agitated emotions and asked again, the most urgent thing now is to find the real murderer and clear your name. Chen Jinny absolutely didn't believe that her father would kill her grandfather. Although my father was unhappy that my grandfather had arranged for Lin Chuan to be his bodyguard, given my father's character, how could he kill my grandfather for this matter? That was too unreasonable. Your grandfather died of excessive blood loss. When I entered the study, I saw a dagger on your grandfather's chest. I subconsciously ran up to pull out the dagger. At this time, your eldest uncle, second uncle and several members of the Chen family came in, and then the police also came. Dad, was there anyone else in the study besides Grandpa at that time? Chen Jinny asked. Of course she listened to every word her father said. Chen Zhongming said, he was gone. I was alone. I had just returned home and was about to make tea when your grandfather's housekeeper called me and said he had something important to tell me. I rushed to the mansion and saw your grandfather's body in the study. Chen Jinny turned around and said to the leader of the municipal bureau, that housekeeper has served my grandfather for many years. He should have no reason to kill my grandfather. He is the key witness. If we find him, all problems will be solved. The fat and big-eared man said, Miss Jinny, the housekeeper has disappeared. We are searching for him. I will notify you as soon as I have any news. Mr. Chen can only stay here until the housekeeper is found. After a pause, the man continued, moreover, you can't guarantee that what Mr. Chen said is true. We need evidence. In fact, Mr. Chen's fingerprints were on the murder weapon. We also asked some servants and bodyguards in the Chen family's mansion, and they heard the quarrel between Mr. Chen and Mr. Chen. Chen Zhongming quickly interrupted, don't talk nonsense. I admit that I had a quarrel with my father, but that couldn't be the motive for murder. Dad, what are you arguing about with Grandpa? Chen Zhongming pointed at Lin Chuan and said, it's all because of this jinx. I asked your grandfather to get this jinx away from you so that he won't harm our Chen family. Because he offended the Wei family, our Chen family lost a lot of money. Lin Chuan looked at me with a sad look in his eyes and said calmly, Uncle Chen, since you are Jingy's father and my elder, please don't keep calling me a jinx. I have a limited temper. Chen Zhongming, when he saw Lin Chuan's murderous eyes, he subconsciously closed his mouth. This kid had such a scary look. The fat and big-eared leader on the side was also very surprised that a small bodyguard was so bold to confront Chen Zhongming. I'm afraid that he has a complicated relationship with Chen Jinny and he is definitely not just a small bodyguard. Dad, I will help you find the murderer. Chen Jinny said, don't think about anything, just leave the rest to me. Chen Zhongming sighed, Jinny, once your grandfather is gone, the family will be leaderless. Your uncle will definitely take this opportunity to take control of the Chen family. Once he really controls the entire Chen family, you will definitely be kicked out. Chen Jinny has always been a thorn in the eyes of some people in the family. In the past, she had her grandfather as a backer, and she worked very hard in the company and carried out reforms, which offended some veterans. This time, now that the old man is gone, those people will definitely settle the score with her. Dad, it's okay. I can handle it. Chen Jinny said, I'll take good care of Mom. Chen Zhongming said, Jinny, thank you for your help. You must be careful. From now on, don't trust anyone easily. He meant something. Lin Chuan chuckled. Leader, thank you so much for this time. Chen Jinny said to the leader, I would like to trouble you to take care of my father while he is in custody. Miss Jinny, don't say that. This is what I should do. Your father and I are old acquaintances. The fat and big-eared leader said with a smile. I'll take you there. Lin Chuan, Chen Jinny, and the leader walked out. The large courtyard of the municipal bureau. Boss, you don't have to see me off. Chen Jinny smiled as she got into the car. If you need anything, please give me a call. Of course. If I have any clues, I will tell you. The leader waved his hand. Lin Chuan started the car and left the municipal bureau compound. Lin Chuan, my father's words were offensive to you. I apologize to you. The co-pilot, Chen Jingyi, took the initiative to admit her mistake with a sincere attitude. Lin Chuan grinned and said, I thought you also thought I was a jinx. Lin Chuan was also depressed. Who knew that such a thing would happen when he came to the Chen family? He even thought that if he had not come to Jiangbei to break off the engagement with Chen Jingyi, perhaps such a thing would never have happened. In a sense, perhaps he was the one who caused Mr. Chen's death. Although I hate you, you are not a jinx. Chen Jingyi was still very clear-headed. The housekeeper has disappeared. He is either dead or hiding. If we can't find him, we can't prove my father's innocence. Chen Jingyi was in a dilemma. The police station had set up a dragnet to search the entire Jiangbei area, but there were still no clues. The housekeeper might have gone far away, perhaps even left Jiangbei. Well, show me the butler's information later. I have a few friends who are very good at tracking. Maybe we can get some unexpected results. Lin Chuan said. It seems that I still need to make another call to ask a group of overseas personnel to come to Jiangbei. Chen Jingyi didn't hold out much hope. She certainly thought that Lin Chuan was just bragging and saying comforting words. How could a person who was doing market cleaning overseas have any powerful friends? At this time, Chen Jingyi's cell phone rang. She took it out and looked at it, but did not answer it immediately. Instead, she glanced at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan was speechless. You can always let me pull the car over and get out. Chen Jingyi smiled and said, that's not the case. Don't think like that. Just drive your car. Chen Jingyi picked up the phone. Yes, it's me. It's okay, I'm very strong. I won't give up so easily, I will inherit Grandpa's spirit, don't worry. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jingyi said, go to the Western restaurant, it's just in front. Lin Chuan said, oh, and subconsciously asked, your husband? Chen Jingyi showed a half smile on her face and said, yes, my husband, I'll let you meet him. Lin Chuan said, sure. I want to see what's so special about her that would allow a beautiful woman like you to become a lesbian. Soon, Lin Chuan drove to the door of a high-end restaurant. The two just got off the car. All I heard was a loud booming sound. Lin Chuan looked back and saw a black motorcycle coming at him at lightning speed. Then, there was a screeching sound of tires rubbing against the ground. The motorcycle did a beautiful drift. A woman got out of the car. Take off your hat. It was exactly the man's head that Lin Chuan had seen in the photo before. He was wearing a black shirt and black pants, looking very cold. This woman with a man's head is very handsome, and she is at least 1.75 meters tall. If she wears high heels, she would be taller than Lin Chuan. Chapter 23 The Dog Smells. Hubby, you're here. Chen Jingyi, who usually had a somewhat cold personality, smiled with joy when she saw the handsome woman with a man's head. She walked over in 2 or 3 steps, took the woman's arm, and said gently, let me introduce you, this is the bodyguard I mentioned to you on the phone before, Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, this is Pang Yang. Hello, Miss Pang. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. He finally saw the real person. He was indeed Chen Jingyi's husband. He was so handsome. When a woman is described with the 4 words, handsome and charming, she is basically a very handsome woman. Lin Chuan was speechless. He was a handsome guy after all, but he couldn't compare to Pang Yang. No wonder Chen Jingyi had such a handsome husband. Hello, I heard Jingyi talk about you. Pang Yang looked at Lin Chuan deeply and said, thank you for taking care of my wife these days. The muscles at the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth twitched a few times. These 2 women kept calling him husband and wife, and he always felt like a real light bulb. Let's go. After Chen Jingyi got Pang Yang, she dumped Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan followed the 2 women. Ms. Chen, Ms. Pang. As soon as they walked into the restaurant, the waiter saw them and immediately ran over to say hello. Pang Yang said, it's still the same old position. Okay, the spot has been reserved. The waiter led the 3 people to a good spot near the window on the 2nd floor. Chen Jingyi handed the menu to Lin Chuan and said, Lin Chuan, order whatever you want to eat. Pang Yang is treating us today. Pang Yang was also very generous, it's a bit more expensive. Lin Chuan smiled and said, thank you, Miss Pang is obviously fair, wealthy and beautiful. If his estimation was correct, The motorcycle that woman was riding was worth more than 1 million yuan, a Kawasaki Bimotor H2. This was a million-level motorcycle. Most people could spend this much money to buy a car, not only because they had a lot of money, but also because they had feelings and hobbies for it. Pang Yang was not modest at all and smiled faintly. Beauty, rich and beautiful. Not bad. Lin Chuan ordered a few side dishes at random. I heard that you worked overseas before. Pang Yang asked with a smile. Lin Chuan grinned. It's not really work, it's just enjoying life. Planes and top-notch yachts are no problem. If Miss Pang wants to travel abroad, let me know and I'll make sure everything is arranged. Pang Yang. She subconsciously glanced at Chen Jingyi. On the phone, Lin Chuan was working as a waiter in a restaurant abroad. Chen Jingyi coughed and her face turned black. This Lin Chuan still couldn't get over his habit of talking nonsense. Lin Chuan, stop embarrassing yourself. Chen Jingyi glared at Lin Chuan fiercely, and said with some precision, what about planes and yachts? Can you just brag about that? I really have a plane and a yacht. Lin Chuan said seriously. To be honest, no one would believe him. Sure, Lin Chuan, I believe you have a yacht and a plane. When I have time to go overseas, I will take a closer look. Pang Yang said she believed it, but her eyes showed her disdain. She didn't expect that Lin Chuan would like to brag so much. The waiter brought the dishes. Lin Chuan, you are hungry, eat, don't be polite. Chen Jingyi said. Then you're welcome. Actually, I prefer Chinese food when I'm abroad. Next time, let's go to a Chinese restaurant. It's too early to sample Western food. Chinese food is different. There are thousands of dishes that you won't get tired of. I'll treat you. Lin Chuan said with a smile again, picked up the knife and fork and started eating without hesitation. Pang Yang looked at Lin Chuan eating Western food with big mouthfuls. He didn't look like a rich young man at all. Eating Western food requires temperament and attitude. Lin Chuan wolfed down the food as if he had never eaten vegetables in his life. Pang Yang shook her head secretly in her heart, understanding how hard Chen Jingyi had been going these days. It was indeed painful to be with such a tasteless man. Soon, Lin Chuan simply filled his stomach. He looked at the two beauties and asked, why don't you eat? You just keep looking at me. Aren't you hungry? Pang Yang said, I'm not hungry, I'm not hungry. Are you full? If not, can you order more? No need. Although Lin Chuan likes to brag a bit, he has a good personality and is not the shy type. Pang Yang has seen all kinds of rich young men who appear polite and gentle on the surface, but are actually full of bad intentions. Just as Lin Chuan was about to speak, his cell phone rang. Sorry, I have to take a call. When Lin Chuan saw that it was a call from overseas, he left the table. This guy is a little silly and cute, but is not a very evil person. Pang Yang said to Chen Jingyi, I feel relieved that he stays with you. Stupid and cute. Chen Jingyi said, you actually use these two words to describe him? What I hate most is this guy's bragging behavior. Men all like to say face, this is normal, Pang Yang said with a smile, at least, it looks more real. You asked me to help you find a housekeeper, I have already instructed them, I will call you as soon as I have any news. Chen Jingyi nodded. If they couldn't find the Chen family's housekeeper even after a full-scale search, then they would use the people and methods from the underworld. Pang Yang's family just happens to have the resources and background. Thank you for your help with my father's matter. Chen Jingyi thanked him. If it weren't for Pang Yang's help, she would not be able to see her father now. We are best sisters, Pang Yang said. What I am worried about now is that after your grandfather leaves, will those people attack you? Chen Jingyi glanced at Lin Chuan who was on the phone and said, although that guy likes to brag, he still has some real skills. With him protecting me, I should be fine. Lin Chuan refused to leave Jiangbei, and Chen Jingyi had no choice. Then we can only take one step at a time. It's really hard to tell that the guy with thin arms and legs is a master of ancient martial arts. Pang Yang said. After thinking for a moment, Pang Yang said, I will call Wei Jiadong. You don't have to worry about this. Chen Jingyi sighed. It was possible to do so. She hoped that Wei Jiadong would let Lin Chuan go for Pang Yang's sake. Lin Chuan returned to his seat. Hey, that's not Wei Jiadong's car, why is he here? At this time, Chen Jingyi suddenly said in surprise. Lin Chuan turned his head and looked outside the restaurant entrance. Sure enough, Wei Jiadong's car appeared again. This time, Wei Jiadong did not make a big fanfare by having more than 20 cars follow behind him, but there were still quite a few, with 3 small cars following behind. Lin Chuan blinked and said, "Could this bastard bring people to block me? Is he being watched just when I was having a meal?" Chen Jingyi glanced at Pang Yang and asked, "What should we do?" If his grandfather was still alive, Wei Jiadong might save his face and be wary of the Chen family, but now that his grandfather is gone, Wei Jiadong will definitely not be as polite as before. "Pang Yang, it's okay. With me here, he can't turn the tables. If he is Monkey King, I am Tathagata." Chapter 24, Run. Soon, Wei Jiadong went up to the second floor with a dozen lackeys. When he saw Pang Yang, his expression changed slightly. "Wei Jiadong, what a coincidence, you are also here to eat Western food, let's join us." Pang Yang stood up and was the first to greet him. "Har har, I didn't expect to meet Miss Pangda here." Wei Jiadong coughed and walked over quickly. He sat at the next table and said with a smile, "You're welcome. You guys can eat. I won't disturb you three." Wei Jiadong learned that Chen Jingyi and Lin Chuan were having dinner here, so he brought people to block Lin Chuan, but he didn't expect that Pang Yang was also here. Wei Jiadong knew a little about Pang Yang's family background, but he was not very clear about it. The Pang family is engaged in the rare earth business in the provincial capital. Nowadays, to be able to work in the rare earth industry, you need a strong background and influence, and ordinary people really can't get it. Therefore, as long as he could avoid offending Pang Yang, he would never dare to offend Pang Yang. Now that Chen Jingyi's grandfather has passed away, the entire Chen family is under the control of Chen Zhuang, and it is impossible for Chen Zhuang to protect Chen Jingyi. In other words, Chen Zhuang's next plan is likely to be to reorganize the Chen group, and at that time, Chen Jingyi may be kicked out of the Chen family. Therefore, the goddess who was once high and mighty, has also turned from a golden phoenix into a drowned chicken, which is still easy to catch. "Wei Jiadong, Jingyi is my friend, you should know that." Pang Yang didn't have any more words to say. She turned around and said to Wei Jiadong, "I've heard that Miss Pang Da is Chen Jingyi's friend, but I didn't expect it to be true." Wei Jiadong nodded. "Are you going to take action against Chen Jingyi?" Pang Yang asked again. Wei Jiadong said, "Of course not. Miss Jingyi has always been the object of my admiration. I hold her in my hands, how can I possibly be her rival? Let me put this here. If Miss Jingyi has any trouble in her career in the future, come to me first, and I will definitely help her." Chen Jingyi chuckled. It was obvious that Wei Jiadong had something else in mind. He didn't think that he had become a drowned rat just because his grandfather passed away, did he? That's good. I thought you were going to attack my friend. Pang Yang said, "So you're going to attack Lin Chuan?" Wei Jiadong's mouth twitched a few times, and he said with a half smile, "Miss Pang Da, this Lin Chuan has nothing to do with you, right? He and I have some personal grudges. If Miss Pang does not interfere in our affairs, I, Wei Jiadong, will be grateful. If you need me in Jiangbei in the future, I will not neglect you if you call me." Wei Jiadong lowered his posture because he didn't want to conflict with Pang Yang. There was no need to offend Miss Pang for the sake of Lin Chuan. Wei Jiadong didn't wait for Pang Yang to speak, and deliberately provoked Lin Chuan in a sarcastic tone, saying, "Boy, last time you ran away because you hid behind a woman. This time, you won't hide behind a woman again. People who don't know you will think you are a gigolo." The lackeys behind Wei Jiadong also burst into laughter. "Lin Chuan, don't be impulsive. Don't get carried away. He is deliberately provoking you." Chen Jingyi immediately lowered her voice and said to Lin Chuan. Of course Lin Chuan knew that Wei Jiadong said these words on purpose. Wei Jiadong was really afraid that he would hide behind Pang Yang, so he escaped again. "Let's go." Pang Yang was also afraid that the night would be too long and might cause more trouble, so she suggested leaving first. If Wei Jiadong really went crazy, Lin Chuan would be in trouble. Lin Chuan might have some real kung fu skills, but those dozen lackeys of Wei Jiadong looked like ordinary hooligans and it was obvious that they were targeting Lin Chuan. Wei Jiadong didn't dare to do anything to him, for fear that he would get angry and take action against Lin Chuan. "Lin Chuan, are you running away again? Are you a man?" Wei Jiadong sneered again, "I really look down on you. Why don't you change your ways?" "Lin Chuan, don't talk to him. Although Chen Jingyi was usually very unhappy with Lin Chuan, she also knew that she couldn't be impulsive at this time. Impulsiveness will cost you. Master Wei. Lin Chuan grinned, stop nagging me. I gave you a chance to fight me one-on-one before. If you don't come, what can I do? Idiot. Wei Jiadong laughed. What era is this? Still fighting one-on-one. Of course I have more people to bully you who have fewer people. If you really follow Miss Pang Da, no problem, I'll let you go this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th. So, I'll give Miss Pang Da face. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I may let you go. Lin Chuan said, oh, and turned to Pang Yang and Chen Jingyi, you guys go downstairs and wait for me first. I'll be down in a bit. Lin Chuan, you? Chen Jingyi frowned. No way, Lin Chuan really wanted to kneel down to Wei Jiadong. Lin Chuan let the two women go down first for the sake of his face and dignity. Lin Chuan. Pang Yang also frowned, are you sure you want to do this? It's not a problem for me to take you away. Lin Chuan really had to kneel down. Although it was embarrassing and shameful, this was the cruel reality. Without absolute strength, he could not fight against Wei Jiadong. Wei Jiadong only asked Lin Chuan to kneel down and kowtow, and did not beat Lin Chuan to a pulp, which was already giving himself a lot of face. Mr. Wei is right. You can avoid the first day, but you can't avoid the 15th day. Lin Chuan said seriously, hiding is not a solution. Lin Chuan. Chen Jingyi said slowly, have you thought it through? If Lin Chuan insisted on kneeling, she couldn't stop him. However, the question now lies before us, how many times can Lin Chuan dodge? Unless Lin Chuan leaves Jiangbei, the problem is that Lin Chuan refuses to leave. Lin Chuan grinned, yes, I'll think it through. You guys go downstairs first. Oh. Pang Yang laughed, as if she was a little disappointed with Lin Chuan kneeling down, and said, okay, since you have made up your mind, I won't stop you. Jingyi, let's go downstairs first. Chen Jingyi said in a voice that only Lin Chuan could hear, I'll let Pang Yang help you this time. Don't kneel down. When you are leaving Jiangbei. As long as Lin Chuan leaves Jiangbei, Wei Jiadong will definitely not be able to find him. It's not time to leave yet, President. Please go downstairs first. I will meet you soon. Lin Chuan said. Chen Jingyi looked at Lin Chuan for a few seconds, not knowing what was on Lin Chuan's mind, and said, my grandfather is gone. You no longer have the responsibility and obligation to protect me. It's my responsibility. I took your first blood. Lin Chuan lowered his voice and smiled slightly. Chen Jingyi's face flushed, her ears felt hot, and she glared at Lin Chuan fiercely, go to hell. Chen Jingyi went downstairs without looking back, and tried to talk to this guy properly and give him some advice. What was he saying at this moment? Pang Yang also followed him downstairs. She knew that Wei Jiadong would definitely not dare to do anything too extreme to Lin Chuan. Fuck. Wei Jiadong shouted angrily after the two women left. The scene of Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi whispering to each other just now hurt his heart. You guys, get down. Wei Jiadong turned around and said to the diners on the second floor who were watching the show. Soon, all the diners on the second floor were driven away. Apart from Lin Chuan, there were only Wei Jiadong and that lackey on the entire second floor. Lin Chuan, I was originally planning to make you kneel down and kowtow to me, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to break one of your legs. If Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi had not been so affectionate just now, Wei Jiadong would not have been so annoyed and furious. Not bad, I thought you were going to kill me, but you still have some conscience. Lin Chuan grinned, you are conscientious to me, and I am conscientious to you, I have always been like this. First floor restaurant. No, I want to go up and take a look. Although Chen Jingyi was very unhappy about Lin Chuan's rude words to her, when she really came down, she was worried about Lin Chuan's safety. Jingyi. Pang Yang stopped Chen Jingyi and said, Wei Jiadong also said just now that he just wanted Lin Chuan to kowtow and admit his mistake. You can protect Lin Chuan this time, but what about next time? You are so anxious and concerned, you don't have feelings for this kid, do you? Chen Jingyi quickly denied it, impossible, what are you thinking? It's just that his master saved my grandfather's life, which is equivalent to my lifesaver. Of course I don't want him to get hurt. Pang Yang said, don't worry, Wei Jiadong won't do anything rash. I'm here. If he really does something excessive to Lin Chuan, I will definitely not let him go. You see, Lin Chuan asked us to go downstairs first because he wanted to save face. He didn't want us two women to see him kneeling down and being embarrassed. Chen Jingyi nodded after hearing Pang Yang's analysis, and also asked in confusion, I just don't understand why he doesn't leave Jiangbei. Pang Yang said, maybe, it's normal for a poor boy to like a white, rich, beautiful CEO. Chen Jingyi said unhappily, that's like a toad trying to eat swan meat. It's impossible. So, don't worry, Lin Chuan will be fine. If he is in trouble, I will not let Wei Jiadong go. Second floor. Lin Chuan, what are you standing there for? Kneel down in front of me first. Wei Jiadong saw Lin Chuan still standing there like a fool and immediately scolded him. Mr. Wei, do you really want me to kneel down to you? I'm afraid you can't bear it. Lin Chuan said with a smile. Hold him down for me. Wei Jiadong waved his hand. Suddenly, several burly bodyguards behind Wei Jiadong came over and tried to forcibly hold Lin Chuan down. Xiao Lin's flying needles never missed their target. Lin Chuan flicked his fingers, and in an instant, several hair-like acupuncture needles flew out. Hiss, 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 several silver needles hit the throats of the bodyguards who rushed up. Several bodyguards stood there like puppets, with expressions of extreme shock on their faces. Acupuncture again, damn, use a knife on me. Wei Jiadong was also dumbfounded. He didn't know how many acupuncture needles were on Lin Chuan's body. It was too scary. The remaining bodyguards immediately took out their daggers and cautiously surrounded Lin Chuan. If you guys take a gun, I'd be a little scared. But if you take a knife, I'd be vulnerable. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, opened his fingers, and a few more acupuncture needles appeared. Go! Lin Chuan shouted, and the needles flashed white light in the void. Even though the naked eye could see a flash of white light, it was too late for the bodyguards to avoid it in time. The next second, several bodyguards holding daggers were also fixed in place like puppets and nails. Young master, run! This guy is a master of ancient martial arts. Young master, run, we can't move. Chapter 25 She is my woman. Wei Jiadong's mind was blank. He heard the anxious calls of these lackeys, but his legs kept shaking and his brain and body could no longer form a unified reaction. He was just going to look at Lin Chuan foolishly as he walked towards him with a smile on his face. Master Wei, is my skill okay? Lin Chuan said with a smile, luckily you didn't bring 100 bodyguards with you, otherwise I wouldn't have so many acupuncture needles. Wei Jiadong swallowed his saliva subconsciously, thinking to himself, why didn't he bring more people? Lin Chuan relied on the so-called acupuncture to deal with these lackeys of his. If he brought enough people, how many silver needles would Lin Chuan have? Lin Chuan, don't do anything rash. Don't be impulsive in broad daylight. Wei Jiadong trembled and said, there are surveillance cameras outside. They saw me enter the restaurant. I know, don't be nervous. Lin Chuan said, I thought you were going to yell at me, but I didn't expect you to give in. Wei Jiadong's face looked very ugly. He was not admitting defeat, but lowering his head first. If he continued to pretend to be powerful and intimidate Lin Chuan, there was a 90% chance that Lin Chuan would harm him, so Wei Jiadong became a coward. You asked me to apologize to you just now. Was I right? That's right. Lin Chuan said, now, I want you to apologize to me, is there a problem? Wei Jiadong said with a bitter face, no problem. My personality is like this. If you ask me to kneel, I will make you kneel. Lin Chuan said, now, kneel down yourself. Wei Jiadong hesitated for a moment. Lin Chuan immediately took out an acupuncture needle and held it between his fingers. Wei Jiadong looked at the mysterious acupuncture in front of him and panicked for a moment. He knelt down with a plop, Brother Lin, I was wrong. I'm sorry. It was me who offended you. Please don't bear grudges. Lin Chuan said, you are the one who is afraid of the acupuncture. Also, you just said you were going to break one of my legs. Is that true? I didn't wrongly accuse you. Wei Jiadong's face turned pale. Brother Lin, no, whatever you want, as long as I have it, I will definitely satisfy you. If Lin Chuan really broke one of my legs, I would become a disabled person in the future. But you just broke my leg. Lin Chuan asked with a blink. Wei Jiadong's teeth trembled. Brother Lin, I was just talking nonsense. I admit my mistake. I admit my mistake. As he said that, Wei Jiadong kowtowed 3 times to Lin Chuan. Wei Jiadong was really afraid that Lin Chuan would break his legs, and his forehead was even broken. All right, don't threaten others so casually in the future. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Lin Chuan politely helped Wei Jiadong up. From now on, when you see me, stay away from me, understand? Lin Chuan asked. Wei Jiadong nodded quickly. Yes, that's no problem. As long as your brother Lin appears in a place, I will stay away from him. Okay, I believe you'll do what you say. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. I'll pay the bill later, and give some compensation to the restaurant owner. Wei Jiadong said it was no problem. Then I'll go down first. I can't let 2 beauties wait all the time. Lin Chuan patted Wei Jiadong's shoulder again, then hurried downstairs. Wei Jiadong shuddered as he watched Lin Chuan going down the stairs. He was so lucky that he managed to survive. I still have to go up and take a look. Chen Jingyi was getting a little anxious waiting. Lin Chuan could kneel down, but what if Wei Jiadong didn't let Lin Chuan go? Okay then, I'll go up with you and take a look. Pang Yang nodded. Lin Chuan had been up there for too long. 2 beauties, I'm coming down, let's go. Chen Jingyi and Pang Yang were about to go upstairs when they saw Lin Chuan coming down the stairs. Lin Chuan, are you okay? Chen Jingyi asked subconsciously. Seeing Lin Chuan smiling, she thought that he was doing it on purpose. What can happen to me? Lin Chuan said with a smile, it's already been settled. From now on, when Wei Jiadong sees me, he has to stay away from me. Pang Yang originally intended to comfort Lin Chuan, saying something like Henshin in ancient times, who could bend and stretch, and only then could he become a real man. But now, after hearing Lin Chuan's bragging again, she was speechless and said unhappily, so, it's not you and Wei Jiadong who knelt down with you, but Wei Jiadong who knelt down to you. Smart, Lin Chuan nodded, that's the truth. Pang Yang laughed, this is the pity of the boastful man, he is obviously a coward, but he still pretends to be cool in front of them. Pang Yang felt that Lin Chuan was a bit pitiful. Lin Chuan, that's enough, just stop talking. Chen Jingyi said, let's go. Where are you going? Lin Chuan asked. These 2 women actually didn't believe him. Oh, they were really blind. Pang Yang said, now that Grandpa Chen has passed away, I think Jingyi's relatives will soon take revenge on Jingyi. I plan to take Jingyi and her mother to live with me, which can be regarded as a way to protect them. Lin Chuan nodded and said, okay, Pang Yang is really good to Chen Jingyi, and their relationship is absolutely impeccable. What about me? Lin Chuan asked, I am Chen Jingyi's personal bodyguard, guarding Chen Jingyi 24 hours a day. Pang Yang said, Lin Chuan, I will ensure Jingyi's safety. I still have some resources to let the masters of the underworld protect Jingyi. Lin Chuan said, oh, again. I'm afraid the masters in the underworld can't deal with the poison masters in Miaojiang. But if he refutes, Pang Yang might ridicule him again. Lin Chuan, I'm afraid you can't protect me in your current condition, Chen Jingyi said, you're on your own, but I still appreciate your kindness. Lin Chuan blinked and said, actually, I am really an expert. Chen Jingyi didn't take Lin Chuan's words to heart. She just thought it was just a casual remark of Lin Chuan. No matter whether he was a master or a novice, now was an era where resources and background were everything. No matter how powerful Lin Chuan was and whether he could beat 100 people, what could that matter? Come on, follow me. Pang Yang put on a helmet and got on the motorcycle. Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi got in the car. Lin Chuan started the car and followed Pang Yang. President, your friend is very nice to you, but he looks down on others a little bit. Lin Chuan expressed his opinion. Chen Jingyi smiled faintly and said, are you saying that she looks down on you? Lin Chuan said seriously, I feel that a little bit. Chen Jingyi said something that made Lin Chuan depressed, she looks down on you because there are too many people. You can't get a number. You are the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. Your grandfather was a soldier. You have some privileges. What's wrong with that? Lin Chuan said, well said, very cleverly. Some privileges are permissible. I didn't expect her grandfather to be so awesome. You can't tell, right? She's very capable, but she doesn't show off. Pang Yang is actually very low-key. If it weren't for my dad's incident, I wouldn't have easily asked her for help. Lin Chuan nodded and said, that makes sense. Uncle Chen is in the police station, so there will be no problem. His safety can be guaranteed. We just have to catch the real murderer. Chen Jingyi's eyes were full of determination. I believe my father is innocent and he will definitely be able to walk out of the police station. Lin Chuan, justice is in the hearts of the people. The car followed Pang Yang to a family compound. There were armed soldiers at the gate. When they saw the strange car, they were about to get off to inquire. Pang Yang went over and said a few simple words, and then Lin Chuan's car was able to enter smoothly. See? Even if someone wants to harm me, they have to think twice. This place is inaccessible to ordinary people. Lin Chuan chuckled. This was the neighborhood of the big guys in Jiangbei, so the security was quite strict. However, tight security does not mean that no one can get in. Especially at night, he can come in easily. Lin Chuan, just be more open-minded. Chen Jingyi suddenly said this. What? Seeing that Lin Chuan seemed to be playing dumb, Chen Jingyi was speechless and said, I mean, a real man must be able to bend and stretch. Temporary tolerance does not mean forever. Lin Chuan understood the meaning of Chen Jingyi's words and said, a real man can bend and stretch. Well said. That's right. Chen Jingyi said, if you are really ambitious and can get along with some noble people, you can also make a name for yourself in Jiangbei. Lin Chuan said, you are my benefactor. Chen Jingyi laughed at herself, I am not a benefactor. I was before, but now I am soaked. If our backgrounds were not so different, I would have asked Pang Yang to help you. Her? Lin Chuan looked at the woman who had stopped in front of him, smiled faintly, and said, my relationship with her is not very close. If she helps me, it is because of your face. Chen Jingyi said, change your bad habits and I will help you. A problem with bragging. Yes, women really like a man who talks nonsense. You can be poor and powerless, but don't talk nonsense. It will make people hate you. Chen Jingyi got off the car. Lin Chuan rubbed his chin and said to himself helplessly, am I bragging? Everything I said is true. Lin Chuan also got out of the car. Pang Yang led Lin Chuan and Chen Jingyi into a somewhat old Western-style building. Pang Yang said that this was the residence of a certain Jiangbei gangster in the past. Later, the Jiangbei gangster was arrested and the place became vacant. Chen Jingyi and her mother could live here first. Okay, then I'll pick up my mother here later. After a brief tour, Chen Jingyi agreed to stay here first. She was not afraid of retaliation from others, but she didn't want her mother to suffer any harm. Lin Chuan, how about I be a servant here and cook for you? Lin Chuan, come on, Pang Yang said with a chuckle, you are a grown man, don't follow Jingyi all day long. She is my woman. As he spoke, Pang Yang stepped forward and hugged Chen Jingyi's slender waist, declaring his sovereignty, and said, she is my woman. Without my permission, you can't come here. Chapter 26 Fear. Lin Chuan had a headache, and Chen Jingyi was nestling on Pang Yang's shoulder like a little bird. Master, you are giving me a difficult problem. Lin Chuan felt helpless. Soon, he thought, fuck, I don't believe it. I, a grown man, can't beat a woman. I am a man who can bend and stretch. Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart, wait, one day, he would make Chen Jingyi kneel down and sing Conquer in front of Pang Yang. Lin Chuan, you can leave now. Pang Yang said, I still have to make love with my wife, we can't be disturbed. Lin Chuan, they are being affectionate in broad daylight, so shameless. Chen Jingyi blushed and said, Yanzi, you are so domineering. I have fallen deeply in love with your temperament. Pang Yang laughed arrogantly, of course. Lin Chuan couldn't bear it any longer. He felt like he was going to collapse. Okay, I'll leave. You guys play by yourselves. I'll lend you the car. Chen Jingyi threw the car keys to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan got in the car with the car keys. The car left. Just after Lin Chuan left the community, his cell phone rang. He took it out and immediately grinned, saying, Dude, are we here? Here we are, at the train station. Okay, I'll be there soon, wait for me. Lin Chuan hung up the phone. 10 minutes later. Lin Chuan arrived at the train station. The station is crowded with people. At a bus stop, a man with a military green bag on his shoulder, a delicate look, even a little effeminate, was smoking a cigarette, as if he was waiting for someone. He is the friend Lin Chuan called from overseas. Xiaobai, get in the car. Lin Chuan drove the car to the bus stop and opened the window. Brother Lin. The man named Xiaobai grinned and got in the car. Hey, this is a woman's car. Xiaobai immediately smelled the unique fragrance of a woman. Is it this woman who asked you to call me? Yes, it's her car. Lin Chuan briefly described Chen Jing's current situation. After listening to this, Xiaobai smiled and said, Brother Lin, it's rare to see you so attentive to a woman. Okay, I'll see how beautiful this woman is someday to make you so obsessed. She's a lesbian and I'm trying to bring her back to the right path. Xiaobai was surprised, you don't like men? Right. Xiaobai laughed loudly and said, Brother Lin, you are the winner. I didn't expect that she is a lesbian. Keep working hard. Fuck. Stop whining. Lin Chuan turned around and glanced at him, then said, protect her well. Xiaobai said, no problem. Since you called me personally, I have to come back even if I'm in Antarctica. I have to protect the woman that Brother Lin likes. The country has changed a lot. I haven't been back for a few years and it's completely different. Lin Chuan nodded, indeed, now there are tall buildings and busy traffic. Modern China has become one of the world's powerful countries. Xiaobai, very good. I want to entertain you. Let's have a drink. Xiaobai, no problem. Soon, Lin Chuan brought Xiaobai to a roadside food stall. The two ordered some home-cooked dishes and a case of beer and started drinking. While drinking and chatting, Lin Chuan also gave a general account of the current situation of the Chen family. After listening to this, Xiaobai said, if the Chen family really developed such an amazing drug, it is normal for the Chen family to be targeted. Lin Chuan nodded, in the past, the Chen family only had a small piece of the pie in the pharmaceutical market, but now they want to have half of it. Other companies and those people will definitely not let them go. Xiaobai said, Brother Lin, as long as you acquire the Chen family, it will be no problem with your current financial resources. Lin Chuan laughed and said, that's not necessary. However, I asked a few friends to come to Jiangbei to invest. Let's take our time. Xiaobai, I am responsible for protecting Chen Jingyi. You can handle the business issues yourself. I will not get involved. Lin Chuan nodded. If there is anyone in the world who can do the job of protecting Chen Jingyi, besides myself, it would be Xiaobai. Fortunately, Chen Jingyi didn't know Xiaobai's identity, otherwise Chen Jingyi would have wet her pants in the middle of the night. Lin Chuan, Xiaobai drank again. 2 hours later, Xiaobai left alone. Lin Chuan went to the toilet while still feeling a little drunk. Then, he took out an acupuncture needle and gave himself a few injections. Soon, he was no longer drunk. Be a good citizen who doesn't drink and doesn't drive after drinking. After Lin Chuan took back the acupuncture needle on his belly button, he drove home. Sea View Community. Sister Shuyer, I guess it's almost time to get off work. When Lin Chuan returned home, he found no one there. Lin Chuan called Shu Ye. Lin Chuan, I don't think I'll get off work until 6 o'clock. Shu Ye said from the other end, I may have to work overtime, so you eat first. I'll call Ching Cheng later to see if she'll come back for dinner. If she does, you can cook more. Lin Chuan, no problem, give me the information later. A few minutes later, Shu Ye said that Ning Ching Cheng should go back to eat, and asked Lin Chuan to go to the vegetable market to buy a fish. Ning Ching Cheng liked to eat steamed sea bass. Steamed sea bass. Okay, this is my specialty. I'll make it for her. Lin Chuan and Shu Ye boasted a little, then went to the nearby vegetable market to buy vegetables. After coming back from buying groceries, he started tinkering in the kitchen. The time soon came to 6 o'clock, and Lin Chuan also prepared 3 dishes and a soup. After bringing out the dishes, he heard the sound of a key turning. The door opened and Ning Ching Cheng came back in police uniform. Har har, Miss Ning. Lin Chuan grinned and said boastfully, look, dinner is ready. Your favorite sea bass. Try it later. I guarantee you will like my cooking skills. Ning Ching Cheng said, oh, took a look at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, and asked, did you cook all of them? Of course I am. Lin Chuan said, I am wearing an apron. You don't think I ordered takeout and waited for you to come back at a certain time? Ning Qingcheng said, "It's possible. I'll try it later." Ning Qingcheng went to wash her hands first. After she sat down, Lin Chuan immediately served her a bowl of rice. "Come on, let's eat." Lin Chuan said, "Don't be polite. You must be very tired after working all day." Ning Qingcheng smiled faintly, picked up the chopsticks and ate a piece of fish, then sipped the tea and said, "Yes, your taste is indeed delicious." Lin Chuan smiled slightly and said, "Right, I didn't lie to you." Ning Qingcheng took a few more bites of food, then looked at Lin Chuan deeply. Lin Chuan coughed, feeling puzzled. Why did this woman keep looking at his face? His phone was very cool, but there was no need to do this, right? Ning Qingcheng smiled, then took out the gun she always carried with her and placed it on the table, with the muzzle still pointing at someone. Chapter 27. You change your face so quickly. Lin Chuan was just about to take a few bites of food with his chopsticks, but when he saw the black barrel of the gun, he was speechless. "Officer Ning, what do you mean by this? Damn it, what's wrong with this woman? I spent so much time in the kitchen and made such a delicious meal, and it's fine if she doesn't thank me, but she's taking out money to protest. This is a protest, otherwise why would she take out a gun? What did you do today?" Ning Qingcheng asked Lin Chuan with a sharp gaze, trying to catch any slight expression on Lin Chuan's face. "What did I do today?" Lin Chuan calmly told Chen Jingyi about his visit to the police station today, and of course, he also told her everything about Pang Yang. "Anything else?" Ning Qingcheng asked again. "That's all," Lin Chuan replied. He couldn't tell Ning Qingcheng about Xiaobai's affairs. "Who is this person? Tell me," Ning Qingcheng said as she threw the phone to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan picked it up and looked at it. He was a little confused. "Isn't this a photo of him picking up Xiaobai at the station? What is the identity of that man? Can you tell me?" Ning Qingcheng asked with a smile. Har har, this was a picture taken accidentally by one of her colleagues when he passed by the station and happened to see Lin Chuan driving Chen Jingyi's car. When her colleague gave her this picture, Ning Qingcheng immediately asked someone to check it out. After checking, she was shocked to find that this seemingly delicate and effeminate man was actually the terrifying killer in the Western world. His real name was unknown and his weapons were unlimited. His most horrifying killing was the massacre of 500 people in a tribe, leaving no one alive. Even an ant would be stepped on to death. Ning Qingcheng has always felt that Lin Chuan should not be a simple worker overseas, and has been secretly paying attention to Lin Chuan's actions, but could not find any flaws in Lin Chuan. Look, Lin Chuan drove Chen Jingyi's car to pick up Xiaobai, and was discovered by Ning Qingcheng. Lin Chuan was also very depressed. Damn, what a coincidence. Why should he go to pick up Xiaobai? He could just let Xiaobai find him himself. He is a friend of mine who lives overseas. We used to wash the plates together overseas, Lin Chuan said. Lin Chuan, if you confess, you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be treated severely. Ning Qingcheng smiled coldly when she heard Lin Chuan's nonsense. He is the king of killing in the Western world. Has he ever washed dishes with you overseas? Lin Chuan raised 3 fingers and swore, "Officer Ning, I didn't lie to you. We really washed dishes together." Lin Chuan, that's enough. Ning Qingcheng stopped pretending, and stood up, slapped the table, and shouted angrily, "Tell me everything." Lin Chuan sighed and said, "You are right, he is indeed the killer king in the Western world, but he has never killed a Chinese. Do you want to arrest him? He is an internationally wanted murderer," Ning Qingcheng said coldly. "We will investigate whether he killed any Chinese people. Tell me, what is his purpose in coming here? Is there any terrorist activity?" "Officer Ning, you misunderstood. He just came here to travel." It was not convenient for Lin Chuan to say anything to Ning Qingcheng. Taking a step back, he said that he called Xiaobai to protect Chen Jingyi, but Ning Qingcheng didn't believe it. How could he let a murderous devil protect Chen Jingyi? Even someone with a little bit of integrity would not believe it. Har har. Ning Qingcheng didn't expect Lin Chuan to be so stubborn, and said, "Lin Chuan, don't forget what I do. Think about it, it's not easy for you to come back from overseas, and your purpose is to reunite with Sister Xu Ya. If Sister Xu Ya knew that you were with this killer, she would be very disappointed." Ning Qingcheng appealed to his emotions and reason, saying, "Cooperate with me and catch this killer king." As long as he caught the killer king, he would be promoted 3 levels. No matter how many Western forces and organizations wanted to capture the Killer King alive, they could not. Of course, you must set up a tight net before catching someone, otherwise, if the killer escapes, it will be troublesome. Lin Chuan was depressed. If it wasn't for Chen Jingyi's matter, he wouldn't have used his connections to call Xiao Bai back to China. If the Chen family's affairs had happened overseas, Lin Chuan would not have been so timid. After all, his overseas influence was much stronger than that in China. Think about Sister Shuya. Ning Qingcheng saw that Lin Chuan didn't say anything, thinking that this guy was convinced, and added in a tone of voice, "You haven't seen each other for many years, do you have the heart to make Sister Shuya sad?" Sister Shuya is an outsider. Lin Chuan said, "I won't let this matter implicate him. As for your request for me to cooperate with you in catching Xiao Bai, forget about it." Lin Chuan. Ning Qingcheng glared at Lin Chuan fiercely and said, "Don't you think I dare not arrest you?" "Arrest me?" Lin Chuan grinned and said, "What's your reason?" "Just because I met with the murderer." "Do you have any solid evidence to prove that I am also in the same group?" "I can only guarantee you that Xiao Bai will not carry out any terrorist activities in Jiangbei." Lin Chuan said, "He just came to visit me. We haven't seen each other for several years." Ning Qingcheng laughed, "What a great tourist." Just as they were about to speak, Lin Chuan and Ning Qingcheng heard the sound of high heels coming from outside the door. It was obvious that Shuya had returned from get-off work. Ning Qingcheng put away the gun, and Lin Chuan returned the phone to Ning Qingcheng, pretending nothing had happened. The door opened, and Sister Shuya walked in with a smile on her face. "I'm back, Lin Chuan, this is the meal you cooked, it's good, I can smell the fragrance downstairs." Lin Chuan said as if nothing had happened, "Sister Shuya, your nose is so sharp. Wait a moment, I'll serve you some rice." Lin Chuan went over and got Shu Yue a bowl of rice. "Sister Shuya, you've worked hard, eat more." Lin Chuan said, "If you want to eat something in the future, call me in advance. I don't have any special skills, but I can cook." Sister Shuya looked at Lin Chuan with a gratified look and said, Okay, I'll call you if I want to eat anything in the future." "Qingcheng, are you full now?" Ning Qingcheng also smiled and said, "No, I just got back too." The three of them sat down to eat again. Lin Chuan and Ning Qingcheng were not in the tense situation as before. Everything seems warm and peaceful. "By the way, Lin Chuan, aren't you protecting President Chen? Where is she now?" Shu Yue asked. "With such a big thing happening in the Chen family, I'm afraid that Chen Jingyi will face unprecedented pressure." Lin Chuan glanced at the listening device on the living room chandelier and smiled. "Of course it's in a very safe place. There are some problems at her home. President Chen plans to take away some researchers from the pharmaceutical company. Of course, he will also take away their half-level drugs that have been developed." "Is that true?" Shu Yue was stunned. "When did it happen? Didn't President Chen Jingyi tell me about this?" "Well, it's not announced to the public yet." Lin Chuan nodded. "Well, after all, they are afraid that other members of the Chen family will take action against President Chen Jingyi. If she has a life-saving talisman in her hand, the Chen family will be afraid." "Sister Shuya, you will never guess where we will meet?" "Guess?" Lin Chuan asked. Shu Yue shook her head. Lin Chuan added, "Tomorrow night, at the 3rd Pavilion in Longtan Park, President Chen and I will meet with the company's pharmaceutical personnel, and then we will protect them in secret." "Sister Shu Yue, Lin Chuan, you are amazing. You know all the huge secrets of this company in advance. I have worked with the president for 5 or 6 years, and you just returned to China and you know this big secret." Lin Chuan said arrogantly, "Even your President Chen is very cute when facing me. Plus, I know some martial arts, so President Chen has had feelings for me for a long time." Shu Yue rolled her eyes speechlessly as Lin Chuan's words became more and more outrageous. She said, "Lin Chuan, don't talk nonsense. The CEO can't be so superficial. She can't like you just because you can write martial arts. Don't think too much." Shu Yue knew Chen Jingyi to some extent. The president was a very proud woman, how could she be easily convinced? Lin Chuan said ambitiously, "Sister Shuya, you will understand in the future. President Chen will definitely fall for my genes. I am a very charming man." Ning Qingcheng stood up. "Beauty, where are you going?" Lin Chuan asked jokingly. With Sister Shu Ya here, Ning Qingcheng wouldn't always give him a cold shoulder. Ning Qingcheng, go find a garbage bag to vomit in. Sister Shuyer laughed sweetly. Sister Shuyer, don't laugh. I mean what I say. Lin Chuan said with a smile, just wait, I will show you how I control President Chen. Okay, stop bragging. Shu Ya also filled her stomach, then took out a card and handed it to Lin Chuan. What's this? Lin Chuan asked, I feel like I'm being kept. Shu Ya said, I know you have no money. There is 100,000 yuan in the card. Spend it sparingly. Lin Chuan had paid 500,000 yuan in compensation to the company before. It was probably his life. A man needs money in his pocket to be strong. Then you are wrong, I am very rich. Lin Chuan said while crossing his legs, but Sister Shuyer is still very kind to me, I am so touched, no, I have to hug you properly. As he said this, Lin Chuan went over to hug Shu Ya. Go away. Shu Ya said unhappily, I know men need to save face. Take this money first. If it's not enough, come back to me. Lin Chuan picked up the bank card and said, Sister Shuyer, if you give me 100,000 now, I will give you 10 million later. You have to take it and can't refuse. Shu Ya didn't believe Lin Chuan's words at all, and said, okay, wait until you have 10 million, then you can give it to me. At this stage, you should also protect President Chen well. Lin Chuan said it was no problem. Night falls. Lin Chuan changed into some sportswear and said, you too, I'm going for a night run. If you want any midnight snacks, give me a call. Shu Ya and Ning Qingcheng sat on the sofa watching TV. This kid is definitely up to no good when he goes out. I have to keep an eye on him. Ning Qingcheng muttered to herself. As soon as Lin Chuan left, she said, Shu Ya, I'm going back to the bureau to get the documents. You can stay home and watch TV. Ning Qingcheng also quickly went downstairs. I started the car and drove out of the community gate. Soon, Ning Qingcheng saw Lin Chuan actually scanning a shared tram on the side of the road. Lin Chuan, I want to see what you are up to. Ning Qingcheng pondered for a moment, parked the bike aside, and quickly scanned a shared bike to follow behind Lin Chuan, not too far, not too close, just right. Lin Chuan had been riding the electric bike in front, as if he didn't know someone was following him. Chapter 28 You bastard, don't do this to me. Well, I've already sent you the location. You go there in advance. Why are you killing us? We are citizens of this country. This is domestic, not overseas. We abide by the law. You, don't bring the murder methods from overseas to China. I'll be there soon. Okay, let's do this for now. After Lin Chuan hung up the phone, he put the phone back into his pocket, then glanced at Ning Qingcheng who was following him. This woman has been following him, she is so shameless. Lin Chuan smiled, then stopped the car and bought 2 ice creams at a roadside shop. Miss Ning, come here. Lin Chuan waved to Ning Qingcheng behind him. Ning Qingcheng was stunned. Lin Chuan knew that he was following him? It was obvious that this guy was deliberately beating around the bush. Ning Qingcheng was obviously a little unhappy and rode over quickly. You look very angry. Come, have an ice cream and don't be angry. Lin Chuan handed an ice cream to Ning Qingcheng. Lin Chuan, didn't you say that you were going for a night run? I've never seen anyone running at night by bike. Ning Qingcheng was afraid that the ice cream was poisonous, so she didn't take it. Lin Chuan smiled and said, you can also ride a bike for a night run. If you don't want to eat, then okay, I'll eat by myself. Ning Qingcheng didn't want to argue with Lin Chuan, and asked, tell me, have you contacted that Xiaobai? Where are you going to meet? What are you going to talk about? Lin Chuan said, yes, I have contacted Xiaobai. I can't tell you what we talked about specifically. You must come with me, okay? Ning Qingcheng took 2 steps back after hearing Lin Chuan's words. She looked very alert and said, Lin Chuan, I advise you to confess and get leniency. Lin Chuan was speechless. What was Ning Qingcheng doing? He smiled and said, Xiaobai and I are just drinking tea and chatting. It's not convenient for me to take you there. Next time, after I ask his opinion and he agrees, I will take you there. How about that? Ning Qingcheng chuckled. Did Lin Chuan just want to get rid of her like that? Ning Qingcheng felt that he looked down on her too much. Lin Chuan. Ning Qingcheng pretended to be ready to fight you tonight, wherever you go, I'll follow you. Lin Chuan took out his phone and checked the time, then said, but, I told you that you can't go with me, what should I do? Ning Qingcheng held her head high, not afraid of Lin Chuan's skills, and said word by word, the decision I made will not change. Lin Chuan said, what a coincidence. The decision I made is impossible to change. We both have stubborn tempers. It depends on who has a stronger temper. You are Sister Shuyer's best friend, I certainly won't hurt you, don't worry. Lin Chuan grinned and raised his hand casually. In an instant, a silver needle as thin as a hair hit Ning Qingcheng's neck. Ning Qingcheng felt as if her neck was bitten by an ant. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch her neck, but she found that her arm could not move. Lin Chuan, what are you doing for me? Ning Qingcheng gasped. Lin Chuan smiled and said, it's the legendary acupuncture. The more powerful ancient martial artists can control their qi to press the acupuncture points. I haven't reached that level yet, so I use acupuncture. Ning Qingcheng's face flushed red, and it was obvious that she was twisting her body forcefully. It's useless. Lin Chuan said, you are an ordinary person. You have been immobilized by my acupuncture. You will be unable to move for at least 3 minutes. Lin Chuan, let me go immediately. I order you to do this as a police officer. Ning Qingcheng shouted angrily. Although she was pinned by Lin Chuan, she knew that Lin Chuan did not want her life. That won't do. Lin Chuan said with a smile, you, just stay here for a few minutes. I'm leaving first. Don't move. You are using your status as a police officer to order me around. I am not your subordinate. Let's go. Lin Chuan waved his hand, got on his bike and left. Lin Chuan, come back soon, you bastard, don't let me catch you, I won't let you go. Ning Qingcheng was so angry that she exploded on the spot. She never expected that Lin Chuan would be so terrifying. Just one acupuncture needle could make her unable to move. He must be going to meet up with Xiao Bai. These two are going to do something big. Ning Qingcheng's eyes turned red. How hateful. How hateful. Longtan Park. Lin Chuan rode his bicycle and took the tram to the door. Hey, you are a super rich man from the West after all, why do you come here on a bicycle? When Xiao Bai saw Lin Chuan riding his bike, he teased, now that you're back home, you've become frugal. I have always been a very frugal person. Lin Chuan said with a smile, when I picked you up, someone saw me. Who is it? Xiao Bai asked. Lin Chuan briefly talked about Ning Qingcheng's problem. After listening to this, Xiao Bai grinned and said, Brother Lin, that's great. You are now living under the same roof with two beautiful women. This is definitely a perfect place to hide your beauties. I was wondering why you are not in a hurry to go abroad. It turns out there are several beauties waiting for you in this country. Lin Chuan said, stop joking, what's the point of hiding a beautiful girl in a golden nest? Ning Qingcheng is a police officer with a very explosive temper. A woman with a bad temper, isn't this your favorite? Xiao Bai said teasingly, did you spend hundreds of millions on her? Lin Chuan didn't want to talk nonsense with this bird man, so the two of them quickly walked into Longtan Park. In the evening, there are still many citizens in Longtan Park, mostly old men and women who come out for a walk. Lin Chuan and Xiao Bai soon arrived behind a rockery not far from the third pavilion. Well, Brother Lin, you guessed right. There are people. Xiao Bai smiled murderously, there are 2 pavilions, 3 in the south, 1 in the east, and the rest are lurking in the dark. Lin Chuan said, they are all small characters. I want to catch the big fish. I encountered a poisonous spider from Miajiang before. Find this person and I will have a good talk with him. The Miao Masters must have come as well, so Lin Chuan planned to wipe out these forces behind the scenes tonight. Xiao Bai said, okay, I'll look for this little character here. I'll just walk around. Careful. Lin Chuan said. Xiao Bai was very arrogant, Brother Lin, he is just a small Miao expert, I don't take him seriously. Lin Chuan said, be careful when sailing in old age. Xiao Bai smoked a cigarette, glanced at a citizen who was taking a walk, and then leisurely went to look for the Miao Master. The Miao expert must have been hired by the big boss behind the scenes. The purpose of Lin Chuan's trip is to find out the background of this big boss. Chapter 29 Do It Yourself, or I Will Help You. Lin Chuan was leisurely looking at the disguised citizens in the pavilion from the rockery. Soon, a few minutes later, his cell phone rang. "We have found a Miao expert." Xiaobai told Lin Chuan the good news, "But I am wondering whether I should kill this Miao expert." Lin Chuan smiled and said, "This is rare. This is the first time I hear you ask me about the situation. It's a woman, her looks and everything else are very suitable for me." Xiaobai grinned, "You take care of things over there. Okay, I'll meet you later." Lin Chuan also smiled. This Xiaobai looks like a sissy, but in fact, he is also a very romantic man. After Lin Chuan put his phone in his pocket, he walked towards the pavilion happily. "Hey, go away." Before Lin Chuan approached the pavilion, two lackeys in the dark stopped him. "Aren't you here to look for me?" Lin Chuan said with a smile, "I am the person you are looking for." "You?" The two lackeys looked at each other. They had received orders to ambush Chen Jingyi and the researchers from the pharmaceutical company here. Where did this lunatic Lin Chuan come from? "Yes, I'm the person you're looking for." Lin Chuan said seriously, "I'm the bodyguard of President Chen Jingyi. She asked me to tell you that you don't have to wait for her here. She was just teasing you." Lin Chuan's words confused the two lackeys. When one lackey was about to take out the dagger he carried with him, Lin Chuan hit him on the neck with his hand machete, and the latter fell down. The other lackey was not spared either. After Lin Chuan put down the two lackeys, he quickly walked into the pavilion. "I am Chen Jingyi's bodyguard, my name is Lin Chuan, tell the person behind you that I am here, call him." The lackey in the pavilion looked at his companion lying on the ground outside, exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Wait a moment. Okay, don't make any meaningless resistance. Several of your so-called masters in the dark have been knocked down," Lin Chuan said slowly again. The lackey's face suddenly changed. Several of his companions who were in ambush were all eliminated, and no sound of fighting was heard. Soon, the lackey called the person behind the scenes, "Master, Lin Chuan has found us, and he wants to talk to you on the phone, what do you think? Give him the phone." The lackey handed the phone to Lin Chuan. "I'm Lin Chuan." Lin Chuan said, "I was the one who set up the trap to lure you out tonight." That is to say, the news of Chen Jingyi's meeting with the pharmaceutical company's specialist was leaked deliberately. The man's surprised voice came from the other end. "That's right." Lin Chuan said, "How is it? Is my plan perfect?" The man on the other side laughed and said, "Lin Chuan, it seems that I underestimated you. Please leave the park. I'll wait for you at the gate." "Okay." Lin Chuan returned the phone to the lackey and strode away. After Lin Chuan came out of Longtan Park, he saw a Mercedes-Benz Maybach with its hazard lights on parked not far away. He walked over quickly. He knocked on the car window first, then Lin Chuan opened the door and got in. As soon as he sat down, a man with a flat head in the passenger seat pointed a gun at Lin Chuan and said, "Don't move. Hand over your weapon." In the back seat, there was a young man who looked elegant and graceful, about 30 years old, mature and steady. "I don't have any weapons. If you don't believe me, search me." Lin Chuan raised his hand in admiration and smiled. "I remember that guns were banned in China. I didn't expect a bodyguard to have a gun. I really admire him. Rich people are afraid of death, so it's normal for bodyguards to have guns." The young man also laughed and said, "Put away the gun." Since Lin Chuan came alone, he must be sincere. Lin Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, I am sincere. If you hadn't sent someone to install a bug at home, I wouldn't know who was behind this. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Jun." Zhao Jun said to Lin Chuan, "I am a member of the Zhao family." Lin Chuan exclaimed, he had heard Chen Jingyi talk about this man before, and now after meeting him, he felt that he really deserved the title of young master. "I heard that you plan to use the power of the Chamber of Commerce to drive out the Chen family." Lin Chuan asked. "You mean now?" Zhao Jun said with a faint smile, "Now I am not the only outsider who wants to deal with Chen Jingyi. Mr. Chen has passed away, and the Chen family is leaderless. Chen Jingyi is so young that she can't suppress those Chen family members. If I don't have to deal with it, someone will help me deal with it." Zhao Jun added, "This is called plans cannot keep up with changes. I am also very sad about the passing of Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen was a very courageous and outstanding entrepreneur." Lin Chuan looked at the hypocritical Zhao Jun, still very calm, and said, "Okay, your rhetoric is useless to me. I came to you this time mainly to talk to you. You talk, I'm all ears." Zhao Jun did not forget to put on airs and the sense of superiority that came with that. "I heard that you're a worker who came back from overseas. To be honest, this is the first time in my life that I, Zhao Jun, have had such an equal conversation with a worker." Lin Chuan also said something with a hidden meaning. "This is also the first time I have talked to a young man like you." Zhao Jun asked, "Lin Chuan, how much does it cost per month to be Chen Jingyi's bodyguard? Are you planning to poach me? Ask me to betray Chen Jingyi? Don't say that. Everyone has a price." Zhao Jun said, "You tell me a number. I like to use money to get things done." Lin Chuan said, "I also like to talk with money. My price is too high. You can't afford it." Zhao Jun chuckled. "Isn't it embarrassing for a worker who washes dishes abroad to say this? I'm here to tell you, don't worry about the Chen family's medicine." Lin Chuan said, "You can't worry about it. As long as I'm here, the Chen family's medicine belongs to the Chen family. Also, I don't want to see you doing anything mean to Chen Jingyi behind her back. If that happens, I'll be very angry." After Lin Chuan finished speaking, he patted Zhao Jun on the shoulder and got out of the car. "Zhao Jun. Just now, did this poor boy who was washing dishes pat my shoulder? Master, I'll go down and kill him right now," the bodyguard said immediately. Zhao Jun raised his hand and said, "It's too easy to kill him. I'm just curious about how he said those words. This guy is interesting. I underestimated him. Young master, I heard that he is a master of ancient martial arts. Maybe that's why he dared to offend you like this," the bodyguard said again. Zhao Jun sneered and said, "You ignorant young man, do you think you can fight against a family just by learning some ancient martial arts? Drive, and secretly monitor his and Chen Jingyi's every move." The driver drives. Longtan Park. A pavilion. "Brother Lin, I didn't say I was bragging, did I? Isn't this woman a great beauty?" Xiaobai crossed his arms and smiled proudly, "This is my trophy." The Miao master in front of him was about 23 or 24 years old, with a pretty face. He was wearing unique Miao clothing, with various accessories around his neck and wrists. Of course, the most eye-catching and outstanding feature of her is her figure, which is so hot, at least 36D. No wonder Xiaobai couldn't bring himself to do it. It was a pity to kill such a beautiful woman. "You stinky man, press my acupoints right now, I want to fight you in a duel." The Miao woman glared at Xiaobai angrily. She didn't expect that she would start off badly. The poison she released didn't even work on this sissy, and he was instead pressed on the acupoints. "What's the point of a one-on-one duel? You're too weak," Xiaobai said. "Brother Lin, how do you think I should deal with this woman? It's up to you. You caught the man, not me," Lin Chuan said. "Then I have to think about it carefully." Xiaobai looked thoughtful. Lin Chuan said, "The person behind this is Zhao Jun from the Zhao family. I talked to him, but this guy seemed to look down on me." "What, you looked down on your brother Lin?" Xiaobai laughed so hard that his stomach hurt when he heard Lin Chuan's words. "Brother Lin, I told you that you are too low-key when you return to China. You always take a shared tram when you go out. I look down on you. Hurry up and call the brothers to drive our private jet in." Lin Chuan said speechlessly, "Go away, you can deal with this woman yourself, I'm going back first." After saying that, Lin Chuan waved his hand and walked out of the pavilion. After Lin Chuan left the park, he scanned the code and took the shared tram back to Seaview Community. Downstairs in the apartment building, Lin Chuan saw Ning Qingcheng, who had been waiting there, as if she was waiting for Lin Chuan to come back. "Officer Ning, are you waiting for me?" Lin Chuan was holding a midnight snack in his hand. "Look what I bought for you and Sister Shuya. Hee, duck feet stew. Raise your hand." The next second, Ning Qingcheng pointed the gun at Lin Chuan and took out the handcuffs with her other hand. "Do it yourself, or let me do it." Chapter 30. You are really shameless. Lin Chuan was depressed. This woman would pull out her gun at every turn. She was so disrespectful to him. "Ning Qingcheng, there's no need to be so angry, right?" Lin Chuan said with a grin. "Wasn't it just about making Ning Qingcheng unable to move for a few minutes? Don't talk nonsense." Ning Qingcheng said coldly with a dark face, "Put down the things in your hands, put on the handcuffs yourself, and I will tell you again. Lin Chuan said, oh, and said, okay, then he would cooperate with Ning Qingcheng and let her vent her depression. Lin Chuan put the duck feet pot in his hand on the ground, and then handcuffed himself quickly. Then what? After seeing Lin Chuan's cooperation, Ning Qingcheng sneered and asked, Lin Chuan, why don't you attack me? Lin Chuan smiled and said, Officer Ning, that won't do. You are Sister Shuyer's best friend and sister. I can't just do that to you. That was a special situation. Where is your friend Xiaobai? Call him now. Ning Qingcheng asked. Lin Chuan said, no way, do you really want to arrest Xiaobai? I advise you not to cause trouble. He has not killed anyone since he came to Jiangbei. Ning Qingcheng didn't care about that and said, he is an internationally wanted terrorist murderer. As a Chinese police officer, of course I have to arrest him. Lin Chuan said, then go catch him yourself. If you want me to be the bait to lure him out to save me, forget it. Why? Ning Qingcheng asked with a frown. Could it be that Xiaobai just watched him die without helping? Lin Chuan said, it's very simple. He knows me very well. If I were caught, it would be because I let you catch me on purpose, not because of your own ability. Ning Qingcheng, she said it as if it was the case. Yes, this time, Lin Chuan really cooperated with her work and put on handcuffs himself. At this time, Lin Chuan's cell phone rang. How about I take a call? Lin Chuan asked. I'll do it. Ning Qingcheng thought it was Xiaobai who called, so she took the opportunity to talk to Xiaobai and asked him to surrender to the municipal bureau. When Ning Qingcheng took out her cell phone, she saw that the caller was Xu Ye. It was obvious that Xu Ye saw that it was getting late, so she called Lin Chuan, fearing that Lin Chuan had lost his way. After all, Lin Chuan had just returned to China, so it was normal that he didn't know the way. It's Sister Shuyer. Ning Qingcheng said. Lin Chuan, then just tell me you are with me. Ning Qingcheng, I won't tell you, you tell me yourself. She pressed the speakerphone button and let Lin Chuan talk. Lin Chuan, where are you? Xu Ye asked. Sister Shuyer, I'll get you a midnight snack. It'll be downstairs soon. Lin Chuan said with a smile, do you miss me, your brother? Ning Qingcheng looked at Lin Chuan's nonchalant and almost hooligan tone and glared at him fiercely. Well, I thought you were lost, that's good. Sister Shuyer said, Qingcheng also went out to get something, I'll call her and ask her to come back. Lin Chuan smiled and said, Sister Shuyer, no need. I met her downstairs. Xu Ye said, what a coincidence, okay, come back soon. Ning Qingcheng hung up the phone. Lin Chuan asked, Ning Qingcheng, are you going to take me to the municipal bureau for a thorough investigation? Ning Qingcheng laughed and said, they had agreed to go back together, so why go again? She took out the key and unlocked the handcuffs for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, don't be too complacent. Ning Qingcheng warned, I will find some evidence against you. I tell you, you'd better not break the law, otherwise, I will arrest you first. Lin Chuan said, Officer Ning, look at what you said. I will definitely not break the law. If I have any trouble, I will call you first. Ning Qingcheng and Lin Chuan walked into the elevator. Don't let Sister Shuyer know about what happened between us. Ning Qingcheng said. Sister Shuyer was an outsider, and once Shuyer knew about Lin Chuan and Xiaobai's affairs, she would definitely be worried. We two still have common topics. Lin Chuan said with a smile, I came back to repay Sister Shuyer this time, so of course I won't let her worry. Next, I plan to take Sister Shuyer to buy a big villa. What do you think? Ning Qingcheng, Lin Chuan, although I don't know what you do overseas, but since you can get to know the killer King Xiaobai, it proves that you are not a small character. I don't care what you repay Sister Shuyer with, I can tell you that Sister Shuyer is not a vain person, she has a bottom line. Lin Chuan said, I also have a bottom line. Lin Chuan and Lin Qingcheng returned home. Open the duck feet casserole. The three of them started eating, talking and laughing again. Lin Chuan looked at Ning Qingcheng and felt depressed. This woman was really good at changing her face. She wanted to beat and kill me just now, but now she is smiling at me. It's all an illusion. After eating and drinking, the three of them started bragging again. Of course, it was Ning Qingcheng who made excuses to inquire about Lin Chuan's overseas affairs and asked Lin Chuan to talk about his overseas work experience. Naturally, Lin Chuan started bragging again. The next day, Lin Chuan was awakened by a knock on the door. He opened his sleepy eyes and checked the time on his phone. It was already noon, almost 10 o'clock. Here it comes. Here it comes. Lin Chuan put on a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, slippers and went out to open the door. The door opened and two people stood outside, a man and a woman, both around 50 years old. Lin Chuan took a look and seemed to have some impression of these two people, but he couldn't remember them for a moment. Who are you? When the man saw Lin Chuan, he immediately shouted. Lin Chuan was amused. I sleep. I am half the owner of this place, who are you looking for? This is so funny. The other party asked who I am. Who are you to Shuyer? The gigolo she kept, the woman asked in a very unfriendly tone. She looked Lin Chuan up and down, laughed, and said, no wonder you refuse to move out. It turns out you have a man hiding in your house. Lin Chuan's expression changed slightly. You can say that I'm a gigolo, but don't say bad things about Sister Shuyer in front of me. This time, I will pretend that I didn't hear anything. If it happens again, you will be in trouble. The man and woman snorted coldly, ignored Lin Chuan's threats, and walked in swaggeringly. Shu Ye didn't tell you who we are, right? The man sat on the sofa and asked Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan asked, I really haven't told you yet. Who are you two? If you don't tell me, I'll call the police. Call the police? Are you kidding? The man said, we are Shuyer's relatives. I am his uncle. The man named Shura introduced himself. You are Shuyer's sister. I remember. No wonder you look familiar. Lin Chuan just remembered that the couple looked familiar. Although he hadn't seen them for more than 10 years, he immediately remembered that when he was a child at Shuyer's house, the couple came to cause trouble. Lin Chuan still had a deep impression of them at that time. Who are you? I am that boy. My name is Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan pointed to the photo on the table. Are you the Lin Chuan that I picked up from the street and raised? Shu Luo and his wife looked at each other in surprise. Aren't you going abroad to work? The woman asked. Lin Chuan said, yes, I went to work abroad and have been back for a few days. Okay, it turns out you're an acquaintance. Shu Luo and the woman thought that Lin Chuan was Shu Ye's kept gigolo, but now they found out that he was the one behind Shu Ye. You two, are you here for something? If you want to see Sister Shuyer, please come later, she is at work. Lin Chuan said. We are here to look for Shuyer. When you are here, you should also take a look, Shu Luo said unceremoniously. You and Shuyer have been on good terms since childhood. This time, your aunt and I came here for only one purpose, that you move out. What? Lin Chuan looked surprised. Move out? Are these two people mentally ill? This is Sister Shuyer's home. Asking Sister Shuyer to move out. What's the reason? It's too outrageous. Yes, move out. Shu Luo said, my eldest brother is dead. Now, this house belongs to Shu Ye in name, but Shu Ye is a girl. She will get married in the future, so this house will be hers. Chapter 31. Call me a bitch, right? Lin Chuan understood everything clearly now, and said, you mean, Sister Shuyer can't inherit this house? Because she is going to get married in the future. Yes, that's right. Shu Luo said shamelessly, our Shu family relies on boys to carry on the family line. This house must be inherited by my son. Lin Chuan laughed, he was really angry. He had seen many shameless people, but he didn't expect to meet this couple today, which really refreshed his mind. Look at my lips. Lin Chuan said, get lost. Shu Luo frowned and asked again, Lin Chuan, if I remember correctly, you worked abroad before. This time you came back to China, I'm afraid you also fell in love with the house here. Are you going to get out of here or not? If not, I will hit you. Lin Chuan stood up and smiled coldly. Lin Chuan, you are just a passerby in the Shu family. I tell you, don't even think about occupying this house. This house must be transferred to my son. Shura said shamelessly once again. That's right. The woman also echoed, Lin Chuan, don't think we don't understand what you are up to. You are coming back this time because you can't make it abroad. You're not leaving, right? Wait for me. Lin Chuan walked into the kitchen and came out again with a kitchen knife in his hand. You, what are you doing? Don't mess around. What are you going to do to us in broad daylight? Shu Luo and the woman were also startled. They were so scared that they stood up. Do you want to go or not? Lin Chuan asked again. Okay, let's go, don't mess around. Shu Luo and the woman were also afraid of the young Lin Chuan. If they got impulsive, they would hurt them. Lin Chuan waited until the two shameless bastards left before he put the kitchen knife back in the kitchen, cursing. The world is full of wonders. There are all kinds of weird people. Lin Chuan was speechless, but he felt sorry for Sister Shuya. It seemed that Shuya's uncle and aunt often harassed Shuya. It seems like I need to find a chance to talk to Shuya about this problem. If it doesn't work, I'll use my own method. After Lin Chuan finished washing up, he went downstairs and had breakfast at a roadside stall. After filling his stomach, Lin Chuan took out his cell phone and called Chen Jingyi. President Chen. Lin Chuan asked, did you go to Chen's company? I'm here at the pharmaceutical company. Lin Chuan said, the company's senior management and the Chen family didn't say anything. Chen Jingyi said, the storm is coming, and the other members of the Chen family haven't shown their fangs so quickly. Lin Chuan smiled and said, that's right. You are in control of the secrets of drug research, which is equivalent to having a trump card in your hand. The Chen family will not kick you out so easily. Chen Jingyi said, come to the company later. I have something to tell you. Okay. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan arrived at the pharmaceutical company. President's office. President Chen. Lin Chuan knocked on the door and walked in. Sit down. Chen Jingyi was dressed in a professional suit. When she saw Lin Chuan coming, she spoke with a calm expression. Lin Chuan said, oh, this woman is very polite to me, I am a little uncomfortable with this. Lin Chuan sat on the sofa. Chen Jingyi was still sitting in her office chair and said, go to the finance department to settle your salary later. Settlement of wages. Lin Chuan was stunned. What was going on? He was fired again. Yes, leave Jiangbei. Chen Jingyi didn't seem to want to talk to Lin Chuan, and there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. President, give me a reason. Lin Chuan asked. This woman is too fickle. He remembered that their relationship was still good yesterday. Now it's a different look. Chen Jingyi smiled coldly and said, Lin Chuan, you know what you have done. It would be meaningless for me to tell you. Now, get out. I don't want to see you. Chen Jingyi pointed in the direction of the door. Lin Chuan was speechless. This woman must be sick. From her tone, it seemed like he had done something stupid. Boss, if you say that what happened between you and I in the car was an accident. Shut up. If it's not this matter, why do you want me to tell you? Grandpa's body is still warm, and you think so highly of him. Har har, so this is how you treat him. Chen Jingyi put another hat on Lin Chuan's head. Grass. Lin Chuan got angry. This woman would go crazy if she wasn't beaten for 3 days. Tell me the whole story carefully. What stupid thing did I do? Lin Chuan asked. If it was because of what happened in the car, he was also forced to do so. Didn't we agree to write it off? Plus this woman likes being a woman, and now she brings it up again. Still acting, right. Chen Jingyi laughed, with a disappointed look on her face, then opened the drawer and threw a few photos at Lin Chuan's feet. Lin Chuan picked up the photo and took a look at it. Damn, the photo showed him getting into Zhao Zhun's car. If I'm not mistaken, that's Zhao Zhun. Chen Jingyi asked. Lin Chuan nodded. So, what else do you have to say? Chen Jingyi asked. She had already told Lin Chuan that Zhao Zhun was her biggest business rival. Now Lin Chuan is actually contacting Zhao Zhun unilaterally, and it seems like he is plotting something. Do you suspect that I have been bribed by Zhao Zhun and he wants me to get out? Lin Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was no wonder. Anyone else would have thought the same. What else? Chen Jingyi said, just pretend that this incident never happened to me. I won't pursue it against you. Just go away. Chen Jingyi felt that Lin Chuan was indeed shameless and had a strong psychological quality. Even after being exposed in front of her, he still looked very depressed and confused, as if he was more wrong than Do-yi. Who gave you these photos? Lin Chuan asked. The enemy was too cunning. He knew that I was protecting Chen Jingyi, so he tried to sow discord between us. Yes, this is an open conspiracy. Unfortunately, Chen Jingyi fell into the trap. You don't need to know who gave it to me. If the person in the photo is you, I'll believe it. Chen Jingyi didn't want to listen to Lin Chuan's explanation. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Lin Chuan said, even if all the security guards from your company come together, they are no match for me. Chen Jingyi snorted, then I'll call the police. What else is wrong? Lin Chuan smiled, I was just kidding you. You won't be able to listen to anything I say now. You, calm down and think about it. I'm leaving first. If you have anything, call me. Chen Jingyi laughed and didn't speak to Lin Chuan anymore. When Lin Chuan went out, he saw Xu Huaye coming with coffee. The president is in a bad mood. What happened? Xu Huaye asked Lin Chuan in a low voice. Chen Jingyi didn't know that Xu and Lin Chuan, sister and brother, still lived under the same roof. Maybe it's my period. Lin Chuan said. Xu Huaye said, maybe. When we women do this, our emotions are out of control. But from what I remember, the president rarely looks so unhappy. Lin Chuan, Sister Xu, it's okay, the president is in good health. I originally wanted to ask Sister Xu about her uncle and aunt, but then I thought, this is just a small matter, so I won't bother Xu. He just needs to come and solve it. Okay, I'll go get some coffee for the president. Xu Huaye said. Lin Chuan whistled at Sister Xu Huaye's swaying figure. Xu Huaye turned around and glared at him fiercely. Sister Xu, if you don't have a boyfriend, please consider me. I have 8-pack abs. Lin Chuan recommended himself. Roll. Xu Huaye said angrily, you are so disrespectful. I will punish you when I get home. Lin Chuan smiled and went downstairs. At the company entrance, Lin Chuan took out his mobile phone and searched for nearby real estate, planning to buy a villa as a gift to Xu Huaye. The sound of a roaring engine. Lin Chuan looked up and saw a handsome motorcycle coming towards him. The person riding the bike was of course Pang Yang, who was wearing a peeping mask. Lin Chuan discovered that this woman really liked black leather jackets, especially tight ones. The motorcycle came in front of Lin Chuan, and Pang Yang threw a helmet to Lin Chuan, get on. Where are you taking me? Lin Chuan took the helmet but did not put it on immediately. He asked. This woman is Chen Jingyi's husband. If Chen Jingyi finds out that she and Pang Yang are getting too close, I'm afraid Chen Jingyi will start complaining again. I heard from Jingyi that you are also a doctor. Pang Yang asked. It's a doctor, Lin Chuan corrected. To be called a doctor, you have to have a license. I don't have one, so just call me a doctor. Your medical skills should be very impressive, right? Pang Yang asked again. Lin Chuan immediately said arrogantly, of course, I dare to say I am second, and no one dares to say I am first. Pang Yang looked at the high-spirited and confident Lin Chuan and said, that's good. Follow me in the car. I have a patient here. If you cure him, you will benefit a lot. Lin Chuan, I always ask for a deposit when I see a doctor. This is the rule. Even though you are Jingyi's husband, you are no exception. I'll give you a friendship price of 1 million. This is still too little. If it wasn't for Chen Jingyi's consideration, the starting amount would be at least 3 million. Pang Yang said, you are the first person who dares to ask me for a deposit. No man of the opposite sex has ever ridden on my motorcycle. Lin Chuan stared, no way, just because no man has ever sat on it, I can get rid of the 1 million deposit if I sit on it. Forget it, I want 1 million. Pang Yang took a deep look at Lin Chuan, not knowing whether she was laughing out of anger or something, and said, Lin Chuan, in Jiangbei, you are the first person who dares to be so disrespectful to me. I don't have so much money. Lin Chuan, you can't even come up with 1 million. That's impossible. Riding a motorcycle costs hundreds of thousands. Pang Yang said, my monthly pocket money is limited. I only have 100,000 yuan in my hand right now. Lin Chuan said without any hesitation, then I'll give you 100,000 first, and you can give me the rest later. Pang Yang glared at Lin Chuan fiercely, what if you can't cure it? Lin Chuan, if I can't cure you, I can't return the money. This is the rule I set, and everyone has to abide by it. Okay, get in the car. Pang Yang was very annoyed. It was the first time she saw a man who was so confident and didn't give her face. It was really impressive. Lin Chuan chuckled, put on his helmet, got in the car, and asked, is it okay for me to hold you later? Pan Yang said firmly, no. Lin Chuan, okay, that's all I'm asking. Pan Yang started the motorcycle. Lin Chuan sat in the back with his back straight, and there was really no physical contact between him and Pan Yang. A few minutes later, two black cars stopped Pan Yang's motorcycle. As soon as the cars stopped, several bodyguards in black suits got out and quickly surrounded Lin Chuan and Pan Yang. Lin Chuan, our boss wants to see you, please come with us. A bodyguard said arrogantly. Before Lin Chuan finished speaking, Pan Yang said angrily, get lost, Lin Chuan is busy. You bitch, you have no right to speak here, the bodyguard shouted angrily. Pan Yang laughed, you called me a bitch? Okay, I want to see who your boss is. Lead the way, Lin Chuan, and I will follow behind. Chapter 32. You must have heard of my grandfather's name. 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan